Metropolitan Planning Commission meeting of March 9th, 2023. I welcome everybody down and all the viewers. And we have a busy day with a lot of folks in here, so we appreciate your patience. And before we get started, this is probably out of order, but I do want to remind everybody that we have a really big event going on in Nashville today, which is the SEC basketball tournament. And I see that you're wearing yellow, and I'm not sure which SEC team that is. Bad joke. Okay. But I hope that everybody goes, enjoys it. We're blessed to have the SEC tournament in town, and I ask one thing of all the tourists. Spend as much money as you can so that us property taxpayers here in Nashville don't have to pay as much. So there's that. All right. So we are on to the adoption of that was probably out of order, and I apologize. We're on to the adoption of the agenda. Item B, Commissioners, the agenda was sent to you earlier and posted. Is there a motion to adopt? There's a motion and second. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it, and the agenda is adopted. On to item C, which is the approval of the February 23rd, 2023 minutes. Those were also sent out prior and posted publicly, and we'll need a motion to adopt the minutes. Is there a motion to adopt? Motion, second? Second. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it, and the minutes are adopted. So now we are on to recognition of the council members. And before we get there, if everybody, just a housekeeping note, if you could silent your phones so that we can move forward without any interruptions, we appreciate that. So we took we just take the council members as we see them come in, and I saw Council Lady Van Reese. Where'd she go? Do you want to come on up? Welcome. It's a long walk.
That is a long walk. Hello, everybody. I am pleased to be with you today to give my support to item number 17. It's on your consent agenda, but as always, when I'm here, I like to at least speak on it. It is the Broadmoor-Ben Allen project. This is an update to an SP that we've all been very, very proud of. Wanted to let you know that Christian Perro has continued to engage the community very successfully in regard to what this change means, and it has the support of the community as well as myself. And I just wanted to thank you again for your service, and look forward to seeing this thing get underway.
Thank you, Councilor. Good to see you. Next, I saw Council Lady Stiles. Where'd she get? There's Councilor. Welcome. We'll have to turn the microphone on, Council Lady. Yeah, sorry. It's, there you
okay. Go. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioners. Hello, Councilmember Withers. I just wanted to say one thank you. Item number 2 has been deferred indefinitely. I appreciate that because I really didn't want that to happen, the replatting of that one particular property on Roll Hill Road. And then I'm also here for agenda item 25, which is the Century Farms SP amendment. We have a roundabout that needs to go in prior to the opening of Tanger outlets, which many of you may have heard about. They are opening in September. So this roundabout does need to get done. There are some other items within the amendment that Old Acre McDonald are making changes to right now. And prior to this going through council on the floor, they will be submitting some additional renderings. And once the renderings are in, we should be good to move forward. I would like this to move forward tonight. I know there are some community members that were unable to come to the last community meeting last month where this was presented. So today they have some questions, but I'm holding a community meeting next week on the 16th at 6 o'clock at the Cambridge Community Club. We're going to continue having conversations, and any additions that we need to make in terms of tweaking, we will be able to do at that time. So I would appreciate you taking that under advisement. Thank you so much, and have a wonderful night.
Thank you, Council Lady. Appreciate it. All right. Councilman Syracuse, I saw him. There he is. wasn't sure if that was the Auburn red that you and Councilor Stiles, rough crowd.
Test. Good. All right. Thank you, Chair. Commissioners, good to see you. I'm here to speak on behalf of item 22. This is an amendment to an existing SP. This was the broad project is residential condos around a church as the focal point, and this was split into two different projects. So this is the eastern project. There was going to be two different developers for these. Now it's going to be one developer, and so they are amending this SP to follow their style of product. And so much of this is really changing it from 2 bedrooms to 1 bedrooms, which makes up most of the additional density of 30 units. So it's going from about 68 units to 98 units. So fundamentally, this is right in the urban design overlay. This is where we planned for the density back in 2008. I will say, I know I've got some neighbors here that have concerns about additional traffic and congestion and whatnot. We're all sensitive to that. So I wanted to reflect that opinion as well. But fundamentally, I'm still in support of this development. Fundamentally, it adds the density that we need, the housing that we need. It adds some walkability in the area, amenities for folks. And so I'm fundamentally in support. So thank you so much. Good to see you.
Thank you, Councilman. Appreciate it. Good to see you. Next is Councilman Rosenberg. You want to wait for your item? Okay. Thank you, Councilman. Any other council members? Did I see anybody? I don't see anyone. Okay. We'll make sure we take care of our councilman. Councilor Hauser.
I don't see,
Councilor Hauser, she just walked in. Would you like to come on up? We're till the hearing, till your item. Okay. Thank you, Councilor. Good to see you. All right, then. So now, seeing no other council members, we'll move on to item E, which is items for deferral withdrawal. I think, Ms. Mulligan, you're going to take us through that.
The following items are for deferral or withdrawal. Starting on page 3 of your agenda, item number 1, 2022 S 232001 King Subdivision. Staff recommendation is to defer to the March 23rd meeting. Item number 2, 2022 S 259001 resub of Lot 2 on the plan of Rural Hill Acres. Staff recommendation is to defer indefinitely. Item number 3 on page 4 of your agenda, 2022 S 264001 5713 through 5715 Maudina Avenue. Staff recommendation is to defer to the March 23rd meeting. Item number 4, 2022 SP 036001 Harpeth Reserve. Staff recommendation is to defer to the March 23rd meeting. Item number 5, 2022 SP 071001 Liberty Lane. Staff recommendation is to defer to the March 23rd meeting. Item number 6, 2022 SP 079001 717 Spence Lane SP. Staff recommendation is to defer to the March 23rd meeting. Item number 7, 2023 S 016001 840 Old Lebanon Dirt Road. Staff recommendation is to defer to the March 23rd meeting. Item number 8, 2023 S on page 5 of your agenda, 041001 Habiba Subdivision. Staff recommendation is to defer to the March 23rd meeting. Item number 9, 2023 S 042001 St. Luke Presbyterian Church. Staff recommendation is to defer to the March 23rd meeting. Item number 10, 88P 038001 Long Hunter Chase Amendment. Staff recommendation is to defer to the March 23rd meeting. Item number 11, 2018 SP 026009 The Reservoir Amendment. Staff recommendation is to defer to the March 23rd meeting, and I would note that Commissioner Blackshear is recusing herself from that item. Item number 12, 2019 SP 053001 Ackland Park Residential SP. Staff recommendation is to defer to the March 23rd meeting. On page 6 of your agenda, item number 13, 2023 CP 000002 Major and Collector Street Plan Amendment, Ewing Drive. Staff recommendation is to defer to the March 23rd meeting. Item number 14, 2023 SP 026001 Production Row SP. Staff recommendation is to defer to the March 23rd meeting. On page 7 of your agenda, item number 18, 2022 SP 021001 Burke Hampstead. Staff recommendation is to defer to the April 13th meeting. On page 8 of your agenda, item number 20, 2023 SP 018001, Bellmead Plaza. Staff recommendation is deferred to the March 23rd meeting. Item number 23, 2023 SP 019001, The Meadows. Staff recommendation is deferred to the April 27th meeting. On page 9 of your agenda, item number 24, 2023 SP 025001, Lakeshore Drive Residential. Staff recommendation is to defer to the March 23rd meeting. On page 11 of your agenda, item number 36, 2022 S253001, First Revision, Lot 1, resubs, lots 76 and 77, Madison Heights. Staff recommendation is to defer to the March 23rd meeting. On page 12 of your agenda, item number 37A, 2023 SP 012001, Pennington Bend SP Life Plan Community, and the associated case 37B, 1886P001, River Trace Estates cancellation. Staff recommendation is to defer to the March 23rd Planning Commission meeting.
Thank you, Lisa. And so, Commissioners, the items for deferral withdraw are the following, and we'll go slow to make sure we get these correct. Items 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, which is a new item, 12, 13, 14, 18, 20, 23, 24, 36, 37A, and 37B. Is that correct, Lisa?
Yes.
All right. So, Commissioners, you heard the items for deferral withdrawal. Is there a motion? There's a motion and a second. Second. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. Those items are deferred or withdrawn. Now we're on to item F, which is the consent agenda. Lisa?
As noticed to the public, items on the consent agenda will be voted on at a single time. No individual public hearing will be held, nor will the commission debate these items unless a member of the audience or the commission requests that the item be removed from the consent agenda. I'm going to read through the items that are on tentative consent. I will read the case number and the case name. If anyone is in opposition, please raise your hand. If there is opposition, then it will be presented. The following items are on tentative consent. Item number 15, 2019 SP 014003, Goodrich Townhomes Amendment. Is there anyone in opposition to item number 15? 15 will be on consent. 16A and B are being presented. Item number 17, 2017 SP 034003, Broadmoor and Ben Ellen Amendment. Is there anyone in opposition to item number 17? 17 will be on consent. Item number 19A, 2022 SP 082001, Skyview SP and the associated PUD cancellation, 19B 878P001. Is there anyone in opposition to 19A and B? Yes, 19A and B will be presented. Item number 21, 2023 SP 024001, 1017 Pierce Road Townhomes. Is there anyone in opposition to item 21? 21 will be presented. Item 22, 2021 SP 025001, the Bowen House at Knowlmere Place Amendment. Is there anyone in opposition to item number 22? 22 will be presented. Item number 25, 2015 SP 005022, Century Farms, Beeman and Turner Amendment. Is there anyone in opposition to item number 25? 25 will be presented. Item 26A, 2001 UD 002012, Music Row UDO cancellation and the associated case 26B, 2023 SP 010001, 16th and McGavick. Is there anyone in opposition to items 26A and B? Those items will be on consent. Item number 27 is a disapproval, so it will be presented. Item number 28, 2023Z021PR001, rezoning on Foster Avenue. Is there anyone in opposition to item number 28? 28 will be presented. Item 29, 2023Z022PR001, a rezoning on 24th Avenue North. Is there anyone in opposition to item 29? 29 will be on consent. Item 30, 2023Z023PR001, a rezoning on Linbar Drive. Is there anyone in opposition to item number 30? 30 will be on consent. Item 31, 2023Z026PR001, a rezoning on Patterson Street. Is there anyone in opposition to item number 31? 31 will be presented. Item 32, 2023Z001PR001, a rezoning on Luton Street. Is there anyone in opposition to item 32? 32 will be on consent. Item 33, 2023 DTC005-001, 601 Lafayette. Is there anyone in opposition to item number 33? 33 will be presented. Item number 34, 2022S171-001, Westbrook Point. Is there anyone in opposition to item number 34? 34 will be on consent. Item 35, 2023S011001, Brown Subdivision. Is there anyone in opposition to item number 35? 35 will be on consent. Okay, Chair, I'm going to read the captions.
Thank you.
As information for our audience, if you are not satisfied with the decision made by the Planning Commission today, you may appeal the decision by petitioning for a writ of cert with the Davidson County Chancery or Circuit Court. Your appeal must be filed within 60 days of the date of the entry of the Planning Commission's decision. To ensure that your appeal is filed in a timely manner and that all procedural requirements have been met, please be advised that you should contact independent legal counsel. The following items are on the consent agenda. Starting on page 6 of your agenda, item number 15, 2019 SP 014003, Goodrich Townhomes Amendment. It's a request to amend a specific plan for properties located on Goodrich Road and Buena Vista Pike to expand the boundary of the SP and permit 11 additional multifamily residential units. Staff recommendation is to approve with conditions and disapprove without all conditions, including an updated condition related to the uses. On page 7 of your agenda, item number 17, 2017 SP 034003, Broadmoor and Ben Allen Amendment. It's a request to amend a specific plan for properties located on Broadmoor Drive and Ben Allen Road to permit a mixed-use development. Staff recommendation is to approve with conditions and disapprove without all conditions. Item number 26A, 2001 UD 002012, Music Row UDO cancellation. It's a request to cancel a portion of a UDO for properties located on McGavick Street. Staff recommendation is to approve if the associated SP is approved and to disapprove if it's not approved. Item 26B, the associated SP, 2023 SP 010001. 16th and McGavick. It's a request to rezone from CF to SP for properties located on McGavick Street to permit a mixed-use development. Staff recommendation is to approve with conditions and disapprove without all conditions. On page 10 of your agenda, item number 29, 2023Z022PR001. It's a request to rezone from CN to RM15NS for property located on 24th Avenue North. Staff recommendation is to approve. Item number 30, 2023Z023PR001. It's a request to rezone from OR20 to CS for property located on Linbar Drive. Staff recommendation is to approve. Item number 32, 2023Z on page 11, 2023Z001PR001. It's a request to rezone from RS5 to R6A for property located on Luton Street. Staff recommendation is to approve with conditions. Item number 34, 2022S171-001, Westbrook Point. It's a request for concept plan approval to create 69 lots for property located on Highway 70. Staff recommendation is to approve with conditions. Item number 35, 2023S011001, Brown Subdivision. It's a request for final plat approval to create one lot on property located on Fort Road. Staff recommendation is to approve with conditions. And on page 12, under other business, item number 38, to adopt the amended rules and procedures, and item number 42, to accept the director's report.
Thank you, Lisa. And so, commissioners, The items on the consent agenda to be all passed at one time are the following. Items 38, let me start over. Are the following. Items 15, 17, 26A, 26B, 29, 30, 32, 34, 35, 38, and 42. Is that correct, Lisa? Should I go over them again? Did I go too fast?
Yeah.
I did go too fast.
I'm
Okay.
sorry.
We want to make sure we get this
A
right.
lot of marks.
Sorry, Vice Chair, I'm going too fast today. It's the SEC tournament in the air. Okay. The following items are to be passed on the consent agenda together, and they are items 15, 17, 26A, 26B, 29, 30, 32, 34, 35, 38, and 42.
Yes.
Is that correct? Okay.
right.
Excellent. Commissioners, you've heard the items passed on the consent agenda altogether. Is there a motion to do so? There's a motion. Second. Second. Any discussion? Seeing none. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. And the consent agenda is adopted, which means we are going to consider on public hearing 10 items, which is a lot of items for us. So so these items will be considered items 16A, 16B, 19A, 19B, 21, 22, 25, 27, 28, 31, and 33. Is that correct? I think that's right, but we'll make sure. 33, yep, 16A and B, 19A and B, 21, 22, 25, 27, 28, 31, and 33. Yep, okay, so if you, all those items will be heard tonight, and before we get started, I always like to kind of go through the process so everybody's on the same page, whether you're for or against an item. We want to hear about it, and we often do, and we'll stay here all night to do so. Just so you know, we're volunteers for the city. We're not paid staff. We have paid staff, but the commissioners are volunteers for the city, just like you. But the process goes like this. There'll be a presentation that the staff does. Then we'll open up the public hearing, which is where the public gets to speak, and the council member. The applicant will get 10 minutes. They can save 2 of the 10 minutes for rebuttal. And then we'll take everybody that wants to speak for it first, and then everyone that wants to speak against it after everybody finishes. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Test.
We're going to have to use a mic stick because we're in an ordinance public hearing. We use it in case there's a lawsuit later down the road. So please be patient. We'll fix this. Hopefully, we'll get that. Sorry about that. We'll take a quick break.
Test.
All right, if we could get everybody Neville, thank you, sir. We love Neville. Without our technology. Thank you, sir. All right, so we're back at it. And so we were going through the process. We do a presentation, we open the public hearing, the applicant has 10 minutes, and then they can save 2 of the 10 minutes for rebuttal. And then we do everybody wishing to speak in support first, then we'll do everyone wishing to speak in opposition. And then the applicant gets to have a 2-minute rebuttal if they save those 2 minutes. And then the council member goes, and then we close the public hearing at that point. The one thing that is really important, and we try to be as professional as we can. So what does that mean? It means no clapping, we just clapped, probably violate our own rules. Yeah, but we try to keep it very professional, and you always address the chair when you're speaking. And then one thing we'll ask you to do when we have a lot of folks come up is when we ask you to come and speak and you're in support, just if you would line up right behind the microphone all the way down the middle, and so that we can go quickly, because we want to give everybody a chance to speak. And then we also ask, try not to repeat yourself. The clock is right here. Everybody gets 2 minutes to speak unless you're a neighborhood representative and you let us know ahead of time. You can have 5 minutes, and we'll go through that. Our attorney will go through that with us. And then everybody gets 2 minutes. And so we really appreciate everybody coming down. But it's really important to maintain professionalism, and we try to do that. So, all right. So now we are on to Anita, come on up. So we are on item. So commissioners, as you remember, we'll consider 16A and B together, but we'll hold the vote. We'll hold the public hearing for both, and then we'll hold 2 separate votes. One for 16A and one for 16B.
Right? Okay.
You ready, Anita? All right.
I am.
Let her rip.
I am. I thought we were going to have to ask for Neville again. I don't know. So, hi, Commissioners. I'm Anita McKeag with the Community Plans team, and I'll be presenting item 16A. It's a request to amend the Bellevue Community Plan. In addition, there is associated rezoning that will be presented next. This item was renoticed, and so it was deferred at the 2023 Commission meeting, so that correction will be made in the minutes. These cases are being presented together. However, as a reminder, you all would need to vote on each case separately. So the property's current address is 1084 Morton Mill Road. You can see it outlined in red here. Currently is accessed at the end of Morton Mill Road by a gravel driveway that crosses the railroad at grade. It's being used as a horse farm and also hosts equestrian events. The Harpeth River wraps the property, and there's a new 51-acre park adjacent. And of course, Interstate 40 is to the north here. The applicant is requesting to amend the policy for a portion of the site. You see it outlined with the rural maintenance policy here. The entire property is outlined in red. The portion to amend is here. Staff recommends approval to change the policy to suburban neighborhood evolving for the non-floodplain portion of the site. Staff analyzed the site location and land use policies and concludes that suburban neighborhood evolving policy is appropriate for a portion of the property. The current policy, rural maintenance, it's set up to maintain a rural development pattern with varying setbacks, building forms. It was put in place after the 2010 flood due to the site's current limited access and the amount of floodplain that was there. Suburban neighborhood policy is intended to create and enhance suburban neighborhoods with a variety of housing choice, increased connectivity, and more creative, innovative, and environmentally sensitive development techniques. So several meetings have happened as part of this proposal. Planning staff facilitated a virtual community meeting on August 10th in 2021. Staff also facilitated another community meeting in July of 2022 because it's a very complex case. You know, as staff, we're only required to host one community meeting, but we committed to hosting a second one because of the complexity, and people had a lot of outstanding questions. In the interim, the council members and after, the council members also had district meetings, and the applicant has also continued to meet with neighborhood leaders and the Harpeth River Conservancy. So we conclude as staff that the neighborhood evolving policy is appropriate for part of the site. It supports greater housing choice that's adjacent to a Nashville Next Center. It allows another housing option and more people to support businesses. It complements the surrounding residential policies to the west and south. The streets, including Coley-Davis Road, Highway 70, and the nearby interchange with the interstate provide access. The property has convenient access to transit at the nearby WeGo Park and Ride lot, and the proposed development is providing several public benefits. Let's dive into a little more of the details. So here you see the concept map for Nashville Next, and in the bottom left, you can see a purple circle. That's the area we're zooming in on. So here's the area in more detail. Once again, subject property outlined in red. You can see the green network, that's the Harpeth River floodplain. Adjacent is a center that includes One Bellevue Place, which is the former Bellevue Mall. You can see Interstate 40 here and the interchange with Highway 70. Wrapping the center, transition and infill areas connecting to another center to the east and going up Old Hickory Boulevard. There's also a future frequent transit line slated for Highway 70 and going up Old Hickory Boulevard. The pale yellow areas are neighborhood areas, which are primarily residential. So when the concept map breaks down into land use policies with more detail, here's what you have. Rural maintenance on that part of it. We've got conservation for the floodplain area, and conservation continues along the Harpeth River. You've got the Bellevue Park open space. You've got the soccer fields, which are also an open space. The center policy here, and you've got the neighborhood maintenance areas around in the yellow. Keep in mind that neighborhood maintenance recognizes established development patterns, so that can be apartments, condominiums, and single-family houses. So here's an aerial photo where you can see the varying lot sizes, not the details, but the lot sizes in the larger area. So you see the big box stores involved in the center, and you also see some smaller businesses in there. You can see apartments and condominiums along Highway 70 with the center to the east over here. You can see condominiums, River Plantation, and you can see the varying lot sizes of adjacent neighborhoods, including assisted living further to the west along Coley-Davis. As part of staff's analysis, we took a look at surrounding residential densities. So currently, this property, being zoned AR2A, is very low density. And then you have 2 to 4 dwelling units an acre shown in the gold color. With the proposed development, it changes the subject property to 6 to 11 dwelling units per acre, which is keeping in line with other residential areas surrounding the center. Now let's take a look at a few pictures. So here's a context map. So currently we've got Interstate 40 here, and here's the interchange at Highway 70. So if you go further east along Highway 70, meander through some neighborhoods, you can come through Morton Mill Road here, and this is where this picture currently is. So Morton Mill dead ends as a turnaround, and this property is accessed with a gravel driveway. So take the gravel driveway. You can see cross the railroad at grade. You've got some TVA transmission lines running through here, and you start to see the horse farm. So you can get a better view of the land as it currently is today. So in Morton Mill, there's also a portion of the Harpeth River Greenway. So we're still down here in Morton Mill. Currently, the Greenway comes up through here, and it dead ends as it gets near the railroad track. Here's the CSX rail line. So if you move around Highway 70, back up here to Coley Davis, where it comes into Highway 70, you've got some varying businesses. At the end of that, as you get at the edge of the center, you've got a hotel here, a big box store, and you're on Coley Davis Road. So head further down Coley Davis Road, and you start to see what it looks like. Now, from Coley Davis, it's hard to get a picture of the subject site. You can kind of see it through here. You've got Interstate 40 running along here on the right, and it narrows, Coley Davis narrows, and you've got the Harpeth River, all the vegetation, and then a little glimpse of the site. Go back on Coley Davis a little bit, turn around and go back, and turn at the soccer fields, and you can access another segment of the Harpeth River Greenway. And this is where there's a pedestrian bridge that crosses the Harpeth River. So get out, walk across the bridge, turn over your shoulder, look back, you can see the hotel again. But you can continue on to this segment of the Greenway. And you can kind of get a glimpse then through some vegetation of the site as it is today. So as I mentioned, one of the main purposes of suburban neighborhood evolving policy is to allow for greater housing choice and a variety of housing types. You can use creative developmental techniques to stay off environmentally sensitive land. You can see here the variety of building types that are allowed, which include low-rise flats. So talk a little bit about the mobility network. So currently today, here's the subject property again. And you can see nearby the red square here is the current park and ride lot with a bus line that runs along Highway 70. There's also a commuter bus to Dixon that runs along I-40. Keep in mind, that Highway 70 here is also slated for more frequent transit in the future. In purple, you can see some existing sidewalks, One Bellevue Place, and some of the neighborhoods have some sidewalks in there. And then here is the trailhead and the pedestrian bridge you just saw photos of, and an existing segment of the Greenway in gray. And then here's another existing segment of the Greenway. So what would happen with this proposal? The applicant would build a bridge connecting to Coley Davis here, also raise part of Coley Davis out of the floodplain, provide a multimodal path along here, connect these segments of the Greenway so that more people could have access to transit and to the center, and also provide a connection here that would eventually connect to the new park, as would the multimodal bridge. And the next presentation will discuss those in more detail. So once again, to summarize, the floodplain area is being preserved. Neighborhood evolving policy is appropriate for the other part of the property. It's adjacent to a center. It supports a variety of housing types and provides more people to support businesses. It complements the area's larger policy network. It has appropriate connections with the streets, the proposed bridge, Highway 70, the nearby I-40 interchange, the WeGo Park and Ride lot, and the Greenways extension, with all providing the public benefits. So staff recommends approval of changing the non-floodplain portion of the site to suburban neighborhood evolving policy. And now Logan will present the associated rezoning case.
Thank you, Anita.
Good Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Logan Elliott with the Planning Department, and I'll be presenting the associated rezoning case. The request is to rezone from AR2A to SP zoning to permit a multifamily development. And staff's recommendation is to approve with conditions and disapprove without all conditions if the associated plan amendment is approved. If the associated plan amendment is not approved, then staff recommends disapproval of the rezoning. As Anita mentioned, the site is currently zoned AR2A. The site's approximately 44 acres. To the south is RS20 zoning that's applied to the Harpeth Crest subdivision where Morton Mill Road terminates at the railroad. To the east and across the Harpeth River is shopping center regional district zoning and some RM9 multifamily zoning. To the west on Coley Davis is a mixture of residential zoning types. And Coley Davis Road is classified as a local road, and Highway 70 is classified as an arterial boulevard in the major and collector street plan. As Anita mentioned, the proposed policy is suburban neighborhood evolving, which intends to provide a variety of suburban housing types, and the conservation policy is remaining on the floodplain and floodway. And here we see the site oriented with north at the top of the screen. Here we see the site rotated 90 degrees, so north is now on the right side of the screen. So diving into the site plan, the plan includes 417 multifamily residential units across 7 buildings. A bridge is proposed to cross the Harpeth River and connect Coley Davis Road with the subject site. This bridge would be included within public right-of-way, and in addition to providing access to the multifamily development, the bridge would also provide access to the currently inaccessible by vehicle 51-acre Metro Park, as well as the 20 acres that is proposed to be dedicated to Metro Parks. The bridge would cross the western edge of the Harpeth River Park, and at the proposed Coley Davis Road intersection, a turn lane is provided for left turn movements, so that the travel lanes of Coley Davis Road would not be impeded by vehicles that are waiting to turn left onto the proposed bridge. The plan concentrates the development on the portion of the site that's above the floodplain and proposes to dedicate the approximately 20 acres of land that is within the floodplain to Metro Parks. The plan includes 2 4-story buildings that are the 2 buildings closest to the landing of the proposed bridge, and then 5 3-story buildings more interior and to the south on the site, or on the left on the screen here. The buildings are organized to create an interior courtyard space within them with surface level parking surrounding those buildings, and garage units are also provided throughout the parking areas. The at-grade crossing that Anita showed earlier is proposed to serve as emergency access only once the construction of this project is completed, and this emergency access would be gated so that it was only available for emergency access situations, and this is a typical situation to satisfy emergency access requirements. The plan also includes architectural elevations that demonstrate the massing and architecture of the buildings. Both the 4-story building and 3-story building elevations are shown here. The Metro Parks Master Plan to play that was adopted in 2017 calls for the Harpeth River Greenway to be extended along the subject property's frontage of the river from the existing terminus in the subdivision to the south, the Harpeth Crest subdivision. Zooming in on the subject site, that's identified with the mediocrely drawn red star. The Metro Parks Master Plan identifies the stretch of greenway on this property as a priority piece of greenway. And this stretch of greenway could connect the Warner Park system to the One Bellevue Place, as Anita mentioned, via the Harpeth River Greenway. The existing greenway in the Harpeth Crest subdivision is within an easement that accommodates this future extension of the greenway. And a feature of the Plan to Play Master Plan is that it relies on waterways to route the greenways throughout Davidson County, with many greenways planned to be located in floodway buffers or floodplains, and these areas are prone to flooding. The SP proposes to build the planned greenway in this location as a part of the project. The application has identified 2 potential solutions to crossing the railroad, and the developer would be responsible for constructing this crossing. One option they've identified is to construct a tunnel under the railroad, and the second option is to build an underpass beneath the railroad bridge that spans the Harpeth River. Both options are conceptually detailed in the SP plans, and the final conditions for either crossing would need to be coordinated with the final site plan application, and that would be in conjunction with CSX and Metro Parks. Metro Parks has reviewed both of these options, and they find either to be acceptable pending final review. CSX has not been able to verify which option they would be able to approve at this point without having received fully engineered plans. And planning staff has discussed both options with CSX representatives, and they've confirmed that both of these options are potentially viable. They did also confirm that option B, the tunnel, would need to be coordinated to not obstruct the CSX staging and laydown easement area that's shown on the screen here. After making the railroad crossing, the applicant will then build the greenway along the river up to the northern end of the bend, setting up for future greenway extension possibilities onto the Metro Parks property. The plan also includes a future loop connection at the southern end of the site, shown in orange and called out with the number 6 on the site plan here, so that ultimately on this bend in the river, there could be a full loop in the greenway network. The portion here, while it's not shown on the plan, is being conditioned to be provided also by the applicant, so that the entire greenway network on the subject site would be provided by the applicant or by the developer. In addition to crossing the rail line and building the greenway across the property, the plan also proposes to raise Coley Davis out of the 500-year floodplain. Currently, Coley Davis Road sits below the 500-year floodplain elevation at the curve in the road near the Harpeth River Park, and this roadway floods in certain rain events, leaving the area west on Coley Davis Road temporarily inaccessible. So in response to this existing condition, the application proposes to raise Coley Davis Road above the 500-year floodplain elevation. This is about 3 feet in the lowest location, and in total is about half a mile of roadway. The Metro Stormwater engineers have reviewed this proposal, and they are conditioning that any modification to the floodplain that's associated with the raising of this road would be offset on the development property, so that the net or overall floodplain volume is not decreased in the area with any additional fill that's brought in to raise that road. In addition to raising Coley Davis Road, they're also proposing to modify the section of the road as shown to provide for bike lanes with delineators on both sides of the road where shoulders currently exist to improve multimodal conditions. And additionally, NDOT is conditioning that a multi-use path also be provided. And NDOT has conditioned that the final section of this roadway be coordinated further as the engineered drawings are provided for the raising of the road as well. So to summarize all the offsite improvements associated with the project, the SP zoning is committing to crossing the CSX Railroad and the construction of approximately half a mile of priority greenway, providing multimodal access to 51 acres of Metro Parks property, dedicating an additional 20 acres of property to Metro Parks, the raising of Coley Davis Road out of the 500-year floodplain, and improving the multimodal conditions on Coley Davis Road. So Metro Parks has been extensively involved in the review of this project, having held numerous meetings. The Metro Parks maintenance staff have also reviewed both proposals, including the railroad crossing options, and Metro Parks has recommended approval of the application with some conditions listed in the staff report. NDOT has also been an extensive partner in the review of this, and they have reviewed the proposed bridge and the improvements to Coley Davis Road, and is also recommending approval of the application. The proposed bridge and the proposal to raise Coley Davis Road have not been fully designed and engineered, so NDOT is conceptually approving the proposed improvements with further coordination being necessary as the engineering progresses. Staff finds the proposed SP to be consistent with the proposed suburban neighborhood evolving policy in this location. The proposed land use development pattern are both consistent with the guidance provided in the community character manual for suburban neighborhood evolving areas. The subject site is an opportunity to introduce a moderate density and suburban housing type given the site's context, And staff finds the proposed form of the buildings and site plan to be consistent with the suburban neighborhood evolving policy. And additionally, staff finds the proposal to be consistent with the conservation policy, as the plan limits the disturbance of the conservation areas and preserves these in their natural state and focuses the development on the land that's more suitable for development. And that completes my presentation, and I'll be here to answer any questions.
Thank you, Logan. So that brings us to the next part, which is we're going to go ahead and open the public hearing, commissioners. And is the applicant in the room? Come on up. You've got 10 minutes, and we're going to set your timer for you. And then you can, well, as long as you don't use it, you can watch the shot clock. Uh-oh, we gave him 11 minutes. We gave him 11 minutes.
Okay, are we good? There we go.
Hold on,
I'm good with 13.
I feel like you're a real SEC ref over there.
Yeah.
Gosh, okay. All right, go ahead.
All right. Good evening, commissioners, chairman. I'm Alan Thompson with Reagan Smith and Associates here on behalf of our client, Cypress Brook Company. They've been in business for over 27 years. They're a proven developer across the country in residential type development like we're seeing tonight. So they have a proven record. Appreciate staff's very thorough presentation there. In addition to the 5 meetings that were referenced, we had an additional 3 meetings, one with the residents at the end of Morton Mill, and then we also met with Harpeth Springs HOA and Poplar Ridge HOA. This is year number 3 on this project. Cypress Brook has been very patient. They wanted to involve the community. They wanted to listen to them, see what we could do to make these modifications with any concerns that may have come up. After our fall meeting of 8/11/22, a key item was brought up concerning the safety and welfare and the flooding from 2010, how it covered Coley Davis. We took that time back and said, we know we got to answer this question. So we went back, and it took 2 to 3 months to really understand that we could engineer it, that we could build it, and that we could afford it. Once we came up with that answer, we've come back to the community and had the 2 community meetings that you saw earlier this year. The land use policy, we would concur with staff. This is not a rural area. It is a landlocked area. This project is going to correct that situation. It has adequate infrastructure once we come in and make that correction. We are less than half a mile from the interchange of I-40 and Highway 70, less than 0.8 miles to One Bellevue Place. The park and ride is about 1,200 feet from this site. So these are key aspects that this fits within that T3 suburban neighborhood evolving factor, surrounded by other T3 policies. In addition to that, this brings diversity in housing that gives us options for folks that can't afford to own, but they can afford to rent. And that's very important in the Bellevue community. From a density standpoint, we're actually 9.5 units per acre. It's total 44 acre sites, 44 acre site, sorry. And, you know, we looked at the density to our east, which is River Plantation, and that's 9.3. But immediately to our west, with Harpeth Village, it is 6.2 acres and 59 units at a 9.4 density. And Harpeth Springs, 64 units on 5.3 acres at a 12 units per acre density. So looking at those densities, we fit within the confines of this area from a density standpoint. And that's something we really wanted to focus on. This is a moderate density, not a high density. The benefits this project brings is through the roof for public benefits for the greater Bellevue community. It builds a greenway that our company has been looking at for over 15 years with different projects that have come to the table on this site with multiple different council members over those years. It would finally complete that greenway and connect that greenway, taking hundreds of homes to the north of the track, giving them access all the way to Belmead Boulevard, 10 miles worth of greenway. Thousands of homes to the south of the track, giving access directly to the soccer fields that you see in the earlier presentation. The connectivity is through the roof, making this connection. But we have to connect to Coley Davis Road. That's not a bridge that goes over the river. This is a bridge that spans 500 linear feet. There's a 500-foot floodway, and it has to span every bit of it. This is a significant bridge. In looking at the emergency services concerns, we knew we had to answer that, and it was a legitimate claim by the residents. And so we looked at two things. Can we widen it, and can we lift it? And when we looked at that, yes, we're threading the needle between I-40 and between the floodplain, but we can get a left-hand turn lane movement coming into our site, so we would minimize any kind of through traffic or any kind of restriction to ambulances or emergency services. Secondly, could we raise it? We looked at raising, and we feel like we can raise and know that we can through what we looked at from preliminary engineering, over half a mile of Coley Davis that would get all of Coley Davis above the May 10 high water mark. That's significant. So if May 10 happens again, you have a dry access all the way to Highway 70 where they were locked and trapped before. And that's significant. That being said, we are not building in the floodplain. Our traffic falls within NDOT standards. Coley Davis lanes, while under construction, will have two-way traffic movement while it's under construction open. 70 in Coley Davis intersection there falls within the NDOT standards as well. That being said, in 2015, we opened a brand new Bellevue Public Library. That same year, Metro approved a tax incentive financing package to incentivize our retail center in 2015. 2017, One Bellevue Place opened, which is our key retail center because of that TIF. Red Caboose Park opened a brand new playground in 2019. Also in 2019, Fort Ice and a new Metro Community Center opened up. In 2020, a brand new state-of-the-art fire station, 37, was opened in Bellevue. And this fall, probably the premier state-of-the-art high school in all of Metro school facilities, Lawson High School, is going to open up this fall with an expense over $130 million. So, that said, Metro has invested in Bellevue. And when Nashville is one of the top 5 fastest growing cities in the United States, the investment that you've made, you've prepared Bellevue for growth. For Bellevue to be able to sit on the sidelines and say everywhere else in Nashville should grow, but not us, that's not fair. And I think you need to look at that. So when you look at that, there's 3 zip codes in Bellevue, roughly 69,000 people in population. This is a benefit for all of Bellevue. So please take that in consideration. This is a good project. It's the right location. It's got a proven developer. It brings huge public benefit, and it resolved a health, safety, and welfare issue with the flooding of Coley Davis Road going away. We'd very much appreciate your support. Thank you.
All right, we'll reserve 2 minutes for rebuttal. So now we are ready to take anyone wishing to speak in support. Come on up. And if you could line up in the middle of the row, that would be really helpful. It's a long walk. And then please state your name and address and welcome. Come on up.
Welcome, Commissioners. My name is Eric Wise. I live at 2249 Bell Creek Way in Harpeth Springs. I am a 25-year resident of Nashville, and I own my home in Harpeth Springs off Coley Davis Road. My parents have lived off Coley Davis Road since 2011, so I'm familiar with the area. I'm also a realtor, an avid bicyclist who utilizes Nashville's greenways frequently. I am in support of this development as proposed and see the following as benefits to our Bellevue community. With the tight housing supply in Metro Nashville, I welcome housing in Bellevue and believe it is good use of the land available and will enhance our community. The improvements to Coley Davis Road by raising the road to avoid flooding, such as we experienced in 2010, is good for all residents that utilize the road, and also making it easy to walk is a really good thing. The completion of the Greenway to the terminus of the boat launch, which will connect Bellevue residents to the Warner Parks via the Greenway, is a plus for our community, for joggers and walkers and cyclists like myself. The addition of a left turn lane as motorists approach the bridge to the development will ensure a smooth flow of traffic for folks who live further down Coley Davis Road. While tenants of apartments housing do not directly pay property taxes, they pay them indirectly as it is included each month in their rental payments as landlords pass property taxes on to their tenants. This additional property tax income, as well as the sales taxes that tenants will pay in our community, will further increase our tax base. I wholeheartedly support this proposed development and believe it is positive growth for our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Donovan Degree. I live at 271 Carrollton Drive in Gallatin, Tennessee, so I do not live in this area. However, I represent somebody who has built and sold over 100 homes in that area with a company before. And so just want to say on behalf of what you guys have laid out, I agree with everything that staff has said, and also about Coley Davis Road, raising it out of a floodplain for the public health, wealth, and safety. But specifically, I wanted to kind of address this variety of housing type. You know, as somebody that's young, I grew up, family of 9 in a trailer, went to school at Tennessee Tech, and then went to grad school at Vanderbilt. And I'm thankful that throughout my journey, I've had a variety of housing options. And I think it's important as young people continue down this journey that they have a variety of housing options too. And so as somebody who is young, I wish that more people would enjoy the SEC tournament that is happening this weekend, but they'd also come down here and voice the importance of housing options in this area. As somebody who is proud of what Nashville has created, I wish that we would continue to attract talented people to this area. And part of attracting those talented people are young people who can move to this area and afford it. So in light of that, I am in support of the project, mostly because I'm in favor of Nashville continuing to attract these type of talented people. So I'd like to thank you for creating a city that is dynamic and continues to be one of the first choices in the country. Thank you for your support on this project.
Thank you. Former Councilman Charlie Tyke.
And that's an important word, former, because I never would have thought that I would be back. Has been, yes. I've been involved, Charlie Tigert, 617 Poplar Creek Trace Court, and I'm also a property owner, unfortunately, when a younger daughter died at 8179 Coley Davis Road. But that gives me insight both from the historical perspective and the logical perspective. Since I drive that road, I go to the recycling center, and I visit that condo 3 times a week to meet with my next door neighbor's daughter who lives there and help her build things and do things. I was going to go through some of the technical aspects of the project, but the staff did such a good job there. I was going to refer to page 48 and 49 of the recap there of where I had heard from neighbors and friends and folks in the meadows and whatnot about opposition. But I want to tell you a little story instead. I often speak at homeowner associations, civic organizations, and one of the questions I get frequently asked is, what's your worst experience as a Metro Council member? And there's a lengthy list there, but if you ask me the worst, it was a time that Parks Director Jim Fike and I sat on the stage at Bellevue Middle School, and there were 250 people there packing the aisles, more so than what you have here today, and every one of them was against this new proposed idea called greenways. And it was incredible, just the misinformation and the lack of understanding in the education. But it taught me a lesson that you need to learn all the facts and prepare yourself for those type of things. And that's the greatest thing that's happened to Nashville and Bellevue in a long time, is saying to these folks, I understand your concerns about murderers and rapists lurking on greenways and pulling bodies out of river along greenways, but if you visit Seattle, if you visit Raleigh, if you visit Minneapolis like I did beforehand, and you saw neighborhoods that were thriving, you knew the importance of greenways. This is an important project for Bellevue. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlie. Welcome.
Justin Hayes. I live at 300 Harpeth View Circle in Bellevue. And like so many cities around the U.S., we all know that Nashville is facing a affordable housing crisis. And this crisis has been perpetuated by residents who organize to prevent high-density development in their backyards and who weaponize zoning enforcement to continue anti-growth policies that favor single-family housing. Developers want to build, but this environment has created an artificial shortage of housing that has priced young professionals and the working class out of our cities. This outdated model has trapped us into a housing spiral that might protect your home values today, but will ultimately hurt Nashville's economy going forward as bright young workers look elsewhere for more affordable options. Meanwhile, these groups can now organize easily on social media, spreading fear and misinformation about proposed high-density projects, often using the same repeated arguments in case after case. Opponents of this project, for instance, claim that it is inconsistent with the community plan and not harmonious or compatible with surrounding property uses. But this is just shorthand for saying that renters don't have a stake in the community and will devalue it. But a policy paper from the Joint Center for Housing Studies at Harvard showed that these objections are superfluous at best, and that in fact renters are more likely to socialize with neighbors and participate in community organizations. Opponents also claim that the complex will require the equivalent of one new classroom at Harpeth Valley Elementary School. However, that prediction is inconsistent with data from the American Community Survey showing that single-family homes have twice as many school-age children as multifamily housing. Despite numerous responses and concessions from the developer to update the plan and address community concerns over traffic and flooding, opponents have only gotten louder while raising even more objections. Unfortunately, this is how these fights play out in almost all cities around the country until high-density development plans are ultimately halted and we revert to this housing status quo. The bottom line is that more housing, even luxury apartments, increase the diversity of housing options, increase supply, and create affordability, keeping our economy growing by creating more entrepreneurial opportunities as our population grows. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, welcome. My name is Andrew Terrell, 4808 Nebraska Avenue, and I just want to thank y'all for taking your time out. I know it's tough, and we appreciate the time that y'all take for this. And I'm here today to speak in support of this project for a few reasons. As a Nashville native who has been here my entire life, a consistent theme for years from neighborhoods across the city has been that we understand development is needed, but it must come with public improvements at no additional cost to taxpayers. And this team offers that with this proposal, and these public-private partnerships are critical for Nashville's smart growth. As you've already heard, and I won't list it, that the list of total improvements associated with this project are in excess of $12 million, including the new parks, greenways, and bridges. The second, and I just want to, there's a flyer going around that about 5 reasons to oppose this development, but one stuck out to me. Now, they were all incorrect and disingenuous in my opinion, but one is a graduate of Metro Nashville Public Schools, a wife who's a Metro school teacher, and children who will start kindergarten in Metro schools in August. I took particular issue with the point number 4, that local schools do not have the room or resources for such a dramatic increase in students. You know, we should all want to support our schools to be successful and not knowingly use incorrect statements to speak out against the development. Currently, according to the Metro Public Schools capital budget, Harpeth Valley Elementary is at 78% capacity, Bellevue Middle is at 74% capacity, and Hillwood at High School is at 69% capacity. We should continue to welcome more people to our public schools because that's what makes this city great. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, welcome.
Thank you. My name is Adam Klink, and I'm at 911 Halcyon. Many years ago, I was enlisted by the owner, Mr. Fusel, in finding the proper developer to take his land, purchase it, and redevelop it. We knew it was going to be a challenging site due to the many items that have been discussed today. But we also knew it would be a great apartment site and luxury housing site, mainly due to the interstate access, large park, soccer fields, walkable retail. And therefore, we marketed the site widely to nationwide and brought in, a list of 20, 30 developers who had interest in moving forward for a successful development. Ultimately, Cypress Brook was chosen due to the complexity of the site and their ability to overcome the many challenges that would certainly arise throughout the process. Many developers have had interest in it, and ultimately, Cypress Brook was chosen. One item that I've seen come up quite a bit is density. They're at 9.4 units per acre. Some of these other projects nearby, Cortland West, for example, 25 units an acre. Sterling West, 21 units an acre. Clarendale, 34 units. Novell, 14 units an acre. Sawyer at Bellevue Place, 21 units an acre. So this proposed development is far less dense than many of the recent projects that have been approved and now contribute to the community nearby. Lastly, my wife and I, we live in the 12 South area, but we take part and enjoy the using the bike paths and greenways and parks all over Nashville. We often take our dog and our very new daughter on walks, and we love to do it here as well. I've seen many developments around Nashville, and I have to say this is one of the rare occasions where there's many benefits that the development brings in comparison to most. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome. Thank you, Chairman, Commissioners. My name is Jim Terrell, and as a disclosure, I am the brother of the owner. What I want to say today is I attended the two public meetings that Councilwoman Hauser had in Bellevue, and most of the points have been alluded to, but the first meeting, the only concern I really heard was life and safety. What would happen on Collie Davis if there's another flood like 2010, and if there's a lot of traffic and that ambulance comes through, and they might not be able to get to the people in the meadows or other areas farther down. I agreed with that when I left the meeting. Came to the second meeting to just for information, and the developer proposed the left turn lane on Coley Davis, raising Coley Davis out of the floodplain, and he presented a plan to keep 2 lanes of traffic open during construction so that people could get back and forth, still get back and forth, and would not be impeded as little as possible. There were still other objections. Y'all will hear about those later. But back to the farm. The farm has operated as a commercial horse farm for 40 years. You're probably going to hear about the ingress and egress off Morton Mill Road tonight also. And there has been commercial traffic going back and forth on that road for 40 years with people going to get to their horses for the training of the horses, for the boarding of the horses, and the horse trailers going back and forth. All that will go away within a period of time after this development. I've been a realtor in Nashville, sold real estate in Nashville for 45 years, my whole career, and I believe that these improvements the developer's willing to make will be beneficial and add value to this area. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, Austin Ethcock. I'm at 106 North 8th Street, and so I work with Adam on Capstone, and we get the privilege of working on this property. So Adam spoke about density, and whenever we take on a project, we want to make sure that it makes sense. So one of our key things is looking at the community plan, looking at the community character. So a couple things I want to address specifically are just reasons why this makes sense as a high-density apartment community. So the first one on page 12 in the community character plan, it actually addresses that Bellevue members are, they want to preserve their parks. They'd actually like to add more parks. So this developer, he's offering $12 million in public infrastructure through 20 acres of green space. He's connecting a missing section of the Harper River Greenway, which is going to, complete surrounding neighborhoods with access to 51 acres of currently really unused parkland, which is adjacent to the site. Page 16 is in the community character plan, recommends strategic location for additional residential density. So this property has 417 homes within a mile of Bellevue's core commercial district, which they discussed in the past. So the new project, includes a pedestrian walk with Coley Davis that connects the MTA and the railroad and the ride station, giving not only Ariza residents but also everyone in the neighborhood access to this transportation. On page 17, it says that creating housing choices, strategic locations creates housing that is attainable for residents with a variety of incomes. So this opportunity, the reason for this is because there's a diversity of workers that we want to support at Bellevue community with service workers, teachers, et cetera. So those are the plans. Thank you.
Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Chris Sudicum. I live in West Nashville at 700 Center Point Lane. Full disclosure, my mother is the current property owner, and I'm here to talk a little about the history of the property. For about 40 years, it's been in our family. It's always been, as far as I know, that whole time, commercial horse boarding facility. And my uncle talked about a minute ago, you heard about in the plan, a bunch of vehicles used to come across that service road. I think on average, it's probably 10, 12 vehicles a day to get to the horse boarding facility. Number of boarders has ranged from anywhere to 8 up to 17 at a time. And my understanding is that on average, you get 10 to 15 trailer vehicles a week coming on and off the property. And so that gives you a little bit of history. It's not just a farm, it's been a horse boarding facility. On a personal note, I've lived in Nashville almost my whole life. I'm 38 now, and I've lived off Morton Mill Road, not on the farm, but about 5 minutes from it. And I remember when Morton Mill Road, before it got rerouted, used to get flooded and you'd get stuck in the area. And I know the same thing happens with Coley Davis now. From my perspective, having lived here for most of my life, having lived in Raleigh, having lived in other large cities, growth and development are coming to cities like Nashville. The important thing is for it to be responsible and for the city to see benefits out of it. I think this project, getting Coley Davis out of the floodplain, devoting 20 acres of land to the parks, providing other improvements, are the type of responsible development that we ought to be encouraging in Nashville. So I'd ask you to approve the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Grace Shockey. My address is 122 Cherokee Hills Drive. I'm standing in support with this Ariza project. I've lived in Nashville my entire life, and I've seen the development and the boom, as all of you guys have, over the last 20 years. And I don't think it's stopping. Pretty sure it's going to keep on going. And I have a vision for Nashville that includes parks and recreational centers and places that I can take my kids, because this is where I plan to stay, where I plan to raise my family. And development's coming either way. This is a plan that, as some of the previous speakers noted, is actually providing value to the city. They're donating 20 acres, and it's going to be a higher use than it is now. And I'm an active person, and sometimes I try to go to Radnor Lake on a Saturday. Don't know if you guys ever try and park there, but there's no parking, and this is going to be something that we can all enjoy, and it will be a benefit to future generations. So thank you.
Thank you. And you're right about the Radnor Lake parking.
Yeah.
I live on Hogan Road. I go there all the time. Next.
Hey there, my name is Whitney Rice. I live at 203 North 18th Street in East Nashville. I lived in West Nashville previous to the last 5 years, where I've been in East Nashville. I have been here now for 10 years and have seen, I myself, when I first moved here, was making $10 an hour, working in retail, have since gotten myself to making a salary that I can live on. I own my own home in East Nashville. And I'm here to speak for the people moving to the city who are here to contribute to a beautiful city and continue to make it a more beautiful city, but need a place to live and need a place to settle in. I, over the last several years, have managed a business called the Candle Bar. Many of you may know it. It's an experiential retail business here in town. And we hire a lot of girls who are in college, trying to find an affordable place to live, or just moved to the city, and they need somewhere to live. They can't live in Nashville anymore. There's nowhere that they can afford to live and have a thriving, community and experience in their time, but also the opportunity to grow. And so I think it's very rare to see developments. I'm originally from Northwest Arkansas. There's a lot of apartments in that area because it's a college town. just like Nashville. And there's a lot of developments that don't have this sort of greenway and development along with it. So I think it's incredibly important to add this affordable housing and also the greenways where people can be active, continue to be a part of the community, and love the city. Love the city. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Welcome.
I think I'm it. Good evening. My name is Brooke Shoemaker, and I live at 640 Rochelle Drive, but I grew up in this area just down the road from this site, and I enjoy kayaking right off of Coley Davis every summer. But I'm here in favor of this property and this development. Obviously, everyone has said this, but Nashville's growing, and we continue to feel crowded in the Nashville area. There's a ton of apartments coming up in the downtown area, in midtown area, and it's only natural that the growth is going to continue outside of the downtown core area, and Bellevue is a great place for that. We need more places to live, and I think that, if we're going to support a development, one that is smart growth, to me, is important. And this is a smart growth scenario where the development is giving back to the community. They're providing green spaces, and obviously we've talked about the bike paths and all the things that not only people that live in Bellevue can enjoy, but people outside of it. So just wanted to share. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. And anyone else? Let's see. Come on up. If there's anyone else, please come up and...
Good evening, Commissioners. Jeremiah Wooten, 1828 Wild Oaks Court. I wasn't originally planning to speak on this, but I think they all did a great job. I just wanted to add one more piece. If you look at census data from 2010 to 2020, we've seen a lot of growth in our city, but a lot of that growth has happened in particular places. We've added about 10,000 residents in District 19 in the urban core, and we've added about 25,000 residents in 3 council districts out in Antioch. District 31, 32, and 33 are the next 3 fastest growing districts. And it's great. I love living in an area that's growing, lots of new neighbors, lots of new things to do. But at the same time, I want the rest of this city to share in that. There are some burdens, right? There's some pains with it, but there's a lot of good as well. And when we look at people should not only be allowed to live in one place. Antioch is an affordable area right now, and the reason it's affordable is because we built 24,000 new units of housing out there, and we haven't in other parts of the city. So I'd encourage you to support this plan. I know apartments are scary for a lot of people, especially the people you're about to hear from, right? They may never envision themselves wanting to live in an apartment. Maybe they did when they were young, but they don't want to go back to that. Can you let me speak, please?
Sir,
Can I have my time back?
Listen, stop. We're not going to do this. We're always professional here, everybody. I don't care if you're for it or against it. But talking out loud and interrupting a speaker is not fair. And other people, I don't want them to interrupt you either when you speak. So we're going to be professional, or we'll just stop, let everybody cool off, and then if you're interrupting, we'll ask you to leave nicely. So let's just be professional, and we'll all get along. We're all Nashvillians. We're going to do it the Nashville way, which is who we are, right? Okay. Give them a minute.
Thank you, Chairman. I won't need it. I'm essentially done. But again, I encourage you to approve it. There are lots of people who would love to live in this part of town with such close proximity to, unfortunately right now, one of the best transit hubs in the city, with daily commuter trips on the interstate into downtown, as well as frequent local transit on the 3B. There's no other place in the city except for Donaldson Station where you have both express commuter and local transit. And the fact that this is walkable to that and will create a walkable path for thousands of other residents as well. So that's all I have. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak in support? Seeing none. Anyone wishing to speak in opposition? If everybody would line up in the middle of the row and try to keep the row full, and we'll keep it going. And let's try to, I know there's a lot of people on both sides, so need to. And then just remember to state your name, pull the microphone down, and you got 2 minutes, and the timer is right there. State your name and address for the record. Thank you.
My name is Carol Childress, and I live at 307 White Oak Lane. I am representing Lakeshore Retirement Center, and I was given 5 minutes to speak because of that, and I appreciate that.
That's true.
We have some safety concerns that I want to address. First of all traffic from the 417 new units, possibly 700 plus vehicles, will be funneled onto Coldy Davis Road via a bridge to be built across the Harpeth River, with no provisions given as to how these additional vehicles will be integrated into existing traffic. And before any of these vehicles from this new apartment complex can access 70 or I-40, they need to go through a bottleneck called Coldy Davis Road. It's a 2-lane dead-end road, therefore only one outlet. It's a sliver of land bordered by I-40 and the soccer fields and Harpeth Rivers on the other side. It is already serving 2,500 residents on Coldy Davis Road, and that includes 154 residents like myself in the individual houses at Lakeshore. We don't think that this is a wise plan. We don't think it is a safe plan. More cars, more problems. It is likely that there will be traffic delays and probably even traffic blockages, which would be a huge impediment and huge disruption to people living on Coldy Davis Road, and particularly to us when you figure that this is the only entrance for emergency vehicles. Secondly, gravel shoulders on Coldy Davis Road will be eliminated, which narrows that road down to just the 2 basic paved lanes. These shoulders will be repurposed to be 5-foot wide paved pedestrian bike paths on both sides of Coldy Davis, bringing these 3 models of traffic much too close together to be safe for either one. Try to picture how that will look, and then envision an emergency vehicle speeding down Coldy Davis, probably in the middle of the road. Where are the cars going to go? This is not safe for the drivers, for the bikers, nor for the walkers. We feel that human lives may be at risk. So it was at this point that my neighbors drew up a petition, and it was distributed and signed by over 90% of the residents and submitted to the council, to the commissioners in August. And then as time passed, a follow-up memorandum was signed by, again, 90% of the residents, and that was submitted along with the petition that was signed by employees, residents, and family members at the nursing home at Lakeshore. Along the time, emails have been sent voicing personal concerns. Would you allow me to ask that my neighbors at Lakeshore would stand? Can I have permission to do that?
Sure. I think that's very fair. All right, so we can know.
This is just to show how strongly we feel against this proposal and how deliberate we are in wanting to have safety in our community.
Y'all can sit down now.
Now it has been determined that the elevation of Coldy Davis Road needs to be raised, and that will involve a 3rd lane, a detour. The only place where that is possible is on the I-40 side. That's going to bring vehicles traveling much, much too close, dangerously close to I-40. The road construction could last for perhaps 18 months, with heavy trucks carrying rocks and fill dirt, while normal traffic serving everyone on Coldy Davis must go on. And at the same time, the bridge construction will begin with large trucks and building supplies traveling back and forth, vying for their space and position where there literally is none. Any mishap but one of the trucks could shut down Coldy Davis for hours, maybe even days. This looks like an accident, a disaster, or more likely a tragedy waiting to happen. This is totally unsafe. Probably many of my residents, my neighbors, will choose not to travel on Coldy Davis during this time, and that could be for them a 5 to 7 year shutdown like a pandemic. And so then the elephant in the room, will emergency services will be available to us? Will responders, whether for fire, health emergencies, Is that 5 minutes?
Time flies when you're having fun.
Okay.
At the Planning Commission.
Thank you.
You can finish your thought, and we appreciate you coming.
We have very critical, sensitive health issues there, and we need to know that the emergency vehicles will be able to get to us in a timely manner, and we don't want this proposal to delay response time for us even 1 minute. I thank you for your kind attention.
Appreciate it. Welcome. Come on up.
Thank you. My name is Rex Roberts, and I'm a resident of Harpeth Meadows Senior Community on Coley Davis Road. I live across the street from Carroll. I'm here tonight to express my opposition and that of my neighbors to the proposed zoning change. Many tonight will speak in opposition, and I'm in full agreement with what they will be saying. But I will concentrate on one area, and that is the myriad oral promises that have been made by this developer. The attempt to sugarcoat the effects of his construction and to quell the opposition. Promises are of no value unless and until they're fulfilled. Promises regarding on this project, many oral promises have been made, and most of them, while they sound very good, are to entice renters into the apartments rather than to benefit the residents on Coley Davis Road. You've heard a lot about the promises, the greenway, the additional acres for the park, bike and walking paths, commitment with no equipment, we were told would come through Coley Davis for the bridge, but that's been backtracked. Many materials and equipment for the construction of the apartments will utilize Coley Davis Road. And the access, automobile access to the park and the raising of the road. The ultimate promise which has been made is that none of the construction for the bridge, the apartments, or the raising of the road will increase traffic congestion. However, as Carol said, large trucks will be carrying construction equipment and materials through this area. In addition, we will have 600 cars from the apartments, and we'll have added residents from all over Nashville coming to the park. So,
thank you.
We would just like you to reject this to provide safety for the people living down Coley Davis. Thank you.
Come on up. Welcome.
Hey there. Just in case I couldn't reach the microphone, I brought my own stool. Anyway.
You're fine. You're good.
My name is Suzanne Lanier, and I've lived at 983 Todd Priest Drive for 40 years. I'm speaking in opposition to the rezoning of 1084 Morton Mill Road. When I purchased my condo, it wasn't in a floodplain. Now it is. Same condo. So allow me to start with current information about flooding. Many credible sources, including NOAA and First Street Foundation, all say the same things, the same two things. Number one, limit or prohibit floodplain development. Number two, climate change is overwhelming our current flood maps. In the general plan of 2015, the Planning Commission itself said high-density projects are a bad idea for Bellevue. The larger portion of the parcel at 1084 is in a floodplain, according to current maps. Although the Ariza footprint itself is not in the floodplain, adding acres of impermeable surfaces and increasing the elevation of Coley Davis Road will create displacement of rainwater. And since water runs downhill, where's that water going to go? Approving a riser will also open the door to development in any other spot on that property or any other property that is not in a current floodplain. So why would you take the risk? These are the very same issues and concerns that we had in 2015. So what changed? Is it the offer of access to a greenway? Please, don't be enticed by that shiny object. Does anyone ever suffer enormous upheaval and emotional trauma in their lives because they don't have greenway connectivity? Without greenway connectivity, does anyone suffer possible loss or property?
Ma'am, your time is over.
Okay, the shiny object does not offset problems that it may cause for current residents of Bellevue.
Ma'am, your time is up. But I appreciate you coming here. Everybody needs to, this is not, so we're going to have another talk again. It's not mob rule. We don't vote based on how many people show up. Okay, we give each other respect. We don't clap. We don't cheer. We don't do any of that. Okay, so if we're going to continue to do that, we'll just stop the hearing and go to our next item. And we don't want to do that, right? Okay, deal. Okay, next, and please try to finish within the two minutes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Good evening, Chairman. Good evening, Commissioners, Council. My name is Paige Coy, and I have been in Bellevue the majority of my life. I live at 8445 Marymount Drive, and I just have 2 points that I would like to make as to why I'm in opposition to this development. I am definitely not against bringing housing to Bellevue. I love the idea of providing options for people to thrive in my community. What I am against is the development of this particular plot of land. Like the former speaker was saying, when it comes to flooding, of course, it looks great on paper, guys. It really does. The problem is, once this concrete is there, where is that water going to run to? I remember when they built up Morton Mill Road, and I can tell you I saw as recently as 2018 a fire engine underwater on Morton Mill Road because they had built it up to avert it being in the floodplain, and yet it just wasn't enough. So please, I beseech you, please consider these remarks when you make a vote, and for the love of our residency, please vote not to pass this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Hello, Chairman. Hello, Commissioners. My name is Mark Wallace. I live at 7709 Scenic River Lane. It's in the Scenic River Farms development, which is directly off of Coley Davis Road. We are immediately downstream of the proposed development. Like the previous speaker, I really have 2 points that I want to bring forward. One that's been obliquely touched on already, but I think we've heard about flooding, and flooding is definitely a concern for us. But I'm more concerned really about flood management and extending that even more broadly, emergency management. I think we've talked a lot about accessibility to the site, but I don't think it's clear to many people that we are talking about a road that currently services about 2,500 residents, proposed addition of another 1,000 to 1,200 residents with a single point of access to emergency services out along Coley Davis. To me, it seems really poorly conceived to propose a development that really has that limited access. Recent example of this was, everyone remembers last week's windstorm, not a particularly serious event, but nonetheless, I was on Coley Davis at the time of emergency vehicles moving up and down the road at a quite frightening clip, really illustrating to me that this is a really modest example of something that in the event of a catastrophic flood or other emergency event could be really tragic. The second point I'd like to make today is it's really kind of remarkable to me that we're discussing changes to the Bellevue Community Plan. When I went to both the Rosenberg and the Hauser meetings that were attended by, staff says, about 275 people. where there was unanimous opposition. Well, almost unanimous. There was one person who spoke against it. I just want to point out that a community plan should really reflect the wishes of the community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi. Need to get up here closer, I guess, huh? Okay. My name is Donna Wood. I live in the Meadows, independent living. I've mentioned this several times. I worked with actually talked to someone at the Office of Emergency Management. We had 285 calls in the year 22 to our Coley Davis Road. That's a lot of calls. We have close to 400 people between the independent living and the nursing home. And all of these people are disabled and need this emergency care. If we have our roads blocked, where are the ambulances and the emergency care? How are they going to get around to get to us? Right now, we have a 5 to 7 minute response time with the fire department. They're absolutely wonderful. If this happens, we may be sitting and waiting on an hour, 45 minutes, whatever it takes for 5 to 7 years while they work on this road. There's something wrong with this plan. You're hurting people, or you're going to hurt people. People are going to die. We have strokes. We have heart attacks. We have major diagnoses in these areas of over 400 people. This is not the place for them to be building anything on this type of a road. It's not infrastructure that was built for this type of apartments or anything else they want to put on that road. And I know I shouldn't be up here talking about flooding because I have something from a professor at Vanderbilt. But I'm just really, really concerned about care for our seniors. And I think we're worth it. And if you wouldn't put your grandmother or grandfather or father or mother in our independent living, then why are you making us suffer? Because it's the same thing. We need care and we need it fast. We can't sit around and wait for emergency care with a stop sign of a city worker telling us when we can go and when we can't. You really need to look at this closer for our safety and our health, and that's the main thing about this. Apartments can go up anywhere. We'd like the next 10 years of our life to be healthy and safe, and this will not make our life healthy or safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Ron Nave. I live in the vicinity of this project. I urge you to listen to the people that live close to this project. I don't believe that I met even one person that lives close to the project and supports this project. I've been to a few meetings. I've never met anybody that supports this project that lives close by. 1,800 people signed a petition against this project, yet our councilman, Dave Rosenberg, is working against us, not listening to us. Even by his own admission, he said that traffic will increase 56% on a weekday. Now, how would you like to have this happen in your neighborhood? 56% increase in traffic on a weekday. This is a drastic change. We're not opposed to change, but this is just too much. Adding 400 apartments in the midst of an area that is consisting of private homes, and I believe you have to leap through a few zoning changes to get there. This is just too drastic. We currently, just to show you, we have our homeowners association owns the easement, we believe, that connects to that project. And for years, this easement just allowed traffic for the one farm. Now this easement is supposed to carry traffic of trucks carrying building materials going back and forth every day for 18 months until this bridge is built. So this is like a drastic change, and we believe that we may have legal grounds to challenge this, and we intend to fight this. We will fight this in court. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Denise Henderson, and I live directly on Morton Mill Road, and my main concern is flooding. I've heard a lot about flooding on Coley Davis, but I have not heard anybody talk about flooding on Morton Mill and Old Harding, which happens even before Coley Davis. I simply want to read today from this document. It's called Nashville Next, General Plan for Nashville and Davidson County. It is a resolution signed by the Planning Committee in 2015 and amended in, in August of 2017, and it states, the Belleville community has a large amount of environmentally sensitive features that add tremendously to the character and scenic beauty of Davidson County and the Middle Tennessee region. National features in the Bellevue community include numerous waterways, wetlands, steep slopes, rock formations, forests, and rivers. These environmentally sensitive features are a part of a larger regional open space network, including parks, wildlife corridors, and it is very important that proper preservation techniques be used to protect these features. Through the experience of the 2010 flood and other flooding events, Nashville has learned the value of preserving woodlands, steep slopes, floodways, floodplains, which is a floodplain, and natural wetland areas. Preservation of these areas aid absorption of excess water. I'll say that again. Preservation of these areas aids absorption of excess water, protects and improves water quality, and provides attractive natural areas. It goes on to say Nashville, Davidson County places restrictions on building in these floodways and floodplains and has come to value the use of land adjacent to the communities and waterways. This is the planning committees. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Oh, good afternoon. Lorelei Bergen, and I should have 5 minutes. I went all digital, and now I'm regretting it.
You do. Thank you.
Sorry, please. All right. I am the HOA president of Harpeth Crest and the founding member of Bellevue Strong. Thank you for taking the time to meet with us to hear our neighbors, friends, and community service members. In July 2022, concerned Bellevue residents formed the Bellevue Strong Community Organization in direct response to our council members, Gloria Hauser and Dave Rosenberg, not acting on behalf of their constituents' concerns. At this time, I would like anyone that is opposed to this to stand up. I'm doing so and asking this because in the report that the developers submitted, they had mentioned, and I quote, there are some neighbors opposed to this development. This isn't some neighbors, and in fact, this is only a fraction of our size, as we've collected 1,500 and growing digital and 200 signed petitions against this development. I also recognize the developers have acquired petitions in favor of this development. It should not go unnoticed that what constitutes as a viable petition. The response rate of 412 in favor petitions is nothing to write home about because 50% of those petitions are incomplete or missing vital information, including a signature. In addition to that, most of those petitions were isolated to a particular area, which is 2 apartments off of Highway 70 across from Bellevue-Red Caboose Park. I'd ask that the commission, I ask that we ask the developers to remove those petition results, remove duplicates, and submit electronic mapping of those in favor. I have submitted through Anita. You have 2 photos of the mapping of those opposed. You will see it's not just isolated in Morton Mill and Coley Davis. This is done on purpose, so you can see this is a concern of all of Bellevue and not just these isolated areas. I'd also like to address the Greenway. On February 2nd, 2023, Councilmember Dave Rosenberg and the developers hosted a virtual sales meeting pitch, which my councilman made very clear he would not be in favor of this development if the Greenway was not constructed. However, on March 7th, by way of Becky Snyder at CSX, who is closely aligned to the development, confirmed in writing that the tunnel, as proposed by the applicant, does not meet the required safety standards by CSX and therefore cannot be constructed. However, the staff report in front of you does not reflect this. Furthermore, the second proposed Greenway extension, as an underpass under the railroad, if constructed, has problems of its own. Historical data shows that the proposed trail will wash away and would be a safety hazard if built. In the proposed drawing, the bike path is set at 540 feet elevation level. 540 feet is below the 2-year rain event. Again, we're not talking a 100-year floodplain here, guys. We're talking a 2-year event. In other words, the Greenway under the bridge will be underwater a handful of times a year. In fact, based on the data from a PhD subject matter expert, the water height has been reached above that elevation 8 or 9 times in the last 2.5 years. These are not projections, rather real events that have occurred. So you might ask yourself, okay, well, we'll just raise it higher. Well, you can't, because CSX requires a 5 foot clearance from the railroad to the actual path that has to have an overhang to protect from any falling rocks. So if the CSX tunnel cannot be done and the underpass is not a viable solution, why then are we compromising this entire option to rezone for a greenway? Furthermore, I would like to mention, and I have submitted this to planning, my homeowners association has been for the past 5 years rebuilding the greenway on behalf of Metro Parks, because after multiple options for us to have them come out and fix and repairs, we've been left unheard. So my own community members have gone out plenty of times and made fixes, brought our own hammers, brought our own wood to fix fences, and also repairs done by the flood. Next, I also want to address the plat diagram. You've also received a plat diagram with the blue lining on it. This was the design that the plat of the Harpeth Crest neighborhood agreed to, and not an extension under the railroad, which is also noted that you cannot obstruct trees, or you cannot obstruct the railroad, and you cannot obstruct the riverway. You might ask why Metro Parks stopped there in the first place. And it's probably because there's a critical piece of our property, the stormwater channel, was blocking any further expansion. None of this is mentioned, though, in your report. And none of this has been mentioned in any of the meetings that we've had with Dave Rosenberg or Gloria. If Metro continues to do this, set a plot, and neighborhoods agree to grant access to Metro Parks, and this is how they, in return, treat us in their HOA, you guys are going to really be setting a bad precedence. We did not agree to this. It's in the drawing. Why would we have a plat? Why would we agree to that if this is what the whole intent was to make an extension of the railroad when it explicitly says otherwise? There you go. Thank you.
Thank you. Another former councilman.
Old home week.
If you threw a rock in here, you'd hit 10 of us.
Well, Charlie was coming, so I had to come.
Welcome.
Thank you, and I think I have 5 minutes. My name is Jason Holloman, 4210 Park Avenue, and I'm here tonight to represent the HOA that is just to the south of the CSX railroad tracks, known as Harpeth Crest. And as you've already heard from several members of Harpeth Crest, I think there was a slide for me that is a piece of the T2 maintenance. Is that easy to come by? While that's being pulled up, I just want to highlight from the Bellevue Community Plan's description of T2 residential maintenance, rural maintenance, which is the current designation in the community plan of this area. And it says that it is intended to maintain rural character as a permanent choice for living within Davidson County and not as a holding or transitional zone for future urban development. And I think that's critical here. What you're being asked to do is to change this community plan. And for many of us that were invested several years ago in putting this plan together, we know how much time Rick Bernhardt spent on it, how much time the rest of the planning department and this commission spent on developing that plan with a lot of community meetings, a lot of in-person activity, looking and choosing where we wanted development to go and what areas we wanted to maintain as rural. And now what you're being asked with very limited community meeting, and I understand that times have changed and we've gone to more virtual meetings, but we have not had anywhere near the type of in-person community conversation that we had when we made this designation for what we've had in asking to change this designation. And this is a very significant change from rural maintenance to suburban evolving. And the change in density that would accompany this is from 22 units to 417 units. That's 1,800 times more, 18 times more housing than what's currently allowed. That's dramatic. And so for that, and I think you're going to hear from Professor Rossi, a Vanderbilt law professor, who has some concerns about whether or not this complies in terms of public meetings. But complying or not complying, I would tell you when you look here at where the community is and the time that was spent to make this initial designation, I don't think that this change is appropriate. Beyond that, I want to talk to you as their attorney because, as you've heard tonight, there are concerns about easements. The first easement is a parcel over which the developer would need access in order to be able to construct the bridge. And the second parcel is the current greenway situated. And we intend to file a quiet title action because we don't believe that this developer has the right or an easement to use that property for that access. Obviously, if not, that would have a significant impact on this development. And likewise, there is concern about the scope of the greenway easement and whether or not that exists to do the type of improvements that are being proposed here. I would ask this commission that the impact of that lawsuit on the actual developability of this property would be significant, and that this policy change be delayed until we can get that resolved. Because frankly, I don't think this development would be feasible without that. And I would hate to see us make such a significant change, particularly if it's not practical to do that kind of development and give up that rural maintenance designation. So with that, I ask tonight for your disapproval of this community plan amendment and the accompanying rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. Appreciate it. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Allison McHenry, and I'm here on behalf of River Bridge HOA, and I'm asking if I can have 5 minutes.
Hold on one second. So,
Sure.
Since you all are probably scratching your heads, why do some people get 5 minutes and why do some people get 2 minutes? So I'm going to have our friendly attorney, before you start,
Okay.
Our general counsel, remind us of our own internal rule so that everybody knows. Now, I will also tell you that there are tricky attorneys out there that try to bend the rules on the 5 minutes, and because they like to talk a lot. So we always, it's generally not normal people, citizens like you and me. It's the tricky attorneys that abuse it. But
I'm here just to read a statement.
I know. So, but let's get, before you start, let's get what our rule is so everybody knows why there's 5 minutes. Why we allow 5 minutes for some and 2 minutes for everybody else.
Okay, thank you. So pursuant to the rule, the section I is when prior to the meeting, written notice has been received by the commission authorizing representative to speak on behalf of an organization, the identified representative may speak for up to 5 minutes. So these are this would include someone who's speaking on behalf of an entire organization. Point two, if you're speaking as an individual, as you've seen tonight, not represented by an organization, you can speak for up to 2 minutes. So those are the two time distinctions that you're seeing in play here tonight.
And so there's an important distinction. You have to give us prior notice is the first step, and the second step is that you have to represent an organization.
Correct.
Okay. Did you send prior notice?
I did not. Yes, I was not aware, and this was a last minute. Can you go?
Unfortunately, per our rules, 2 minutes. And so everybody knows now, and we appreciate it. Okay, 2 minutes.
Okay. My name's Allison McHenry. I live at 4045 Stony Brook Drive, and I'm part of River Bridge community back off Coley Davis Road, and I'm here on behalf of the River Bridge HOA opposing this project. And I'm going to kind of just summarize real quick here. The biggest thing is the additional traffic on Coley Davis. As the residents know, sometimes it really backs up because of the soccer fields. There's increased traffic to the park and ride, the recycle, and if you add another 417 units, which, okay, let's double it. Maybe you have 2 cars per unit, so another 800 cars on there. It will definitely back up. I know personally, I have sat on Coley Davis Road waiting to get down it. I've sat at the light at 70 trying to make a turn because it's all backed up. And let's not even talk about the WeGo bus that parks on the road in Coley Davis Road and you can't get by. The concern from the HOA was the traffic study that was done this past August was in a spot that did not record the traffic that went to the soccer field, that went to the park and ride, the WeGo bus stop, or the Park River entrance and the recycle center, or the school traffic. Their understanding is it was done before the school year started. they're concerned about potential flooding, extensive flooding, and you can say all you want, the more you build, you're going to have more flooding. That's just a fact, I believe. Greenway connection, I believe it's just a promise. And I defer to others that have said what they have about the Greenway. And we just strongly oppose this development. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome.
Welcome, Commissioner and Chairman, and thank you for your service first. I'm Andy Marshall. I live right off of Morton Mill Road, and I guess I wasn't even going to speak, but I thought I better get up here. And for those of you who don't live in Bellevue, there have been some young folks up here that makes me sound old, doesn't it, young folks? That have gotten up here and have talked about Bellevue needing to do its share. I would really highly recommend that you walk around or drive around Bellevue. Lord help us, Bellevue has done its share on one-bedroom apartments. We just have, they're built everywhere. All you have to do is drive down I-40 and see all, and Old Hickory Boulevard, and see all of the apartments that have gone up in Bellevue. We have really done our share. I have major concerns. Also, drive yourself down Coley Davis. The pictures don't do it justice about how small this road really is and how it's already been built up to keep it from flooding, and it's going to get worse. So you really ought to look at that road because the pictures don't do it justice. Plus, I have major concerns. I live right off of Morton Mill Road. Morton Mill Road gets very narrow and a very narrow, small neighborhood road going down. And I don't know how in the blazes they're going to get construction materials for this huge, humongous bridge. It's ridiculous. It's going to ruin that little neighborhood that's the very end of Morton Mill Road. Plus, they're going to have to come down Morton Mill a lot because they're going to have to save this place a lot from flooding. You ought to see it. I've already been stuck in my neighborhood in Morton Mill twice, and I've only lived there 8 years. Thank you very much. This is a crazy project, y'all. We don't need it.
Thank you. Welcome.
I'm Ann Gwynn. I have lived at 1060 Todd Priest Drive for 40 years. So I heard somebody else had been there 40 years. I have a couple of concerns. I really agree with most everything all these people have said, so I won't repeat it. I'm concerned about one piece that came up tonight about this affordable housing for all these young people that are moving here. If they're making $10 an hour, they won't be able to live in this facility. I can't remember how much they are charging, but they're really going to be nice apartments, as I understand. And I think we need to step back and say, wait a minute, what are we trying to accomplish? Some of you have heard from me more than once about affordable housing in Nashville. We need it. We need it. We need it for the people that built Nashville and have had to leave town because they can't live here. But I don't think this project would help with that. The other thing I will just repeat, because it's real to me, is when you put down that much concrete, the water's going down the hill. And I live at the bottom of that hill. And I had 6 feet of water in my house in 2010, and I'm not very tall. I don't want to see 6 feet of water in my house again. We had a little tourist attraction here a couple of years ago when the water was up to the road behind my house. And we were carrying furniture upstairs. I don't want to do that again. And I think this kind of arrangement could lead to that. I don't know that it will, but we are in the middle of climate change, and I'm a little older, but I know we are. So I just hope you'll consider those ideas as you make your decisions.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. My name is Jesse Joseph, and I reside at 1072 Morton Mill Road here in Nashville. I have previously corresponded with this honorable commission by email, so I won't reiterate the points that I included in that correspondence. I'd just like to add a point or two orally in addition to the matters that I mentioned in writing. I have a concern that the rezoning and the amendment to the community plan would constitute illegal spot zoning pursuant to the Tennessee Supreme Court's and the Court of Appeals decision in Grant v. McCullough. The citation is 270 Southwest 270 Southwest 2nd 317, a 1954 Tennessee Supreme Court case, and the Tennessee Court of Appeals decisions in Fielding v. Metropolitan Government, a 2012 case, and City of Orlinda, Tennessee versus Robertson County, a February 2023 case. On the basis of the following points, this rezoning would pertain to a single parcel. That's clear. This rezoning would benefit two particular interested parties, that being the Ariza apartment development and Metro government as a whole, because of the free public improvements. This rezoning is inconsistent with the Bellevue Community Plan, where this commission has already characterized this parcel as T2RM, which contemplates only low-density residential development. This rezoning would treat the rezoned rural tract unjustifiably different from the surrounding parcels close to the Harpeth River, which remain rural properties. Based thereon, I would respectfully ask this honorable commission to reject both of these applications. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. Hi, my name is Michael Belcher. I live at 100 Beach Bend Court, and I want to talk to y'all about disasters that are not flooding. Mainly that the T3 designation, this plan doesn't even fit into that. And there's one big point that is, as a safety reason, it's not quite meeting. The Metro Subdivision Regulation Chapter 3, which covers the T3 designation, reads, the use of an interconnected street system shall be used to broadly disperse internal traffic and provide maximum alternatives for access to property for both public and private movement. There's only one way in and out of this development, and that's a safety concern. In January, there was a big house fire in Harpeth Trace Estates in Bellevue. That house fire, no one was hurt, just the house burned down, everybody got out, but it kept everyone trapped in the Harpeth Trace subdivision. And there are several hundred houses in an apartment complex up that hill. The reason that they were stuck, there is technically an emergency exit that was never able to get unlocked during the around 6 hours that people were stuck in the subdivision. Just like Ariza has, they say that there's going to be an emergency exit. It doesn't really work like that. It sounds great on paper, but in the event of a disaster, and not even floods, just something happens to the bridge, something happens in the apartment complex that blocks the one street leading out to the bridge. It doesn't really work like that in reality. You can't just go and unlock the emergency exit to let people out to go to the jobs that everyone is saying are going to be worked by the people that live there. So thank you. Just consider it in that it doesn't really work like that. It's not going to be good.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Christoph Steinbrückel. I'm a PhD engineer, and I live at 7148 Somerset Farms Drive. I have a very practical question to the representative Ragan and Smith, and I understand he has 2 minutes to rebut it. The developer has been very skimp, lackadaisical, I would say, in terms of coming forth with details on how he goes or plans to go about what he wants to do. So here's my question. How will you maintain two-lane traffic on Coley Davis Road while you're raising the road by 3 feet today, or 1 to 5 feet today, or yesterday, I think it was, or 6 feet as specified on the drawing published by the developer? Thank you.
Thank you, and we always really do try to answer all the questions that are brought up, so we'll get an answer.
That's a good question. Evening.
Commissioners, Mr. Chairman, appreciate you having us here. My name is Steve Sosha. I live at 7740 Riverbend Way, which is a neighborhood just off of Morton Mill. And my property includes the 33 acres that are directly adjacent to or across the tracks from this site and from the park. And while I'm personally opposed to this development for a whole lot of reasons, I'm here to read a statement from John Walsh, PhD, who is the co-director of the program in disaster research and training at Vanderbilt. He submitted this to y'all within the past few days through comments, but I'll just go ahead and read it in the record if you don't mind. So Dr. Walsh says, items of concern. Having reviewed the ERISA development documents for this project, I have some serious safety concerns relative to the limited ingress-egress existing for the current dead-end two-lane road, Coley-Davis. Number one, the potential for trapping residents during flooding events increases the life safety risks to these individuals substantially. In case of medical emergency or fire, responders will be unable to provide emergency services. Two, once trapped, evacuation avenues are limited to water and air response, as we saw 2010. Both are costly and dangerous to both evacuees and responders and lengthens the response times considerably. These types of rescues are highly dependent on staffing and specialized equipment availability. Number three, the present plan of a dead-end two-lane road within this proposal for use as an adequate emergency transportation and evacuation route for 3,500 plus individuals and others is dangerous, increases needless risks to residents and responders during flooding events, and illustrates the need for expanded normal and emergency transportation options regarding this proposal. And lastly, the trend for frequency of heavy precipitation one-day events continues to increase and will likely, per NOAA, and will likely continue to increasing taxpayer costs for emergency responses. Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Hey, my name is Michael Henderson. I live at 1301 Morton Mill Court. I live in a spot where there's a curve, and if you go down the hill to the river, it's like a 1-minute walk from my front door. So if you go down the curve 2 years ago, it's a 20-foot drop. It was 6 feet over my head. That was 2 years ago. So if you build this, it's going to flood even more. And when they showed on the map where the dead end of the greenway is, and I have a kayak and I go fishing, that down there where the greenway is and the railroad tracks, I've seen it 3-4 foot over my head down there. So I don't see how they can build this with all the concrete and the fact that I have 25 years in construction, so I know what concrete does. And the absorption of the water, it ain't going to be there. Because when they want to build the greenway, they're going to tear out all the trees, which sucks up all the water. Doesn't make no sense. So it's just going to flood, and I'm downriver. That's where it's going to come to, in my front door. 2 years ago, Harding Road was flooded, and we couldn't even get into our subdivision. The HOA that I live in, Riverside, we couldn't even get home to get into it. And that was 2 years ago. That's all I got to say.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, Kathleen Giewalt. I live in the Meadows. I have 3 things to say. The first one is I have started saying to people when I see that they're here from parts of the country, because they're flooding in, I say, oh, welcome from California, but please don't turn us into California. And they smile. I've heard today that they want Nashville to be big, have lots of parks, and have affordable housing. My hometown is very big. It has lots of parks and it has affordable housing. It's Chicago. And the people can't get out of there fast enough. Don't turn us into Chicago, please. And please don't consider us disposable people. We are old. We're happy to be old. We're happy to live in this community. It's a very gentle community. It's a kind community. But I felt very disposable tonight. Like, get out of here. We want our parks. Well, Chicago's got parks. California's got parks. But don't turn us into that. Please plan Nashville in such a way that you can respect all the individual needs of the people, but don't at the same time wreck the whole thing while you're at it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. Welcome.
I am too short. My name is Sharon Morrow, and I live in Somerset Farms off Coley Davis. And I do have concerns and am against this project. I'm fine for Arisa come to Bellevue. It's just not at this location. It's just not good for it. It's mentioned that for flooding, if they raise the road 2 feet, that means my neighborhood is going to have 2 more feet higher flooding, because there's no way when it flooded in 2010, Coley Davis was 2 feet underwater, but it went across both sides of the interstates, on over into the property beyond, down there, on into their retention ponds, and on down the interstate. So all of that displaced water's got to come back somewhere, and it's going to increase the floodplain where we are. And with that means Morton Mill is going to be more flooded, and so the emergency lane's not going to work. And the other thing is the community greenway and area. Well, yes, it would be great to have that additional space there, but they're going to donate that back to Metro because they don't want the cost of maintaining it. And it's going to be up to Metro to take care of it when it floods. They're going to plant a lot of more trees after they take down a lot of trees. They're going to plant more trees. And that's to keep the residents from looking out onto a floodplain with the waters. The 100-year floodplain has been going on multiple times during 1 year. The other thing is that they're making a donation for this, and they're going to take a tax deduction for that amount, whatever that value is. Another cost to Metro.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, I'm the aforementioned Weasley attorney, I think you said.
Tricky
attorney, sorry. So 5 minutes, yeah.
That would be you.
If I could just respectfully correct the chairman, though, the reason I want 5 minutes is not because I like to talk. Believe me, the last thing I want is to be here. I think you could ask anybody in the yellow shirt. The last thing we want is to be here. The reason I wanted 5 minutes is because I haven't had the opportunity to express myself in any in-person meetings with Councilman Rosenberg at all. He has flatly refused to have any in-person meetings whatsoever.
Well, before you start, keep it respectful. Address the chair. Okay? Thank you. Give him 5 minutes.
Thank you.
I interrupted him.
Did I not adjust? I apologize if I addressed anybody other than the chair. So,
continue.
Okay. So, and part of the, as Jason explained, I'm sorry, Devin Schultz.
You need to state your name and address.
I did not do that.
For the record.
Devin Schultz, 7348 Riverbend Road. I am off of Morton Mill by about 100 feet. And I also represent, not officially in legal capacity, but as a subdevelopment in our HOA, a group of individuals who have a house on the hill. And Councilman Rosenberg has said in prior meetings that nobody will see this project once it's complete because there's no visibility over the railroad. That is flatly false. I will see 100% of it. In fact, I was having a conversation with Attorney Henry after Gloria Hauser's meeting, and he said, "Don't worry about it. There's a night sky ordinance that should protect you." And then he pointed up to the building. We were at the sportsplex, and he said, "Oh shoot, Metro's not even abiding by their own code." So how are we supposed to expect the Ariza development to abide by the code when Metro themselves is not abiding by the code? Speaking of Attorney Henry, he told me in person that they had not looked at the easement question, which we will have a lawsuit on, which we will fight vigorously, which we will probably win, that he had not even looked at that question until I sent the email ticking it off, and I think it was November. And so it was 10 days before we had that conversation. So this is indicative of how this whole process has gone. They have just assumed and assumed and assumed they can do something. And it's been incumbent upon us to stop whatever they want to do or raise questions. The problem is once we raise questions, there's no feedback. I can't tell you how many emails I've sent to planning staff asking questions. We've raised questions about CSX. We've said there is no vehicular connectivity because CSX will not allow the emergency access. Yet that is still in the staff plan. That remains in the staff plan, that there is vehicular connectivity. That notwithstanding, they sent a flyer out just last week that said no emergency access will be given other than emergency vehicles. And yet in multiple meetings, Alan Thompson said that there will be through traffic. So all of these meetings up until that mailer we got last week have indicated there will be through traffic and emergency access. Well, CSX has said that's not permitted, and they have said that they have conveyed that to the developers team the entire time. So there's a lot of obfuscation and obstruction, to say the least, and we don't feel like we have been heard at all because, again, there's been no in-person meetings, which is a requirement of the staff to have a meeting in the affected area. There's also a requirement to notice the property under Rule 7A3. That was not properly done. In fact, it looks an awful lot like that sign was placed on our property, our HOA property. So that failure has done. And so I'm wondering if there has been a determination to delay or defer the decision on this application or reject it outright as called for by Rule 7A3. I haven't heard any discussion about that yet tonight. So I would ask you to reject it on any number of 100 reasons, but that being one of them. So I really wasn't prepared for 5 minutes, so you may benefit from that. So I think I'll just end it there, but the community plan should not be amended without significant community participation, and there has not been significant community participation. It's a violation of the rules of amending the community plan, and the community plan, as Jason has said already, that this is supposed to be a permanent situation for T2 rural maintenance. Is supposed to be a permanent situation, without transition. I apologize. So that is, it does violence the community plan. It does the exact opposite of what the community plan calls for. So thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
I hadn't planned on speaking. I just happened to be moved, Mr. Chairman, so if you don't mind. My name is Nancy Kane, and I live at 9028 Sawyer Brown Road in River Plantation. And I came up here to address all of the young people who were from out of our community who were concerned about the lack of housing that's affordable. And we don't know exactly what the cost of these apartments are going to be, but on Macquarie Lane, there's 231 units there that have been assigned as affordable housing. It's 40 to 80% of the annual median income. And the Metro Department of Housing considers anything below 80% as affordable. The other thing I wanted to address was the CSX access that being locked. And from what I heard here is that under emergency situations, it would be unlocked or available. So who has the key? Who do you call? What constitutes an emergency? And how long will it take the emergency crew to get there once the phone call is made? What if the emergency person is out to lunch? Does that just mean that nobody gets called? Nothing happens. But anyway, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Logan, I've got a couple of images, if we could pull them up. Sorry for the crude drawing. May I begin, Mr. Chair?
Go ahead.
My name's Jim Rossi. I live at 7704 Scenic River Lane on a bend of the Harpeth River immediately downstream from what's being proposed here. And at the outset, I want to thank you and the Planning Commission staff. The staff report brings transparency to and places many important considerations in writing at the preliminary stage of this application. And because of this, I'm confident that Bellevue will be a better place to live regardless of the outcome of this community plan amendment and rezoning. But let me just express why I'm opposed to it. And why I'm opposed to it, I think, has been submitted to you in writing in my comments. I'm not going to go over anything in my comments. You can read those on your own. But let me focus on a couple of new issues. First, with respect to the staff report, considering and voting on this proposal in the first place tonight violates your own rules. You know what your rules say, but I'll just quote one sentence from them. The planning department rules clearly state prior to the commission's consideration of an amendment to a community plan, a community meeting shall be conducted by the commission staff in the area affected by the amendment. MPC staff has failed to hold a single meeting in the Bellevue area in person. This is required by your rules. This is a dramatic change to our community plan. We're entitled to that kind of process. And I understand extraordinary circumstances arise. COVID certainly was one of them. As your own website states, though, the governor's executive order regarding COVID expired in July 2021 before any of the hearings regarding this community plan amendment. Now, you might think I'm parsing words to suggest that we follow rules when rules say things clearly, but I think it makes a difference in this case. We've heard from seniors today. There's a very large group of them here, and you've heard from them tonight. I think that's important that you hear from them. But look at the staff report. Consider how the staff describes what they learned in the meetings. What they learned in the meetings are a bunch of concerns, but nowhere does safety even appear as a concern. And, certainly if you look at the Nashville Next, there was a recognition in Nashville Next that you need significant participation in adopting and changing community plans. I'm not sure that significant participation existed, and Nashville Next even recognized that there's certain groups that are that under participate, and seniors are one of them. They're not as tech savvy. They're not as proactive with respect to getting online and joining virtual meetings. And with respect to this group of individuals, I don't know if any of them were present at the virtual or online meetings conducted by MPC staff. Now, this matters. It matters because when you also look at the staff report, I see a significant blind spot with respect to safety and also with respect to flood management. And let me mention why I think this is important. Here, my map might be helpful, and I apologize for the very crude yellow line, but that crude yellow line is the span of Coley-Davis Road that kind of ends in most of the maps that are presented in the staff report. The X, the yellow X that you see there where it says dead end, is the dead end of Coley-Davis Road. This is a 2-lane dead end road. The staff report doesn't recognize that at all. This is a significant issue because already more than 2,500 residents live in that area right off Coley-Davis Road. That's our only way in, only way out. You've approved those land uses. Those land uses include the meadows, but they also include all these developments I've mentioned here, Somerset Farm, where I live, Scenic River Lane, River Bridge, Poplar Bridge, and the like. There's also a TVA and NES substation that depend on those roads that road is the only point of ingress and egress. The proposal here would add potentially 600 to 800 residents. So we're pushing 3,500 or more. We're also adding a new park. On top of that, we have soccer fields, a dozen soccer fields. This is intense use on a very narrow, constrained road that dead ends. It's not a through road as Sawyer Brown might be, or many of the other roads that we talk about that have high density apartment development. This is important. The access issue has been mentioned by others, but T3NE is also very, very clear that for new development, you need to think about connectivity to provide residents with multiple routes, multiple options to destinations. And the rationale for this is to reduce congestion on primary roads. That's clearly not going to happen here. We need to think about this, and we need to think about the layout here and how Coley-Davis Road dead ends. Can we go to the next image?
Thank you, sir.
Do I not have any time left? Oh, well.
Time.
That was a big issue.
As we said, time flies when you're having fun. And Mr. Schultz, I do want to clarify something that when I say tricky lawyers, it's all of the lawyers in the room, not just you. Okay, and I mean that. You seem like a nice guy, and
And it's generally the lawyers that challenge the 5 minutes, but I wanted to make sure that we were fair to give you the 5 minutes, just clarification. So, thank you. You're okay. All right, you're good. All right, anybody else wishing to speak in opposition? All right, hold on. Ma'am, do you have an issue with the commission? Ma'am? Do you have an issue with the commission? No. Wait a second. Hold on one second. We always try to make sure that we do everything properly.
There were images that were submitted in advance that she wanted to be displayed during her presentation.
And who?
None of the staff heard her when she got up say that she had images to be presented, as Mr. Rossi did. We pulled up his images when he said, I have images that I presented, that I submitted. No one heard her say that she had images for us to pull up. So.
And the images are of the petition?
We have them in the record, but no one heard her ask for them to be pulled up. We're happy to pull them up now if you'd like to see them.
Yes.
But I don't think we can give her any more time.
Let's pull them up so that.
With apology, I was the first one to display images, so I.
Yes, we'll pull them up so the commissioners can see them. Thank you, ma'am.
I just want to make sure you guys see them.
We got it.
I appreciate it.
Okay, and Lisa, what are these? This is the petitions. Okay.
I believe this is information on the petitions, and she did submit written comments as well.
Description of the, okay, commissioners, so noted for the record. All right, seeing no one else wishing to speak in opposition, 2-minute rebuttal.
Mr. Chairman, I would love to have 3 minutes. There's a lot to rebut if you would be so kind, but if not.
You know the rules, Mr. Henry.
Sean Henry, 500 11th Avenue North. Let me first address the community plan amendment. As you can see on this aerial on your screen right there, the dot there on Coley Davis Road, to the right of that dot is the 5-story Hampton Inn. Next to that is the MTA Park and Ride. To the left of that dot is the Home Depot complex. So the community plan amendment, we say, is completely appropriate. The only reason this property is T2 is because it's never had access to it. It's been landlocked forever. With this amendment and with the bridge, it now has direct access to Coley Davis Road and thus qualifies, given its proximity, for T3 policy. The preliminary SP before you, the question is the project feasible? Does the preliminary, it's a preliminary. It's not a final. A lot of folks feel like there ought to be further engineering details. That will come in due time. Absolutely, and most of the conditions address what's required on final. Traffic safety. We've got all the experts here who can address any question that you want to ask any of the experts on the team regarding any of the engineering analysis. Traffic safety, NDOT says this project is feasible. Flood management, there's no floodplain development. I can't say that loud enough. The client's taking care of all their stormwater detention, planting 250 trees. Coley Davis Road, the new bridge, and all of the apartments are outside and above the floodplain, outside and above it. Easements, we did a legal analysis. We submitted that to your staff in the Metro Legal. So we've addressed the easements. If there's any questions, I'm happy to answer that. Rarely does such a compelling case come before you. There's $12 million of public infrastructure that's being installed as part of this project. That's extremely substantial. You've got One Bellevue Place struggling to pay their TIF obligation, and you've got Nashville now ranked as the 4th highest income set of renters in the country. That'll help One Bellevue Place. Thank you, sir.
All right, so next we're ready for the council members, but I believe there's 2 of you that would like to speak. So, Ginger, I said Ginger. Ms. Hauser, that's because I served on the council with your daughter. So welcome, Ms. Hauser. Good to see you.
Thank you.
And just for the record, the council members don't have time limits, so they.
Oh, wow, now that.
But that doesn't mean we need to be. Okay.
No, we're not going to go there. First, I want to thank everybody that came out. This is not fun. There are many other things you could do with your time. So I appreciate.
Council lady, if you could, I'm sorry, I know you're thanking everybody, but you can thank them while looking at me.
Okay. All right. I'll thank you. You all know I'm talking to you. I just want to make sure that everyone realizes that we do appreciate their participation. And I think the participation you see here today says how people in Bellevue love their community and how they support each other. And I want to make sure we take time to honor that. Also, I want to say this is a really weird one because the project is located in Councilmember Rosenberg's district, but it's my district, 22, that is the impact. It's kind of like if you went to a restaurant and you had tomato soup and water and they brought you a bill for a steak. You'd say, whoa, whoa, no, no. And they say, well, but you're the one sitting here, so you get the bill for the steak. And I think that's how the people in Coley Davis feel. They feel like they are the ones that are taking the brunt. So originally when I heard about this project, well, it sounded like a nice project, but I was really concerned about my people in Coley Davis and how this was going to impact them. And as you know, Alan, who I trust and respect greatly, was explaining the project, and it sounded really nice, but I'm like, but what about my people in Coley Davis? As he was telling me more wonderful things, I'm like, yeah, but what about my people in Coley Davis? What turned me was the raising of Coley Davis Road because of safety. Because we do, as has been repeated multiple times tonight, have 2,500 people that now live on Coley Davis Road. Should they live there? Should we have made different decisions 20 years ago? Hindsight's always perfect, right? 20 years ago, if we'd said before we allow any of these subdivisions, we need to make Coley Davis Road safer, we wouldn't be in this situation today, but that didn't happen. Right now, we recognize things need to happen with Coley Davis Road. It's not in the Metro budget to do. The only way that the Coley Davis Road is going to become safe is if we do have a development. So when Alan brought that to me and said, I will raise Coley Davis Road, your 25 people will no longer be stranded when it floods, as it does flood. I said, oh, well, that makes a difference to me. So I do think that's one of the things to consider as you're looking at this project is the safety of the people in Coley Davis. If we can't raise the road, if that's not possible, then we don't need to do this. If we can raise the road, then that's certainly something to be considered in the viability of the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Lady. Councilman Rosenberg, welcome.
Good to see y'all. Thank y'all very much. So I'm heartened by the engagement from folks in Bellevue tonight, and certainly life would be easier if I agreed with the opponents of this project. But there are objective truths here, and the sincere concerns being expressed just don't jive with those facts. A falsehood can travel around the world and back again while the truth is lacing up its boots. But it's our job to let the truth be the ultimate arbiter of our decisions. So I'm going to go through the concerns I've heard one by one. The first and most prevalent is flooding concerns. There's trauma in Bellevue from 2010, and I get it. My own neighborhood saw over 100 homes go underwater, and had the water level risen another 18 inches, my home would have been in the water. There's fear about it happening again, and there's concern about haphazard development upstream in Williamson County. Here are the data, however. Number one, in 2010, the Harpeth River at Bellevue rose to 33.23 feet. The second and third highest crests ever were 24.3 feet in 1948 and 1975, a full 9 feet below the 2010 level. In fact, the National Weather Service data show that the second through 10th highest crests are all clustered between 20.5 and 24.5 feet. And that's because at that level, the water is covering so much land area, it's really difficult to get an additional rise in the water level. You need massive, massive amounts of water. And we happen to have 24 inches of rain in 2 days in 2010, and that did the trick. At any of those levels, the second through 10th highest crests, the water level does not even touch the site of this property. This is confirmed by data on the Nashville Situational Awareness for Flooding Events, or Nashville SAFE system. Again, only once in 102 years has the water level ever reached this property. And in the case of even the 2010 flood, the proposed first floor apartments under this project would be dry. That's not true of homes in most of Bellevue's neighborhoods. In fact, if we used the standard proposed here, thousands of homes in Bellevue would not exist. Number two, the fact that only in a 2010 flood would the water reach the development site means this site cannot possibly exacerbate flooding for two reasons. One is that our stormwater regulations restrict runoff from being greater post-development than pre-development, and our stormwater professionals have signed off. The second is that in the case that 2010 happens again, the ground is fully saturated early in the event, so once you reach an instance where we have 2 feet of rain, impervious surface has no impact. Additionally, early on, we heard widespread concerns about people being trapped in a flood event, about how everyone on Coley Davis was trapped. It's true that Bellevue was basically an archipelago in 2010, and none of us could leave our neighborhoods, and that's because most of the neighborhoods in Bellevue have one way in and one way out. However, the 2,000 residents of Coley Davis would not be trapped and would be reachable by emergency services under this plan, 2,500 residents. So we're reducing that amount and solving the issue that's been expressed. And while I don't think we should alter our existing infrastructure based on the 2010 flood, if it'll make people feel better and the developer will spend the money, have at it. These existing residents and the 900 or so new residents of Coley Davis Road would have new connectivity in the event of another 2010. So to summarize on flooding would not be worsened, the site would not be vulnerable, and connectivity is only improved. Now on to traffic. For residents of Morton Mill Road, they would see only 5 construction vehicles per day during construction of the bridge abutment. In exchange, with NDOT approval, the developer will pay for permanent traffic calming on Morton Mill Road, which has long been requested to handle excessive speeds there. And frankly, it's the only way we're ever going to get traffic calming on Morton Mill Road because NDOT's criteria disadvantage suburban communities, and our neighborhoods never make the cut. Additionally, to address fears that the road will be damaged by the small number of construction vehicles, at the end of the bridge abutment construction, when the construction vehicles on Morton Mill will end, the developer will restore the road to its state it was in beforehand. At that point, there will be no traffic on Morton Mill except for use by emergency vehicles who will have a remote that allows them to open the gate. For Coley Davis Road, which I used to live on, that road typically carries 4,922 cars on a school day. According to traffic and parking, the proposed apartments would add 2,271 cars for a total of 7,193. I think you know that this many cars on a free-flowing road leaves plenty of capacity, and it happens to be identical to other 2-lane roads in Bellevue that are more complex than this and never have traffic backups. Traffic and parking also indicates a peak hour vehicle count of 174 cars, which is less than 3 cars per minute. That will hardly create traffic. So again, traffic concerns have been addressed. The next concern is about apartments. In Bellevue, U.S. Census show that only 12% of homes are traditional apartment buildings with 10 or more units. And that's by the unit, not by the building. The remainder are almost entirely single-family homes and townhomes. The reason for this is that we haven't approved an apartment complex in District 35 in 15 years. I believe it's been 8 years since one's been approved in District 22. So while there's a narrative of Bellevue being packed with apartments, the reason is that those apartments are concentrated on our major corridors, and on corridors that have appropriate infrastructure, and that's the way it's supposed to be. Coley Davis Road itself has a pretty eclectic mix of primarily attached townhomes and single-family homes, along with some businesses, a senior living facility, and a 122-acre TVA substation. Nashville is growing, and refusing to build housing on a vacant piece of property just off the interstate is the type of decision-making that's causing an affordability crisis, a housing crisis, and a homelessness crisis. All factors that lead to things like traffic congestion, the loss of teachers and first responders, and increasing crime rates. I've been very intentional about building ownership units in Bellevue, and that's because we needed to see that badly. Now it's time to help solve a need with a project that brings incredible upside to our community. For starters, I've been hearing about the lack of greenway connectivity between the two sides of Bellevue since I took office, and the answer has always been one property owner won't let us do it, basically holding us hostage. And they brought multiple apartment proposals, and they all wanted to use Morton Mill Road for the traffic, and now it was a very easy no. It would be so far deep into the community, down a neighborhood road, it simply wasn't an option like this is. We can finally have that connectivity. This and the multimodal path the developer is building on Coley-Davis Road will allow Coley-Davis residents to go all the way to the far ends of Warner Parks without traveling on a road. It'll allow the considerable number of residents on the south side of Bellevue to bike to the soccer fields or to Bellevue's only real transit connection. It'll leave us one connection away from connecting Bellevue's prime commercial center to neighborhoods on Highway 100. Additionally, the soccer fields are simply busting at the seams, and we don't have enough. Up to 20 acres of additional sports field is huge for all of West Nashville. This is also the only hope of ever turning Kate Frist Park into something special the community can access. This proposal first came to me in 2020. It sounded like a pipe dream, and one that I frankly didn't take seriously because of all the hurdles. At various points along the way, I've been certain I'd never hear of it again, that there was no way they'd ever turn this into a serious proposal. Along the way, we've had a series of meetings separately conducted by Councilmember Hauser and me, along with 2 conducted by planning. We now have before us a plan that brings enormous community benefits. And the only real downside is the inconvenience of construction, an issue I'm determined to mitigate. It's difficult to stand here and disagree with a large number of constituents, many of whom I considered friends, but I hope they will consider these facts that differ greatly from the PR push against this process and this project. And I hope it's understood that each one of these promises that's getting made has to be made as a condition of these apartments getting built. They're not hollow promises. And if any roadblocks prevent them, the project simply won't move forward. Simply put, right is right. From a policy perspective, planning staff got it right, and it's important that conjecture not overtake the fact that all the requirements and conditions have been met. From a political perspective, I know that this is in the long-term interest of the community I'm so proud to represent and be a part of. I ask for your support for these applications and look forward to the opportunity to address any further concerns from the community if you allow this process to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Seeing no one wishing to speak, I declare the public hearing closed. Vice Chair, you want to go? Yes. Chairman? Oh, bathroom breaks. So, Commissioner, let's see. Let's look at the time. So we've been here 2 hours and 56 minutes, but so I was hoping, Commissioner, to get through this case and not have an interruption. And we'll try. We try it, and then we'll take a bathroom break. Okay. Well, yeah. Okay, Commissioners. That means we got to try to be. No, I'm just saying. Let's. We'll go. Okay, Vice Chair.
I didn't mean I was anxious to start this conversation. This is very complicated. We haven't had such a complicated case in a while. There are a lot of good things that I liked that I heard about the project tonight. Obviously, the increasing the housing supply, increasing housing choice all around our city is very important. Obviously, the public benefits associated with this project are very appealing. I think there's a lot of very good things. Personally, I can't get the image of the 2010 floods and what happened in Bellevue out of my mind. And I am struggling with, kind of what the council lady said, that hindsight isn't perfect. Had we known what would happen, we wouldn't have put so many houses further down Davis Coley Road. So why would we, at this point, add more is kind of what keeps coming to my mind. Even if they are out of the floodplain right now. I know the data that was just shared with us indicates that the flood in 2010 was a once in 102 years, but it seems like every year, and obviously I'm not an environmental scientist or anything like that, but it seems every year there is another extreme event, and we should be planning around the extreme events, not around what historical performance at this point. I feel like it's our responsibility to think about doing things that are planning for the future, which indicates there's going to be more extreme weather events. I have a lot of questions, and I will probably start and then assume that my fellow commissioners will pick up some more. I guess starting with 16A and the community plan amendment, can we talk through the process for that and I want to confirm what was said about the community plan? The community meetings, and whether a community meeting did occur around the community plan amendment.
Anita's going to come up.
Okay, and you may have said that, but that was like 2.5 hours ago.
Sure. So we held the first community meeting for this plan amendment in, July of 2021, August of 2021. And so, as you can imagine, even prior to the pandemic, we had heard a lot from neighborhood leaders about meeting fatigue and, hey, let's try to utilize technology to provide other meeting options. Let's try to do things. So here comes the pandemic, which gave us an opportunity to actually do that. So we started having virtual community meetings pretty early on, within the first few weeks of the pandemic. And so what we found was, instead of 2 or 4 people attending, like our in-person plan amendment meetings, we were having 30 or 40 early on. And so it was still the pandemic. There were enough people still fearful in, summer of 2021. You all were just back in person. People were still very fearful. We had a virtual community meeting because, once again, we thought, well, that'll probably be better attended. So 95 people attended the first one. The rules say that the planning staff just have to host one community meeting. But, this case complexity, you've had all these different entities involved in all this land, like TDOT, NDOT, all the departments you've heard of. So we said, we committed, hey, there's a lot of outstanding questions. Hey, applicant, go back, work on these. And when you're ready to move forward, we'll host another community meeting and help you. So we hosted the second community meeting about a year later, in last year, in 2022. It was also virtual. We had over 200 people attend that one. And we had so many questions and comments that we couldn't get through them all. And so we took additional questions for another week after that community meeting, compiled them into a document, 61 pages of Q&A responses. So for us, virtual community meetings work well for several reasons. Flexibility, convenience, we all understand that. But also, people have told us it's a lot easier to see materials and maps on their screens where they can zoom in. We also have the capability to record those meetings through ITS where people can view them later. You'll see that in your staff report. One meeting was viewed like 249 times. Another meeting was viewed after the meeting, in other words, another 100 and something times. So, you can actually have them when we're having snow events and cold events. You can still go ahead with your meeting. And so just for a variety of reasons, we found them to be much more effective. Currently, we try to tailor that to, if somebody comes to us and raises a lot of concerns early on about a virtual meeting format and the community prefers in person, we'll certainly work with them on that. But, I haven't heard any of the concerns about the virtual meeting format until recent days.
Okay. And I guess another point to confirm, so if we were to adopt the community plan change, that goes forward regardless of whether this project comes to fruition, right? So we are basically deciding that this part of the community should be, again, thinking back to 2010, whether this should remain rural completely, maybe there's an argument for some increased density to this area, but I struggle with thinking it needs to go to the, that's a pretty dramatic shift in intensity from an existing rural policy. I understand there's a hotel in the area. I understand we're close to I-40. I understand the reasoning for it, but, I think we made a conscious decision at that time that this should remain rural, and I'm not 100% sure I see the benefit for changing that. There's a lot of benefits that are coming from this specific project. If this project didn't happen, would I still think that it made sense to have, the more intense usage there? And I don't know that that's the case. I think my other questions are probably more about the project itself. And I guess trying to understand a little bit more about the Davis, the road widening. I guess one question I had is this road going to be wide enough to have the bike path and a turn lane? And how is the turn lane going to get integrated? Is it going to be, you'd have to widen to do that.
Yeah, NDOT has reviewed the concepts that the applicants provided, and they've approved the application conceptually to be able to provide those. NDOT's requested that the engineered drawings are stamped by a hydraulic engineer, a geotechnical engineer, and a structural engineer because of the kind of unique situation that road is in. So NDOT is, they would like to see the engineered plans before they're confirming what section is being approved here. So while they've seen the proposal and they are recommending approval, they're also conditioning that further coordination would be required pending the fully engineered plans, with the understanding that this is a bit of an unusual situation. So they're waiting for more information to confirm what the ultimate section would be for the road.
So what happens if NDOT comes back and says that this is not feasible?
So there are conditions of approval that indicate that the 2 lanes would be provided with bike lanes. And then there are conditions related to the turn lane. And so those are conditions of approval that those improvements be made. The exact cross section is what Logan's talking about, that it may change a foot here, a foot there, depending on what the cross section is and with the engineered plans. But there are conditions that require those improvements as a part of this, if this is recommended for approval.
To add to that, if I could, the staff is recommending that the raising of Coley Davis out of the 500-year floodplain be a condition of the zoning bill. So if they're not able to satisfy that requirement, in addition to the greenway construction and crossing of the railroad, that the project would not be able to move forward.
Okay.
Without going back to council.
Going back to council or back to us?
Both. So if it's a condition of approval of the council bill, the only way that you can change a condition of approval of the council bill is by going back to council again.
Right.
And then in order to go back to council, it would have to come back to you also. Okay. We would want it actually as a condition in the council bill.
Okay, that's good. I'm thinking about what the concerns that were raised about the senior living, the assisted living, and the independent and the nursing home. This is a fairly significant improvement to try to get the road. How would that be managed? They've committed to maintaining a 2-lane road during the construction phase. Is that feasible?
Yeah, yes. They would have to maintain existing rights of way while under construction. That's not uncommon when you're dealing with road construction projects. Especially in an instance where there's not sort of a detour route available, it's not uncommon that you need to maintain the existing access and the existing, especially for life safety issues, while you're constructing any new improvements.
Okay. Okay. And then I guess one point that was made was around the fact that someone made a comment that this project was increasing connectivity, and I wasn't fully sure I understood that. So the connection through the Morton Mill Road is only emergency access. That's correct, right? So I don't see exactly how that's increasing connectivity. If it's an emergency access road only.
The Morton Mill access point would be emergency access only. The project's increasing the connectivity by providing a bridge from Coley Davis to the site, as well as providing greenway connectivity to the Harpeth River Greenway. So it's improving the vehicle connectivity as well as the greenway multimodal connectivity.
Okay.
And the bridge, the proposed bridge also provides for vehicular connection to the Metro Park property that is currently adjacent to this property to the west that does not have vehicular connectivity at the moment.
Okay. I have so many questions. I could probably ask like an hour of questions, but I'm going to defer to the rest of my commissioners, and then if things that I have in mind haven't come up, then I will circle back around. I have serious concerns about this project. You know, again, I would love a greenway there. I think that's a great idea. I don't understand there's economics to the whole thing, and obviously to get these kind of public improvements, you know, we have to be willing to work with the private sector. And you know, there's a lot of good things about bringing this housing into Bellevue, but I'm just not sure this is the way to do it or where to do it. And, you know, the safety concerns and the other issues to me just way too strongly. But I'm going to listen to everyone else.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with Vice Chair. This is a very complicated issue. You know, on the paper, 2-dimension, it sounds like a great improvement. But we hear lots of neighbors concerned who live through and continuously live and would like their life to be improved as well. And of course, you know, this will bring 417 units. So depending on, you know, how many bedrooms so it will bring somewhere around 450 to, you know, 700-800 new neighbors to the community. So we have to weigh in the quality of life with new neighbors as well as existing neighbors. So we had lots of concern. And, you know, difficult thing is because currently, of course, 2010 flood is a very traumatic event for not only Bellevue resident, but everybody in Nashville who lived in Nashville 2010. It's so hard to forget. And especially I'm close to Bellevue, so I have seen lots of, you know, parking lot, like Publix parking lot was, you cannot cross without canoe. So that experience is still fresh. So with that experience, you know, having T2 rural maintenance in that location makes sense. And now we are asked to consider T3 neighborhood evolving. And of course, you know, general plan is a living document, so it changes time to time. So when we thought 2015, yes, rural maintenance will be good policy for there. And then time changes, you know, neighborhood changes, community changes, and we have ability to concern a new proposal, which is true. But in this case, you know, it's not community-driven, rather developer-driven. I appreciate this is a great plan and has lots of, you know, great amenity, but we cannot, I'm having a hard time, even though this proposed development is closer to Highway 70, even though this development is closer to more, you know, convenient Highway 70, but it cannot overlook the Coley-Davis Road is dead end, and it cannot overcome that. So yes, 417 unit is much closer. If something comes up, be able to use bridge and, you know, evacuate. But that is kind of two-dimensional thinking. So I do understand raising Coley Davis, that portion. So that portion of the flood will be mitigated. But what does it to the water movement on the other area? Because I'm not scientist, I'm not engineer. So in my head, if you raise, water will go elsewhere. So how do we, consolidate those two different ideas? So if may help that, but still you cannot improve the dead end. And it may stop the flooding in that portion of the Coley Davis. But what about other area? So I am not convinced, and I do appreciate, effort of Councilmember Rosenberg, and he is very convincing, and I do understand, this development team really thought through it. But in my head, I understand this is still preliminary, but so many unanswered questions. And Greenway connection is great, but it depending upon a permit from CSX. And we know how CSX act, and they are not easy entity to work with. And of course, CSX, easement and has to come under the railway. So it has more, safety concern as well. So many unanswered conditions at this time. So I am really uncomfortable moving forward. So that's where I am right now. So I may have more specific questions, but I may circle back after I hear from other commissioners.
Thank you. Councilman?
Thank you so much, Chair. Thanks to everyone who came out. Really appreciate the comments from Councilmember Rosenberg in particular. I think going through a lot of the facts, there's a lot of emotion around this case. Definitely understand what people are concerned about flooding if you do have flooding that happens a fair amount. So that is something that we all take seriously. Could I ask from staff a little bit of the history of the policy that is the current residential policy and how that community conversation went and why that was selected? That might
Anita's going to pop back up for us.
Provide a little bit of background as to why that was selected. I know that on the other side of the railroad tracks, it does have a neighborhood policy, a T3 policy, and this is T2. And could you help us understand why it is T2?
Sure. So the last time we updated the Bellevue plan as a whole, that was right after the 2010 flood. So 2011, we adopted it in early 2012, or you all adopted it in early 2012. So it was mainly access. In this case, it was a farm. At the time, the owner had, no plans that he shared with us about developing it or anything. And the adjacent property that is now a park had kind of a mirror condition where they had property like this that was outside the floodplain, but then the other half of their property was in the floodplain. So because we heard, lack of access, Morton Mill Road, you've got to cross the railroad track, nothing. And so we applied rural maintenance policy to it. So in the mid 2000, after the adoption, probably about 2014, the owners of both properties started asking us about, hey, what if we developed a joint project and we did some other type of housing? Would you all even consider, other types of housing? And we had told them that the only way that seemed feasible to us was to access Coley Davis Road and tie into that condition. Otherwise, you would need to try to develop a similar product to the Morton Mill area to make it fit. And so that's when they started entertaining then what could happen. Time went on, and then in 2019, the adjacent property owner decided to donate that land to parks.
Okay, so that's helpful. I know changing policies is a big deal. It sounds like there has been a lot of discussion about that, kind of generally, specifically related to this project. What I'm gathering is that one of the major factors was limited access, which this potential project has solved, more so than, we have some areas where you have some parts of the county where you have much, much broader areas of rural that folks are really wanting to maintain a little bit more of a kind of farm or semi-farm lifestyle for a broader region, and we know what some of those areas are. So it's really interesting to see why immediately across the railroad tracks you'd have a change of policy and what went into that. And I think that comment is that background is very helpful. Could I ask next, I guess, maybe a question about Cola Davis Road itself and what is the width of the profile of the street today versus what the improvements would be? Construction is always a hassle, right? Construction of this road, when it was constructed, was probably a hassle to folks that lived around there. And I definitely understand how road improvement projects can be a hassle. But what is the profile of the road today versus what would be proposed? I guess
Logan has that information as well. And then when he's giving you sort of the details on existing lane widths and section, I also am going to ask him to talk a little bit about level of service on Coley Davis as well.
That'd be great. Thank you.
The existing lane widths on Coley Davis are 11 feet, and that's a standard local street lane width. And with the proposed section, currently the plans show 11 feet. Again, that would be subject to the further coordination. I believe there have been roads that NDOT supported less than 11 feet, but I think 11 is the typical local street standard, and that's what it is existing, and that's what it's proposed to remain as.
And there is now gravel shoulder. It would actually, the paved width would actually be wider because you would have the addition of bike lanes on either side. And so it's a wider pavement width, but the lane widths remain at 11, which is a standard lane width.
And so during construction, would the bike lanes be, I'm assuming, maybe constructed at a little bit later in the project during conclusion, so you might not get those bike lane widths immediately, but the pavement could be restriped or something like that later on to.
That's right. All of the paving would take place at one time, the widening and the paving to make sure that you have the width for the bike lane, but then the actual installation of like the divider for the bike lanes and the striping is probably sort of late in the process when you're wrapping up. And then just about Coley Davis, it's generally at about 11. It's a level of service A, sometimes a B. It would remain at that same level of service with
at least after the construction is completed, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's helpful. We had so much commentary, and a lot of it was really good, and there's a lot of goodwill behind it, and I really want to comment on maybe a couple things. One comment that I heard that I wrote down was that community plan should reflect the wishes of the community, and I think that's true, but at the same time, policy is kind of based on overall community goals, but also land characteristics. It's also access, and that policy is a little bit more of a technical recommendation, I guess I would say, whereas the community support or engagement is more of the legislative side of that equation. So I think the popular support question is a little bit more of a political question than the technical question that would inform policy. And so I'm kind of satisfied with the responses I've heard from staff about why this policy choice was selected previously and why it would be different today. And it seems to me that a major factor informing that is the potential to add access, which is really important to, frankly, to the safety of the residents who live in the area. And one of the other comments that I wrote down that I thought was important to hear and to restate when we're talking about change in community, and certainly we want to be a community that welcomes additional residents and residents of all ages and backgrounds. But one of the comments that I heard that I wrote down that I thought was important was, please don't take current residents to be disposable people. And I think we need to hear that, and we need to respect that and respond to that. And part of my response to that is that I see in the staff report that a lot of concern has been taken for the public health, safety, and welfare of that community. I know that council members have as well. I definitely know that Metro Stormwater takes that very, very seriously. I think a lot of our reviewing departments do take that seriously. We as a commission take it seriously too. And kind of what I'm coming to a little bit for this proposal is, what is the cost of doing nothing as it relates to the safety of these residents? If the current road conditions, such as they are, especially in floodways or floodplains, if those remain as is, you would probably have a little bit less cars on them. But the life safety condition would remain. And so I really think that this proposal presents an opportunity to correct that life safety concern for the residents who live there. And I feel like that is a compelling thing to me that does recommend this proposal. And I'm also satisfied that even with a community plan change from a rural to a T3 suburban plan, that a subsequent rezoning would not come through this body or through the council if it did not address those same life safety conditions. So those are things to me that generally do recommend this. Again, hearing the concern from neighbors about life safety, which we've heard so much in flooding, that I am persuaded that this proposal takes those valid life safety concerns and makes them better, while also adding some additional housing choice and connectivity, in particular multimodal connectivity in the area. So those are my thoughts. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilman. Appreciate that. Commissioner Henley.
Thank you, Chair. A couple of the notes I had made and questions I had, I think have been at least mostly or partially addressed, but I'll ask this and hopefully I can get a confirmation. It sounds like from a public infrastructure standpoint, and I feel like most of our very contentious cases that come before us, they kind of land in some perceived or very factual failure of public infrastructure. And this is a project that brings before us an opportunity to at least address, I won't say solve, but address a lot of them, which I'm pleased to see that that's an approach that's starting to be taken from our development community. But what I heard, and this is what I want to be clear on, is there's a few things that this whole thing is contingent upon. And one is being able to elevate, Coley Davis and elevate it to a certain level. So that, I'm assuming that's a very specific characteristic that we have that this is contingent upon.
Yes, staff is recommending that the zoning be contingent on the road being at the 500-year floodplain or higher.
And then I think another one I heard is, the ability to connect the greenway. I see, and what's up before us is option A and option B. That's also, it can be one of those two options or some other configuration that resolves that issue. And then I would assume there's a third one that there's a bridge that bridge that's proposed also meets a certain level of standards. So seems to be some significant infrastructure mandates that we're placing on this project, zoning requirements.
Yes, the greenway is also a condition of the zoning bill to cross the railroad and build the greenway as it's shown with either of the two options. The bridge construction is not a condition of the zoning bill. I think in staff's view of this, that the bridge is such a critical part of the plan that it didn't need to be specified, but that could be a condition that could be added to the zoning bill.
Yeah, I think our friends at Codes would probably make sure we get that one right before anything moves forward. So I think, one of the things for me, and I think I'm kind of picking up where council member here left off, it's kind of the cost of doing nothing. I feel like if this was an NDOT project to elevate, Coley Davis, we wouldn't be here, but they'd probably be recommending this is what we do. This is how you, quote unquote, address the issue at hand. We would have those 2,500 some odd residents in a much better situation, so that when a flood event occurs, which it will, they aren't experiencing, being trapped in archipelagos, what I heard the council member say. I think that's critical. I think that's important. I think also, we would likely be in a state where if Greenways and our Parks Department, was better funded or had better partnerships, we would already be talking about this connectivity. So there's a lot of things that I think, our public realm has suffered from for years that, at least in this little snapshot, are attempting to be addressed. I feel the spirit of Commissioner Haynes next to me, and probably all the little scribbles he would have jotted down about, relationships and partnerships and strategic ways to work with parks. I won't make those, but I'll definitely acknowledge his presence. The CSX statement was one that I think was brought up a lot by the opposition, and I think it's important to. I mean, is there a statement from CSX that we have?
We have a written statement from CSX that the use of the existing at-grade crossing at Morton Mill could potentially be used for emergency access, subject to some conditions, as well as for construction access. Concerning the Greenway crossings, they haven't provided us anything in writing, but I did talk with the individual that was referenced, Becky Snyder, last Thursday about the project here, and she confirmed that both of these options were potentially viable. I think the confusion with option B, the Greenway Tunnel, might have been that at one point the tunnel was shown in a location that was interfering with their easement that they are looking for their laydown and staging, with the potential replacement of that railroad bridge that crosses the Harpeth River. That's their kind of interest in that area, is to have the ability to replace that bridge in the future. And they confirmed that both options were viable, although they would need to see option B in a location that did not interfere with that easement.
Okay. I'll shift my comments quickly, and I'll try to be succinct with it. I understand that a lot of our residents have, and I think it was considered, or called trauma from the 2010 flood. I think it's trauma period from a lot of the flooding that we've had, and it's very difficult. I've been a part of many attempts to try to have conversations with community members and residents, organization leaders, honestly, about the concepts of, flood management and hydraulic engineering, which is very challenging. But there are models, there are ways that we can do it. There are ways we analyze and make these changes. And as I said, I think, what's being proposed here for Coley Davis is something that I think would be done by those departments that are built to serve our community and to work to resolve some of those issues. So I don't think that what would ultimately be designed and approved would be something that would have that severe of an impact. At least we would be in a no harm situation. Now, as far as the plan itself, we talked about the accessibility and creating accessibility to the park, and that significant contribution to metro parks. Is there, and I can't see it from here, and I don't know if it's something that's conceptual, but allowing parking along the edge of what will be the new park space. Is there a contribution or some type of parking agreement that's contemplated with that contribution to parks?
There's no improvements on the park property that's associated with the project, either on the 51 existing Metro Parks or the dedicated land other than the greenway that's proposed to be built. So that would be a Metro Parks initiative if it was to be improved.
Okay, I'd like to just think that's something that should be considered. And the last question I have before I pass the mic on, we mentioned the left-hand turn lane, and I'm curious, is that a condition or is that just something that's like a nice to have that we've talked about, but we don't necessarily have that as a condition?
It's something that's included in the plan currently. All of the Coley Davis Road conditions and sections and improvements are conditioned by NDOT to be further coordinated.
Okay.
I think they would like to see the engineered plans to get a greater level of comfort before they commit to the exact condition. The turn lane was not warranted in the traffic study, and it's something that the applicant is offering. And NDOT has approved the plans that include the turn lane.
Yeah, I would personally feel a lot better and would advocate for that to be at least a planning department recommendation.
Yeah, NDOT, it's in the staff, NDOT has it in their conditions in the staff report, so, and we generally refer back to the other department's conditions, yeah.
That does for me. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Clifton.
Well, this has been quite an interesting experience for me. I think that it's predictably emotional for a lot of people as we're dealing with a lot when we talk about that area and the flood. And there's a few things that I wish were at the level of conditions. There are some good things here. I was stunned when I heard about the raising of the road. I mean, I just didn't think we could get private money to do that. And unless I miss my guess, that's a significant thing, and not just for any new structure, a very significant thing. And then I'm thinking about the access to the Greenway, which some people poo-poo and I do not. I mean, we're not making any more land, I don't think. I'm sorry, am I too low? Well, I was really articulate, and I don't think I'll be able to match that by saying it again. What I was saying is there's some things about this proposal that are extremely positive, one of them being the impact on people already there because of raising this road, which is a huge commitment that I don't know how many times we've seen something like that. That's taking away a problem that's there now, knowing that it may never happen again, of course, because of the length, because of the strangeness and extreme nature of that last tornado. So I said that, and then I said, while some people have poo-pooed Greenway access, it's not a good plan to do that. It's not a good plan to poo-poo that. It's no more land is being created. We have a great system. We have a great park system and Greenway system. This adds to that. And then the third thing I think about is purely political, which is what happens in the future. What happens in the future in terms of potential political change, where we may not be the ones making these decisions, where the state is making these decisions, which is frankly the way we seem to be going. I'm not sure that serves us well in Nashville, but I'm a little worried about deferring a lot of things until see how they do it, frankly. So I'm, as much as I love the idea of not building more in green areas, those other three things, the access to greenways, the possibility of political change that would take some of these decisions away from us, and the raising of the road that provides security and some safety for existing residents, make me not want to just throw this out. I don't think we're there to approve it, though, in terms of all the conditions. I think there may be more that we could put in there to allay some of the very well-spoken concerns people have. I don't know what that leaves our options as being, or if anyone else agrees with me. There may be a complete solid vote for or against this. I'm still a little bit up in the air, but I certainly don't think it's an easy decision in light of what I've just tried to say. Am I missing something? Do we have the authority to not decide this and say there needs to be more specific assurances on some of these things if we can get them, or is it up or down today? I'm a newcomer, to this.
Well, Commissioner, as you remember, if there are the commissioners, we can vote to defer, and we'll get our counsel to say if this is correct or not. I'll give it my try. But generally, if we find that there's questions that need to be answered and we need time to do it, we defer things. we need to state those reasons for the record, or we can either try to make a motion to approve or not approve, or a motion to disapprove. The issue tonight, I believe, is, we can't just do a straw poll here, but which I wish we could, but we can't. In order to approve, just a reminder from a procedural process and voting process that to change a community plan, you have to have 6 affirmative votes. And there's only 6 of us here tonight, which would mean if we had one objection, then we would have to have another motion, which would be either to disapprove or defer. And if we make a motion to defer, we have to have a reason. There are, I believe, some questions still out there. There's a question to title land on easements. There's some questions that we potentially don't have the answers to tonight, and we could defer or not. We can also, to be frank, I hate to even bring this up, but we can defer and close the public hearing, or defer and keep the public hearing closed, which we've done in the past. So those are the options, Commissioner. And as a reminder, we have those particular options. But in order to defer, we have to state for the record the reason, which I think there are potential some reasons.
I think there are some, but I don't want to make that motion right this instant. I want to know what other people think in light of the way things have gone as we've gone on the table, including how you.
So we're still under discussion. Personally, I generally don't comment at the end, but I appreciate you putting me on the spot.
Oh, well, you're on TV and stuff, right?
Yeah, we're always on TV. But I think there's still some more discussion, Commissioner, from other commissioners, more questions, and then we'll come back. All right. Any other discussion? Commissioner Johnson.
I would love to hear a little more condition to be tightened up for me to get comfortable. Yes, I do agree this proposal has good point, but I think everything is kind of intent and not specific condition, so such as bridge construction and who is maintain it, and the street. I mean, this is a local street and 2-lane, and shoulder is just like a foot or 2 gravel, and very constrained street. So what if, and that, I would like to have that condition to be more specifically spelled out before we get comfortable moving forward. Because as of right now, so conceptual and up in the air, I would like that condition to be more tightened. And I would like to see CXX condition will be more agreeable, and that would be
maybe a written statement.
Yes.
CXX would be okay.
Like a permission or ongoing statement from the CSX. That would be more comfortable.
For both the
Vice Chair, you need to turn
the statement from CSX for both the construction emergency access easement as well as the greenway for both easements.
Yeah, construction easement will be very important as well, because we are talking about a heavy dump truck going over, multiple times. Even if we limit 5 trips, it will be, 10 going back and forth. So we'd like to have like a permit or agreement, written agreement from CSX before we can move forward. So that will make me more comfortable.
Vice Chair, I know you had some more questions. I want to make sure all the commissioners and the Vice Chair get them answered. So, Vice Chair?
I don't think I have more. I mean, I
think one of the questions that I had is would be a clear title to the easements, which came up by one of the attorneys. We can get an answer to that. That would be, or at least try, would be helpful. I think that's a very legitimate question. Okay. Any other questions?
Yeah.
Oh, hold on. Hey, Commissioner Johnson, why don't we let Commissioner Henley go, and then I'll come back to you and Vice Chair. Commissioner Henley.
Well, as I looked at my scribble, because I was trying to take a lot of notes, one of the notes that I made, and I think it might be something that would be helpful. A lot of times, for significant construction projects, you do an emergency vehicle access plan, but those are usually showing how you navigate onto it. So I think it might be of interest the community to see how that might happen along that Coley-Davis corridor. I think that might be something that's worth considering.
That's another good question. See, this is very good, commissioners, because we want to try to. I truly believe, Commissioner Clifton, that as we work through and talk about all the questions, and I want the audience to know that we take this very seriously. I mean, we have a lot of tough cases, and many of you that have been here before, we take it seriously and we try to get all of the questions that we have and that you have answered, and that we usually, and then we try to work through those things. So, Commissioner Johnson, word to you.
Yes, Chairman, thank you. One more condition, or rather question, I don't know if anybody can be able to answer it, but when we raised Coley-Davis Road, I know Metro Stormwater does really good job of the development contained water study, but what kind of effect by raising those streets as far as Metro Stormwater is concerned? If anybody has any study or, if it's impossible, I understand, but we'd love to know the effect if it's possible.
And Commissioner, I think that begs a question, Director Kemp. I think it would be helpful to not only get our questions answered, but to also have maybe a representative from NDOT and Stormwater at the next meeting. Okay. Perfect. Commissioner Clifton.
I'm the last person to want a word of motion because I always forget things. But I think our director's been writing good notes here, and she might want to recap what she thinks we're getting.
We are absolutely going to do that.
Yeah, at some point.
Yes, sir.
I'm ready for that whenever
Are you? Well, let's, Commissioner Clifton, we'll get to that point. We just want to make sure, I want to make sure that all the questions that the commissioners have are answered. So, Vice Chair.
This is just a minor thing, and I know that they said this, but is there a way for us to make sure that, or is it required that the road remain a functional 2-lane road through the whole construction process?
I believe that's true. We can ask that, and but it probably needs to be a condition. I think it's probably because of ingress, egress of emergency vehicles that they have to do that. And it's common practice in the construction industry to keep 2 lanes open.
Yes, but to close one periodically and do things like that. We've got people who.
Yes, so we need to get, that's why I say we need to definitely have NDOT here to answer that question. And so, yes. And then I think it potentially is helpful to work with NDOT and potentially the developer to get their action plan on that as well. They can get us an answer. Any other discussion or questions before I turn it over to Commissioner Clifton to make a motion? Which you said you wanted to.
And is his motion going to address whether or not we keep the public hearing open or closed?
Well, and I think that's part of so either Commissioner Clifton or the Vice Chair. The Vice Chair often makes motions, but whatever you feel comfortable with.
I recall saying I wasn't going to make the motion.
You're an attorney. You should make the motion.
So we stick with, Vice Chair is good at making motions, complicated motions. But before we do that, I think part of the motion would be if it's a deferral motion, that we would get the questions answered that the director is going to put out. And does our council feel comfortable with that?
I do. The specific rule is you can defer an action item provided the reason for the deferral is reflected in your motion to defer. So let's just make sure that's clear.
That's good lawyering. Okay. Yes, Director.
Just to the question about leaving the public hearing open or closed, typically your practice is to close the public hearing, and then if there's new information presented or change in the plan that's not technical, then you would evaluate reopening. So based on the list here, and you're seeking technical information about the proposed plan. So my advice would be to close the public hearing, and then get input from Metro staff, and the other folks, CSX, et cetera, that you've asked for specific information about the proposed plan here. You're not asking for changes to the plan as yet.
This seems like a fair amount of information. And is there a council bill, and what's our options for deferral?
So my advice would be to defer 2 meetings, because this is a significant amount of research, and we do have some other cases. Just to confirm, Lisa, this council bill has not been introduced, correct?
There has not been introduced, bill introduced, no.
Okay.
Okay. So
Do you want me to recite first, or?
Yeah, so, well, let's make the motion, then we can ask, and then you can add the questions in the record if it's a deferral motion. Because I don't know what motion you're going to make, Vice
Well,
Chair.
I'm going to make a motion for deferral because of the fact that it's a community plan change too. So I will make a motion that we defer item 16A for 2 meetings in order to address the questions that the director will
go
over with us, particularly related to technical aspects of the road and access to both the site and the greenways, to address the easement questions, and the other issues that the director will remind us of.
And the motion includes to close the public.
And the motion includes closing the public hearing. Yes.
Okay, Director, go through the question.
Do we need a second?
Yes, sorry. Second by Councilman Withers. Yes.
Okay, so the questions that I've recorded include information about the bridge construction, who's maintaining the bridge over the long term, and any other pertinent information there. Questions about NDOT conditions and a desire to have those more narrowly defined or to tighten those. That could include information about the function and purpose of Coley-Davis Boulevard, how they're going to handle the function of that during construction, the effect of raising the street on stormwater conditions, and seeking a presence from NDOT and stormwater staff at that meeting, or at the next hearing where this is heard. We are seeking more affirmative information and responses from CSX and more clear definition as to their views on all aspects of the project with which CSX has a related interest. The question about understanding clear title and the easements that was raised during the public hearing, and making sure that we have all of the responses to those. Chairman, I think I listed the list, but do you want to entertain if there's anything I missed?
I think that sounds right. Any questions? Yep. Yeah, Vice Chair?
One more thing. Does the NDOT include the emergency access plan that Commissioner Henley mentioned?
Yes.
Is that?
Sorry, Commissioner Henley. The emergency access plan. Thank you. Apologies.
Okay.
So it's a proper motion and second, and those are the reasons why for the deferral per our attorney. Is there any other discussion? All in favor of the deferral say aye. Ayes have it. Oh, nays? Any nays?
16A.
Yes. So we'll have to vote on it. That was on 16A. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. 16A is deferred. 2 meetings, closed public hearing. We need a motion on 16B, which will go with it.
I will make a motion that we defer item 16B for 2 meetings, along with the associated reasons that we just stated for item 16A.
Proper motion. Is there a second? Second. Any discussion? Seeing none. All in favor say aye. Opposed, noes. No noes. Ayes have it. And that's deferred 2 meetings too. Now, we've been here approximately almost 4 hours. So we're going to take a 10-minute break.
Chairman, we have the one item for deferral. Do you want to do that when we get back?
Yep, 10-minute break.
Are you gonna?
All right, everybody, we'll go ahead and get started. And I'm just going to make one out of order comment. Tennessee won 70-55. So just so you know. All right. It started. It was going on during the meeting and has concluded. So, yeah, just an update. I know that's out of order, but I knew everybody'd want to know. All right, so we finished one item, and we have 9 left, but we're going to go through these just to make sure, and I think Ms. Milligan has an update on one of the items.
I do. Item number 27 is the applicant requested a deferral to the next meeting.
So, Commissioners, is there a motion to, so thank you for the information regarding that. Is there a motion to defer one meeting? There's a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All in favor of one meeting deferral on item 27, say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it, and item 27 is deferred one meeting. So now I'm going to go through these individually to see if the person is here, and if they're not, then we can take action on some of these. So we have item 19A and 19B. Is anyone in opposition? Opposition. Yeah, okay, we'll keep it on. Anyone in opposition on item 21? Okay. Anyone in opposition on item 22? Okay. Anyone in opposition on item 25? Okay. Anyone in opposition on item 28? Okay. Or just make sure. Anyone in opposition on item 31?
31.
Item 31. Nobody's scratching their head. Anyone in opposition on item 31?
That is a rezoning on Patterson Street.
And was it on the consent agenda?
It was originally.
So, Commissioners, this item was on the consent agenda. There's no one in opposition. Is there a motion, and knowing that information, is there a motion to approve it? Make a motion to approve? Put back on the consent agenda? There's a motion. Second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of item 31 being placed back on the consent agenda and approved, say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. Item 31 is approved. Item 33, is there anyone in opposition? Let's make sure. Anyone? Nobody?
Can you read the? Yes.
Read the caption.
Item 33 is 2023 DTC 005001601 Lafayette.
Anyone in opposition on this item? Seeing, and Lisa, was that item on the consent agenda?
That's Brendan.
Wait, hold on, let's ask again. Anyone, so we had a few people walk in. Anyone in opposition on item 31? Excuse me, 33.
33 is a 601 Lafayette DTC case, 33.
All right.
And it was originally on consent.
Okay, thank you. Knowing that information, is there a motion to approve and put it back on the consent agenda? There's a motion by the Vice Chair, a second. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. Item 33 is approved and put back on the consent agenda. So that leaves us with 5. That's much better than 9. All right, so we are on item 19A and B. We will do the public hearing together and vote on these separately. And so we're ready for the presentation on 19A. And Amelia's going to take that. Okay, go ahead, Amelia.
Hi, everyone. My name is Amelia Lewis, and I will be presenting item 19A and 19B tonight. Just a reminder that these two cases will be presented together, but will need separate votes. The request is for a preliminary SB to permit 187 multifamily residential units. Staff's recommendation is to approve with conditions and disapprove without all conditions. The site is just under 10 acres located at the southwest intersection of Dakota Avenue and 38th Avenue North. The site has frontage along both streets and has been developed with a multifamily development as part of the PUD overlay on the existing RS zoned property. The surrounding property is largely zoned RS5 and have been developed with mostly single-family residential uses with some two-family residential uses in a small area of multifamily immediately south of the site. The site was developed with 88 multifamily units as a part of the PUD. The associated case tonight would cancel the existing PUD if the SP is approved. The proposed 187 units are distributed throughout several buildings on the site. So a couple of bearings is Dakota Avenue is to the north, up along the top part of the screen. 38th Avenue North is along the east or the right side of the screen. So along 38th Avenue North and Dakota Avenue are several multifamily structures that contain 10 to 12 units each. These are two-story, three-story split structures. Each building contains a pedestrian pathway that connects to the sidewalk along the street frontage. There's one larger multifamily structure located internally to the rear of the site near the southwest corner. The structure is proposed as a 3-4-story split with 135 units with the building design wrapping the amenity area. One vehicular access point is shown along 38th Avenue North, and sidewalks are proposed along both Dakota Avenue and 38th Avenue North where the site has frontage consistent with local street standards. So we have a couple of renderings here, and this is looking at the 38th Avenue North and Dakota intersection. So you see that kind of smaller manor home multifamily style building. This is along Dakota Avenue, where you again see those manor homes on the left side of the screen, and then you start to see the multifamily, that larger multifamily structure on the right side. And there is a significant amount of grade change along Dakota Avenue to the project site, approximately 50 feet. So that's why that building is stepped back. And we've tried to create a plaza area down between the street and the building. So there are two policies on the site. The first policy is conservation, which is due to steep slopes on the site. As previously mentioned and shown on the previous image there. The second and primary policy on the site is urban neighborhood maintenance. The intent of this policy is to maintain urban neighborhoods as kind of described in the policy with their moderate to high density residential development pattern, building form types, and building rhythm along the street. Today, the site and the existing multifamily structures on the site are largely oriented internally on the site, with the structures with their rear facades fronting Dakota Avenue. So the proposed development would place new multifamily structures along both Dakota Avenue and 38th Avenue North. And these structures have been designed to have smaller building footprints as opposed to the existing multifamily structures on the property. This adds spacing between the buildings and provides prominent building entrances along the streets. The larger multifamily structure is located interior to the site as to provide a distinction between the smaller units along the street and the existing development along the street frontages and places that bulk of the density towards the internal portion of the site. Overall, the proposed development is intended to increase the density on the site while improving the presence of street frontages and increasing pedestrian connectivity around the site. While the surrounding area is largely a single-family neighborhood, the policy does indicate that a urban neighborhood maintenance policy may contain a variety of housing, including multifamily. Given the consistency with policy, staff recommends approval with conditions and disapproval without all conditions. Moving on to item 19B tonight is a Skyview Apartments PUD cancellation. PUD or PUD, Planned Unit Development. I don't know if I said that before, so I apologize. The request is to cancel the existing PUD on the site. Staff's recommendation is to approve if the associated SP is approved and disapprove if the associated SP is disapproved. Yes. As I said before, the existing zoning on the site is RS5 with a PUD overlay. And what that does is the PUD overlay really governs the density and the bulk, and in many cases, the site plan, as opposed to the RS5 development that we see within the area. So the preliminary PUD in this case was approved by council in 1978 for an 89 multifamily residential development. In the same year, a final site plan consistent with that preliminary PUD was approved. The development on the site today is largely consistent with that final site plan from 1978. Currently, the site is entitled for a maximum of 89 multifamily units. In order to develop a similar case as to the proposed SP, which proposes to rezone for 187 multifamily units, the PUD would either have to be amended, which is also Planning Commission and council action, or some other alternative site plan would have to be approved. Staff recommendation is to approve if the associated SP is approved and disapprove if the associated SP is disapproved.
Thank you, Amelia. And so we'll open this item for public hearing. Good job. Is the applicant in the room? Come on up, state your name and address. You have 10 minutes, and you can save 2 of the 10 minutes for rebuttal.
Good evening. My name is Alex Trent with Trent Development Group. We're a family-owned affordable housing development company based in Nashville, and we're here to request the redevelopment project at Skyview Apartments. We've been working on this plan for about 2 years now in coordination with Councilwoman Murphy, planning staff, and Sylvan Heights community. This is a long-term, multifaceted redevelopment project and a unique opportunity to further affordable housing in Nashville and create new housing choices for the Sylvan Heights community. However, the residents are our first priority. Utilizing a new HUD program, our intent is to relocate the rental assistance contract and leverage that contract to build a brand new mixed income development with over 200 units. It will include an expanded amenity package, a large community building with an on-site nonprofit focused on helping the residents pull themselves out of poverty and offering vital resources and support programs for our most vulnerable neighbors. We're working with planning currently to source a high-quality location for this new development. And I want to reiterate, nothing will happen at Sylvan Heights until we have completed our construction of our new development and successfully executed our comprehensive relocation plan at no cost to the residents. Today, we're here to talk about our request for an SP on the existing land so that we can begin our long-term process of developing a new mixed-income property in Sylvan Heights. 10 acres in Sylvan Heights is prime real estate, and what an incredible opportunity to add good density and affordable housing choices in an area where that's dwindling. An opportunity to add missing middle housing that Nashville desperately needs. Our design intent was to honor the charm of the neighborhood and the surrounding context and bring the community into the development. So we provided a grand staircase with seating plazas and easy access, pedestrian access to L&L Marketplace down 39th, a walking trail open to the public, and a dog park. We worked through multiple iterations of this plan with planning staff and think it will be a beautiful capstone property for the Sylvan Heights community. We have full support of Councilwoman Murphy, broad support within the community, and support of planning staff, and hope to earn your support this evening. Appreciate the opportunity to speak, and I'm going to pass it on to my design team.
Good evening. I'm Troy Gardner. I'm a landscape architect with Reagan Smith Associates here in Nashville. And so when we first looked at this site, one of the first things we noticed was how all of the buildings are internally oriented, and they're backing up to the Sylvan Heights neighborhood. So we saw this redevelopment as an opportunity to to explore ways to better incorporate Skyview with the greater neighborhood. And so we did this in several different ways. This was through building type selection, addressing public street frontages, architectural details, and public accessible amenities. So to briefly speak on each of those, unlike a typical apartment complex, Skyview will be composed of manor houses and stacked flats, both of which are supported by the T4 neighborhood maintenance policy. That includes a total of 187 units, as we've mentioned before, 52, which will be manor homes, which are buildings A through E on the slide there, and 135 stacked flats, which will be in the larger interior building. As you see, the manor homes are located on the perimeter of the site to help transition from the existing neighborhood homes to the stacked flats in the larger building at the site's interior. Another way we incorporated Skyview into the community is by fronting units onto Dakota and 38th. These public streets will also be improved with a 5-foot wide sidewalk, a 4-foot wide grass strip, and trees planted along the street. We also looked at architectural details for these buildings to help match what was in the neighborhood. So we have incorporated stoops, porches, and balconies. In addition to all of that, we have looked at a number of amenities for the site, some private, such as a resident pool and plaza, but there are many that are publicly accessible, which will be a dog park along Dakota Avenue, a grand staircase leading from Dakota up to the top of the hill, a seating plaza midway up the hill with access to a walking trail, and then another plaza at 38th and Dakota. As Alex has already mentioned, we have been in coordination with Councilwoman Murphy, planning in all the various metro departments, and we've held 2 neighborhood meetings. Through that coordination, we are here tonight with the plan that you see before you, and we hope for your support on this plan. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll save 2 minutes for rebuttal. Anyone wishing to speak in support of the project? Come on up.
Hello, Jeremiah Wooten, 1828 Wild Oaks Court. I sent an email in as well, but I think this is an incredible opportunity. If we're looking at neighborhood maintenance, I don't know what is more maintaining of the neighborhood than building what is already there, but better. There's existing affordable housing there, and we're able to increase the amount, the units. We heard for hours before about how we need to increase housing in Nashville. We're able to do that while decreasing the amount of impervious surface by increasing green space and doing all that. Usually those things don't work together. So this is an awesome project. I did send an email to staff and had a question about how this interacts with parking, because kind of the timeline of this was exactly along the timeline of when our parking reform legislation took place. And as written on Development Tracker, this development is overparked. Not severely, but it is more parking than what would, by current law, be allowed for this development. So I think it would be appropriate as a commission, since you all voted to approve those new parking regulations, to also add a condition here that whenever the final SP is submitted, that it allows no more than what would be the maximum allowed parking. I think because of the timeline of when it was reviewed by staff, it was held to the old parking standards. It's not a huge difference. It's 9 spaces, but 9 spaces, 20 feet times 10 feet ends up being quite a bit of impervious surface. And you can see they're already focused on providing much more, I may be saying that wrong, impervious, I get mixed up sometimes. But more green space, and I think everyone would be okay with 9 fewer parking spots. So those are my comments. Thank you. And I urge you to approve this.
We'll get the question answered when we get into discussion. Anyone else wish to speak in support? Seeing nobody else, anyone wishing to speak in opposition? Come on up. Welcome. State your name and address for the record.
Hi, my name is Jeff Middlebrooks. I live at 197 37th Avenue. I've lived in Sylvan Heights before this meeting for 16 years. I've now lived there for about 97 years. I think opposition is a misnomer. I would say that the neighborhood, in large part, is not wholesale opposed to the redevelopment of Skyview. What we're asking for is just simply a deferral for more time to consider this as a neighborhood, and quite frankly, to have more engagement with Mr. Hand. We've had 2 meetings, the last of which just happened last month, and that was a virtual meeting. We had some concerns. We raised those concerns, and again, it was just a month ago, so we haven't had all those questions answered. We have questions just like you do in your own neighborhood. You're talking about the displacement of current residents. These children go to our school. My wife's a counselor at Sylvan Park Elementary. These children are there. We want to know what's happening to those residents. We care about them. They're our neighbors. Obviously, parking. Hey, we live in Nashville. We all care about it. Traffic as well. There's a 1-lane CSX trestle as one of the main ingress points in our neighborhood. The traffic study that was presented just last month kind of failed to really dive deep into what happens there. And 2, we're losing some inclusivity with that affordable housing, potentially adding that with some exclusivity with market rate apartments. I know we can debate about what that is, but we do want to see a little bit more conversation about some diversity of income that's allowed there. So again, we're simply asking for a deferral for more time to consider this as a neighborhood. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hey, neighbors. Twanachik, Cane Ridge community. This was my district when I was employed on the police department for over 20 years. And it may only be 87 apartments, but there are hundreds of people who live there. Many of them are not English speaking. Many of them are not even close to being able to afford affordable housing. What I hear him saying, if I understand correctly, is that they won't build the new one until they relocate the existing residents. And I would say that that's going to be quite the challenge. And I would just like to comment that I hope that part is really taken seriously and completed before moving these folks. I believe, based on my experience there, that a lot of them would never come here to a meeting and wouldn't necessarily understand what's going on. I've watched people die on that pavement. I've watched people be passionate about their neighbors there and try to do the best for everyone. And I think it's, beholden on the city for us to not create more housing problems by doing things too quickly. Unless it's changed, Tennessee Village might be the only nearby place left. They've built up all of the stuff on either side of the Charlotte corridor in this area. There aren't many places left to go that have MTA access, et cetera. So I would just ask that you give serious due consideration, and as the gentleman before said, make sure that our neighbors are taken care of in this process. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Svetlana Stepanovic, and I'll give you all 30 seconds to get used to my accent. Also, a disclaimer, I'm not used to public speaking, so this is very nervous to me. I am So did I say Svetlana Stepanovic? I live on 38th Avenue. I've been there since 2001. I've been president of the Sylvan Heights Neighborhood Association for 5 years, somewhere in the last 15. And so I would like to agree with Jeff that we are asking for deferral so that we have more time to engage the neighborhood. We don't have a very active neighborhood association right now. We haven't reached enough people. In general, we are in support of helping the residents who live there now, even though we had to live with lots of things that were happening. That place is the source of the most police calls, break-ins, crime, gunshots, and everything else that we all lived with. And we were fine with that, we learned. But we want that helped because it will help the residents in some other better place where they're not climbing the top of the hill from riding the bus and all. But what's happening here, and I said that to Alex Trent, is that I think lots of people in the neighborhood feel that after we lived sort of a hostage to this family having their business there, now they're again going for the kill. They're going for the doubling the number of units, the long-term rental business, and all that, even though they are driven by design, and I like to see lots of greenery and all of that. More practically, what needs to happen is a serious traffic study that takes into account that this is one of the steepest streets in town, maybe. It's narrow. It connects the neighborhood that's otherwise, I apologize, am I over 2 minutes?
You're over 2 minutes.
I am sorry. So the neighborhood is sort of a cul-de-sac. You come from Charlotte 38 and there's no other exit there. The whole neighborhood is 600 homes. They're adding another 2. The serious study and all of it has to be done before, I would say. So thank you very much.
Appreciate it. You did great.
Thank you, members of the commission. Jason Holland, 4210 Park Avenue. My house is about a half a mile from here, and I just want to support my neighbors. This was my council district. I'm very familiar with this property. I worked closely with Svetlana when she was our neighborhood association president over in Sylvan Heights. This is a property that I think it should be redeveloped, but as Mr. Middlebrook said, it needs to be done so very thoughtfully with regard to the residents that have been there for a long time. And also, I do want to reiterate that this is a neighborhood maintenance policy, and what we're talking about here is without the PUD, RS5 zone property, 5,000 square foot single family lots is what would be allowed. That's 82 units. What I believe the PUD allows is 87 units, and what this proposes is more than twice that. So in a neighborhood maintenance policy, that's a significant increase, particularly when you factor in what Svetlana said, which is the steep topography of this site. So I think what they're asking for is more time to have more engagement. I believe that that's very fair. This is 9.4 acres. It's a large tract, one of the largest in this area. And as Svetlana said, it would be a 30% increase in the whole density of the whole neighborhood. The whole neighborhood has 600 homes, and this would be 200. That's a significant chunk. So I really do think this needs to be thoughtfully done. I think that can be done, and I hope the commission will consider that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition? Seeing none, 2-minute rebuttal for the developer, for the applicant, 2-minute rebuttal.
Thank you for the chance to respond. I understand their concerns. We have been having conversations with the community for over 2 years. This is a thoughtful design. It was a design first plan. What needs to go here in an urban infill location right off of a major thoroughfare where there already is multifamily. But I must say that the affordable housing component is near and dear to my heart. That's what we do. That's who we are, affordable housing developers. So without question, the residents and the relocation plan that we have in place is our first priority. I came here 2 weeks ago to present Porter and Cahal, where we discussed the exact same plan. We're a little bit ahead of the progress on this plan, or on that plan, than we are on this plan. But the same plan is in place. The same strategy is in play. The same time that has to go into putting all that together to develop affordable housing and to make this a mixed income housing development. So we'll end up with, we started out with 87 units. You'll end up with 187 mixed income units here, and you'll end up with nearly 300 affordable housing units in another location, which again, we're working with planning on locating on a transit corridor with broad amenity package. And as they said, their neighbors suffer so greatly because when you live in abject poverty and your housing is in such condition that you struggle to get basic needs, and you're a zero, you have no money, no income. What an opportunity to live in a brand new facility with brand new resources, with brand new amenities, with support services and on-site nonprofits that we can't provide at this facility in its degraded state. We need a new location. We need that redevelopment. We need to redevelop this site, and that'll add an incredible amount of housing that Nashville desperately needs.
Thank you. And next is the council member, and I believe, do we have a letter from the council member? Please.
Yes, we did receive correspondence from Councilmember Murphy, who was not able to attend. She indicated in her correspondence that she had had a meeting some time back. There were changes made to the plan. There was another meeting that was held as well. She said that generally she heard positive feedback, majority and supportive, and that she is supportive as well.
Thank you. All right, seeing no one else wishing to speak, I declare the public hearing closed. Commissioner Clifton, do you want to go first?
Well, I'm pleased to hear about the focus on affordable housing and how it would be increased overall when your plans are through. Both this structure and the new one would both, as a total, have more affordable housing, it sounds like. Of course, that's not before us. The new one isn't, but that's your intent at this point. Councilmember Murphy is someone who has been committed to this for a long time in terms of affordable housing. I'm sure all council members are, but I think she viscerally is, and I suspect that she will be able to make that happen. I'm a little bit worried about a deferral from something that doesn't have a planning component to make us want to hold up, and I don't want to put too much stock in it. I think I would do that for any council member to let them deal with that at the council level if they needed to. But that's just my initial thought. I don't even know if she would mind us deferring it. It just seems not quite sure what I think, but that's a concern I have.
Commissioner Henley.
Thank you, Chair. Well, one, again, I want to commend the level of design. I think it's very well done, especially for the consideration of the location, the pretty significant grade change of the site. I actually went and drove by it just to get my eyes on it before the meeting, and it is substantial. But I think the design and presentation shows how you plan to address that, which I think is really good. Familiar with with the plan, the concept, and what you presented before us last time. I think that's fantastic and is a great way to show compassion and development. So I'm excited about that. I think the one thing that I heard, and I'm not certain that we talked about, I guess, or it was addressed in the response, was related to the traffic impact. And as one of those the previous council members spoke in opposition, the amount of density that's added, particularly to the site. And so I'm curious as to what level of guidance we gave there. So could we speak to that just a little bit?
Yeah, so NDOT did require a traffic study with this development. Traffic and parking, as well as NDOT, both recommended approval with conditions, and those are outlined in the staff report for some of those kind of more technical improvements to the roadways and pedestrian pathways that could improve the surrounding conditions. And then I had another thought. It escaped. Hopefully that doesn't happen to many more at this time of night. But so they did recommend approval of the TIS. Oh, it came back to me. I apologize. Somebody had also with our TIS that largely takes into level of service and traffic counts. I know that somebody had mentioned given the slopes in and around the property, site constraints and visibility. And so I know that NDOT did request additional information on that to make sure that visibility is maintained through the site. And so they submitted, the applicant submitted additional exhibits indicating no barriers to the visibility with the proposed development.
Okay, yeah, I mean, that's helpful. And I also saw the notes, there was at least the potential to coordinate with WeGo as well. And I think that was another comment that came up, is just, the access from public transportation standpoint. I know we had a comment about reduced parking, but I think it's just any new development that we're doing and being strategic if there's ways where we're, layering in what WeGo is hopefully trying to do to provide more accessibility into our neighborhoods. I don't have many negative things to say after looking at the plan and reviewing the comments. I really like the idea of taking, again, property that's been developed that is beyond its useful life, that needs to be redeveloped, and putting together a plan that I think is well done. So I'm inclined to support it. I know there was some comments and concerns about additional time. I think some of the concerns are very valid. I personally am very passionate about them. I don't know if those are concerns that our body is supposed to take into consideration, but just know that I think those are valid. But I do believe that the applicant is in the right mind state, and we'll take those into consideration.
Thank you, Commissioner. In working with the council member, before we get to council member, she's been one of the more voiceful advocates for public input, and I want the neighbors to know that I think you all know that. But I want to hear from the council member and get his thoughts on that too.
Well, thank you for saying that, Chair, so that I don't have to say that. Yeah, Councilmember Murphy is very focused on community input, and I think neighborhood preservation efforts too. And so I think that some of the comments that Councilmember Murphy said is that, she wouldn't want to change the policy necessarily for one project, but wanted to have something that came back that did meet policy, and that staff have found that, a lot of times neighborhood maintenance means everything has to stay single or two family, and that's not always true. In this case, there already is some multifamily present, and so you can add multifamily, and that is maintaining a character of the neighborhood, right? So I think that's really, but the fact that Councilmember Murphy is supportive of that staff recommendation, I think speaks a lot for those of us who know and work with Councilmember Murphy. But also, I think for the community members, I've known Mr. Middlebrooks for many, many years from working on houses in East Nashville back in the day. And so and of course, I've known Mr. Holloman for a while too. So it's a little reunion we're having late tonight. Question though for staff, is there a bill on this one, or would it still have to be filed?
No, there's not.
Okay.
There's not a bill filed at this time.
So I'm guessing that assuming if there were a positive recommendation from the Planning Commission, that it would be introduced as legislated in early April and probably have a public hearing no earlier than May.
That's correct.
Yeah.
That would be the standard.
And if you don't make May, you're going all the way to July.
That's
right. I think that does allow time for the community, and I trust that Councilmember Murphy will work with neighbors to get a little bit more feedback about any concerns that they have prior to the Metro Council public hearing. So the comments about NDOT, I have to agree that this is a particularly hilly site. I'm kind of terrified of heights myself, so driving down that street was an adventure for me at least. But some of the improvements that are included or recommended from Metro agencies are like restriping and putting stop bars at a lot of the intersections, adding a lot of crosswalks. There's a bulb out at the corner, moving utility poles out of the right of way and creating planting strips. So I think from a safety standpoint along that street, which does have some constraints, but is very well accounted for in the recommendations that we have in the staff report from the reviewing agencies. So I think that will be a real benefit to pedestrian safety in particular in that area, but even make things safer for folks in cars. So I'm in support of the staff recommendation for, this is 2 items, but I guess I would say for both items, but at least for the SP, I think it's a good plan, and we'll look forward to Councilmember Murphy working with the community a little bit more to fine tune some details as this approaches public hearing at council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. A lot of good comment was made of fellow commissioners, so I would not repeat those comments, except Council Lady Murphy will make sure ongoing community engagement. So therefore, deferral was asked, but considering lots of time between now and bill will be going through public hearing, so I am comfortable moving forward. But having said that, I would like to ask some clarifying question. There was a comment or rather question from the public about parking requirement, parking minimum versus maximum. Could you make some comment on that?
Yeah, so this case originally filed for our December Planning Commission meeting. I believe the parking amendment was approved in November. So kind of at that same time, when we're reviewing plans prior to December, those are kind of roughly happening at the same time. We did reach out to the applicant and get them to kind of modify their site plan based on the requirements so that it does fall into compliance with the new guidance, which would be for properties within the urban zoning overlay, no parking is required based on code and the number of bedrooms. Previous requirements would have been about 216, and they're proposing 225 now. So that's kind of where that 9 number came from. I believe at the time of final, we could evaluate that to determine if the applicant was able to cut down to come closer to a lower number, even in between the 0 and the 216 that would have been required, and see if that number can be evaluated. But at the time of NDOT's reviews and our initial review, it was compliant with code.
Appreciate that. That's a great explanation. And I think, so we do have some room if applicant want to further reduce, that will not make this bill as disapproved, but rather more compliant.
That's correct.
That's great. Okay, so that's good to know. I think as far as the plan is concerned, deferral request is not a policy or plan itself. So I don't think, I understand if going forward, council member want to add more condition, she can do that. But I think as of right now, the plan as presented meets policy, and especially I love the idea of privately maintained, publicly accessible open space and park. That's a great amenity to the community, not only this community, but surrounding neighborhood. That's a great policy. And also it is not a purview about thinking about displacement and taking care of those existing residents ahead of the time. Really appreciate the effort. Although it's not our purview, but I just want to state that. So overall, I think this is a great plan, and I really appreciate, and I do support staff recommendation.
Vice Chair.
I agree. This looks like a great plan and certainly seems to fit with the changing fabric of this area, although I do recognize that it's a significant increase in the number of units. I really liked the project that this developer brought in front of us in East Nashville a few weeks ago. And I felt really good about that one because the property was identified and I knew where the people were going and that it was going to be affordable to them and it was in their neighborhood. So I just don't know if there's anything else that staff can share with us about conversations that planning has had with the developer about identifying land. And again, I know none of this is in our purview, but we are talking about displacing a lot of people.
I don't have any more information on that. I think those conversations have been happening with our housing team.
Okay. I mean, I would really, really strongly, I know there's no conditions we can make, but I hope that in the next round of discussions with the council lady that we can get a little closer to having a definitive plan or at least a commitment that this project won't start until those residents are relocated, in a comparable area with comparable replacement housing. But I guess I have to leave that to the next body. So I will make a motion to approve staff's recommendation with all conditions.
Well, and that's
I'm
for
sorry, for
19A.
item 19A.
And just a reminder, it has to get 6 affirmative votes. So that's a proper motion. Is there a second? Second? Any discussion? Commissioner Henley.
I just have one comment. I think, there was some conversation about potentially parking and things. I think one thing I'd like to note, again, just knowing the topography of this site, I think it would, and with it being publicly accessible green space, I think it would be worth considering at least one space really close to the seating plaza access for handicap accessibility, for family units or individuals to just still be able to access that green space, because trying to get to it not having a vehicle, it's going to be a challenge even with all the sidewalks and everything else. But that's my only comment.
That's a good comment. I know the developer will look at that in between the next vote. All right. So we have a proper motion and second. We're on discussion. Any more discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No? Ayes have it. And 19A passes. And so, Vice Chair, do you want to make another motion on 19B?
Yes, I'll make a motion that we adopt staff's recommendation for the PUD cancellation on item 19B.
That's a proper motion. Is there a second? Second? Any other discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. And 19B is approved. Now, we're 21, item 21. Donald's up. It's like being at home plate. Go ahead, Donald.
Thank you. All right. I'm Donald Anthony with the Planning Department, and this is item 21 on the agenda. This is a request for a preliminary SP for 33 multifamily residential units on 1.72 acres located at the southwest corner of Pierce Road and Shannon Avenue. Staff recommends approval with conditions and disapproval without all conditions. The property is currently zoned RS 7.5 and lies adjacent to other RS 7.5 properties on the north, south, and east. The property on the west is zoned SP. Surrounding land uses include single-family residential on the north and south and multifamily residential on the east. The SP on the west is approved for 28 multifamily residential units. That project is not yet completed. The policy for the subject property is T4NE, or Urban Neighborhood Evolving. The T4NE policy is characterized in part by moderate to high density residential development, a mixture of housing types, buildings with shallow setbacks, and heights ranging from 1 to 3 stories. The proposed SP would include 33 multifamily residential units for a gross density of just over 19 units per acre. There would be a mix of attached and detached units, and each unit would front either a public street or an internal green space, which you can see there on the lower left-hand side of the screen. All units would have rear garages. Building height would be limited to 3 stories and 35 feet. The development would have 2 access points, one on Shannon Avenue and then one on Pierce Road. Sidewalks are shown along both street frontages, and right-of-way dedications would be required on both streets. The proposed SP is consistent with the T4&E policy, particularly the policy's emphases on moderate to high-density residential use, shallow setbacks, and heights of up to 3 stories. Additionally, adding attached and detached multifamily units would expand the mix of housing types available in this area. Because the proposed SP is consistent with the T4&E policy, staff recommends approval with conditions and disapproval without all conditions. Staff can answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Donald. We'll open this item for public hearing. Is the applicant in the room? Come on up. Welcome. Please state your name, address. You have 10 minutes and can save 2 of the 10 for rebuttal.
Thank you. Patrick Napier, 710 Frida Villa, Madison, Tennessee, 37115. Thank you, Donald, for the presentation, and thank you, planning commissioners, for the opportunity to speak. We do appreciate the staff's analysis and recommendation of approval. I do believe there are concerns from some opposition about the overall traffic circulation. Amqui Elementary, Donald, if you wouldn't mind going back to the aerial of the overall land use pattern, does present some traffic challenges when the school does let out, which is why we chose to incorporate our entrances along Pierce and Shannon, so that we can better utilize the street network to avoid any of the congestion that arises when the school is in and out of session. We took our design cues from all of the other multifamily around the area, both across the street and the previously approved SPs just to our west and north, which is why we limited the height and we showed setbacks similar to those projects. We will comply with all the standard SP conditions, as will all the other approved SPs. And we're excited to both increase the pedestrian connectivity and increase the infrastructures as far as the width of the streets, dedicating right-of-way and paving the substandard street frontages in front of our property. With that, we are hopeful to help add another housing choice into the policy area, and we're happy to answer any questions or entertain any necessary conditions, and we respectfully request approval. Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll reserve 2 minutes for rebuttal. Anyone wishing to speak in favor of the proposal? Come on up. Anybody in favor? Seeing none, anybody in opposition? Come on up. Welcome, and please state your name and address. You have 2 minutes, ma'am.
Thank you. My name is Marilyn Finley. I live at 234 Cedarwood Lane, Madison, Tennessee, across from Amqui School. And the property almost adjoins our driveway. And I guess it's about 1.5 acres or so. And I really object to the zoning. I'd like for it to stay the same, or the amount that has been used across the street for another development that turned out beautiful. I had sent pictures in with this article that I sent to all of the members that you might have received in your email with the pictures on it. The streets are narrow. They do not have sidewalks, but developers can easily take care of that. But Madison has done its responsibility of building high-rises and condos and apartment houses. And the best result was what Madison did on DuPont Avenue across from Madison Park. They built 2 apartments that turned into condos that were sold separately and individually. Then they had an apartment house separate that I spent a summer living in. And then 3 apartments were for Section 8 housing, clean, neat, pretty, big park across the street that they could walk their dogs and have room. And then we have my neighborhood that has a circle drive called Snow Avenue that all the traffic coming and going has to be on snow. Snow down in front of the Ford Motor Company at Gallatin Road, or snow at Pierce, right where the school traffic backs up, or snow at May Drive where there's a big hill, blind hill. I think we need to have the lower zoning. We have built down at the far end of Pierce, 3-story high apartments. There are about 20 of them on that piece of property, and their rent, if you went to the realtor side, was $679,000 to buy them. Those are not economically reasonable for our neighborhood. We don't have anything for our teachers. Teachers are living in a little 3-room duplex behind the school, and I think our community could do a whole lot better.
Thank you.
The price is outrageous. We got lots of policemen and teachers.
Appreciate it. Welcome, sir.
Hey there, my name is Michael Bordelon, and I live right next to this on Shannon, on the corner of Pierce and Shannon at 1021 Pierce. And our driveway is on Shannon, which is definitely not wide enough for 2 cars to cross without putting 1 car in the ditch right now. And if this had a driveway on Shannon, that would definitely have to be widened. Like, absolutely. It's a blind hill. And like I said, it's probably not wide enough for a one-way already. So it just seems it's a dangerous hill. And then we get stuck with the traffic from the school at Amkey when they let out between 2 and 3:30. So I just would suggest having someone go out there and look at traffic flow. It's cluttered and it's cluttered.
Thank you, sir.
That's pretty much all I want to say. Yeah.
Appreciate it. Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition? Seeing none, 2-minute rebuttal.
So briefly, I'll speak to the traffic concerns. We are widening Shannon and Pierce and dedicating to meet half of the required right-of-way. Our initial review comments from NDOT requested a 50-foot total right-of-way. So we are dedicating half of that to meet that minimum standard along both street frontages. We can work further with a council member, Sonny Hancock, to see if there's any sort of traffic calming that may be installed at the top of Shannon. It is a hill to the west of this, and having been out there many times, I can certainly understand the concern about traffic coming through Shannon and the overall congestion. One of the conditions we have of approval from NDOT is to also help or implement the stop bars at the intersection of Shannon and Pierce. So we'll install those along with all the other required infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you. And do we have I don't see the councilman. We have the letter. So why don't we, Lisa, what's, for the record, what the letter say?
Sure. The council member expressed her regret at not being able to be here, but she is traveling with her family. She did want to let you all know that she is supportive of the plan, that the developer did meet in advance of the submission, and additionally came to a District 9 community meeting and presented the plan, which was well received by those in attendance. She said that she also advertised it in her February and March newsletter, and that she is supportive of the plan.
Thank you. And so seeing no one else wish to speak, I declare the public hearing closed. Commissioner Johnson, you want to go first?
Thank you, Chair. I do appreciate a comment from the public, but seems like with right-of-way dedication for the Shannon Road, that's the name, and also this is a T4 neighborhood evolving area, and density and everything is pretty compatible with already approved SP. So for all these reasons, I think staff recommendation is right on. So I'm in support of staff recommendation.
Councilman?
Thank you, Chair. I support staff recommendation. The part about the streets being narrow is absolutely true. And if you come up Gallatin, there's a light at Anderson, and then if you're going to take Pierce, you have to kind of jog around. It's pretty tricky to get around there on narrow street side. We often hear that with a lot of cases, but I want to acknowledge that those streets are unusually narrow, and certainly Pierce is very, very curvy. So I want to validate that concern from the community, but I do think that the right-of-way dedication that we're seeing, some of the infrastructure improvements will certainly help to alleviate that. And it is an evolving policy area. There are quite a few new projects, including multi-unit projects, not just individual houses that are being proposed and constructed in that area. And hopefully we can continue working with NDOT and our departments to coordinate those well so that we get some of those right-of-way improvements and sidewalks and things to align. But overall, I think this contributes to that enhancement of infrastructure in the area, and I support the plan.
Thank you, Commissioner Henley.
Yeah, I don't really have much to add. I did see that there was also pointed out the adjacent SP. And does that SP also have right-of-way contributions as well?
It does. They were also required right-of-way dedication and then to make 11 to 11-foot travel lanes.
So it seems like the process is working to make the needed infrastructure improvements in the community. And again, I'm glad to see that there's that infrastructure being adjoined with the level of development that the community is seeing. I support the plan.
Commissioner Clifton.
I don't think I have anything to add. I'm supportive of this.
Vice Chair.
No, I think obviously neighborhood evolving is always a bit of a transition, but this seems like an appropriate plan for this area. So I will make a motion to approve staff's recommendation.
That's a proper motion. Is there a second? Second. Any other discussion? Seeing none. All in favor say aye. Opposed no. Ayes have it. And item 21 is adopted. We're on item number 22.
I'm Dustin Shane, staff planner, and this is the Bowen House at Nolmere Place SP amendment. So this is a request to amend the SP to permit 30 additional multifamily units. And our recommendation is to approve with conditions and disapprove without all conditions. The zoning on the site is SP. And there's some conservation policy on the northern end with some slopes and a creek, but most of it is T3 suburban residential corridor. So here's the approved preliminary SP that we have. 3 multifamily buildings on Lebanon Pike, and then 2 in the rear with parking behind. And then here's what they want to amend it to, consolidating those into 2 multifamily buildings, and then the clubhouse amenity center up at the corner of Munn and Lebanon Pike. So the currently approved SP, as I said, 68 units, 3 buildings. Height is capped at 3 stories and 45 feet on Lebanon Pike. CO policy, there's a walking trail proposed to the west, parking located in the rear, access to the west, and then to the east onto Munn, with none being onto Lebanon Pike. With the amendment, they want to add 30 units to reach 98 total, consolidate the buildings. They want to move the amenity center up to the corner of Lebanon Pike and Munn Road. They want to have some parking up along the right-of-way, and then the stormwater area also moved to the back of the site. So our analysis is that this meets policy. It's also in the downtown Donaldson UDO, which calls for more housing choice. So adding the units would provide this. As I said, there's some parking visible from the right-of-way, which is not ideal. That is allowed under the downtown Donaldson UDO. And then all the original bill conditions remain in force. Our recommendation is approve with conditions and disapprove without all conditions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So we'll open this item for public hearing. Is the applicant in the room? Come on up. Welcome. You have 10 minutes. You can save 2 of the 10 for rebuttal. Please state your name and address.
Good evening, Chairman and Commission. My name is Kevin Estes, 5060 Regent Drive, Nashville, Tennessee. Hate to do this, but I just want to make one correction with the staff, and that we do have access to Lebanon Road. We have an access across the church, and with 2830 Stones Branch, which is the SP aside. Early on when we was working with the church, one of the big things everyone wanted was to gain access, multiple points of access. So we worked with the councilman and the church back in the original SP, and all that is recorded and done with Metro, and that is a done deal. I'll get to the reason we're here tonight. I want to thank staff for working with us. Thank Councilman Syracuse, who was here earlier and spoke for this, although that was yesterday at this point. And what we have come here to do is, as things have changed and with several things, these are still condos. These are still for sale. There's no short-term rentals allowed, but we've added more one-bedroom flexes, which is one bedroom with offices. The building square footage is actually a little bit lower than we were before. We are right there by the Music City Star. We have agreed with NDOT to improve 2 bus station stops that are across on, one's on Stewart's Creek and one's down the road on Lebanon. And please correct me if I get my locations wrong there, but they're right across the street from us. Lebanon Road's a large arterial. This meets the Donaldson UDO. We have worked with the community. We've gone back and forth on architecture many times to get it satisfied. We have reduced slightly the intrusion into the conservation overlay to where we're barely touching it now. And then, Munn Road is one of the longest dead-end roads in Nashville. It's about, 8 foot wide. I know I take my truck down it and could run off the edges on either side, but that is significantly past this site. It's still a full width road along our frontage where way back when Stewart's Ferry Pike was relocated and the state came and transitioned Munn Road down about 400 or 500 feet past Lebanon Road to a full-size road. So we do have access under full-size road and Lebanon Pike. We have updated traffic studies and had NDOT approve all the conditions, all the level of services remain at a high level of service. And I've been here a long time tonight and listened to a lot of stuff. And I think for a lot of the good things we've heard tonight through many projects, both from the community and from the applicants, we are providing a mixture of housing here. It is next to the Music City Star. We are improving bus routes. We are in a bus route. This is Donaldson. It's as close to downtown as we get nowadays in the airport. And we have worked with the community and had this approved, and we do have councilman's support as well as the majority of the community. And I don't think anyone who's here to speak, and I won't speak for them, obviously, is against the project, but are concerned with Munn Road. And hey, I get it. Munn Road goes forever and it's tiny on the way back. But we will be not leaving Munn Road and turning to the left. We will be going to Lebanon Road when you leave here to get on Lebanon Road. So I do understand people who live on Munn Road. It is a long road. But other than that, thank you for your service. It's incredible that y'all here in these long nights. And I would ask for approval. Thank you.
Thank you. And it's not quite tomorrow yet. We got 2.5 hours to go.
Well, the next basketball game has started.
Yeah, the next basketball game started. The third basketball game has started since we've been here. But thank you. And so anyone wishing to speak, and we reserve 2 minutes for your rebuttal. Anyone wishing to speak in support? Seeing none, anyone wishing to speak in opposition? Come on up, and by now, I know you know the drill. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Julia Boakledge. I live at 829 Cedarstone Way. I don't live on Munn Road, but Munn Road is our ability to turn left onto Lebanon Pike. We use the light there at the intersection of Munn and Stewart's Ferry to go left. Turning left onto Lebanon Pike on the other side of the 2900 building is impossible during rush hour or any other time of the day if you're driving safely. Lebanon Road is highly traveled, even more so now that Mount Juliet has grown to the size that it is. And when there's a wreck on Interstate 40, it's practically impossible to even turn right at the light at Munn Road because the traffic backs up. It backs up from Hermitage to Briley Parkway, and you have to wait in line to get there. So we don't like the idea of having more drivers added to our little area. And our neighborhood sits back behind the 2900 building. We have no other way to get out but to go down Munn Road. We have 25 units. There are mostly elderly people living there, and if we had to use the turn lane, it would be dangerous for our residents. There have been 3 accidents at the intersection and in the turn lane in the last month. There was a fatality in the turn lane where we turn into our building past Munn Road. It's just not a safe idea to add more traffic to that intersection. And most definitely, people will access Lebanon Road through Munn Road if they want to go get on the interstate, because it's a straight shot across Lebanon Pike to go up Stewart's Ferry to get to Interstate 40. I believe, sorry.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Hello? Oh.
Hello. We're still here, aren't we? Okay. My name is Star Herman. I actually live in Hermitage at 4058 Lake Parkway. But my dad lived at 820 Cedarstone Way in the bluffs of Cedarstone, behind the building that's in front and beside Munn Road. He was former police chief of Nashville, Joe Casey. Some of you might know who he was. And he loved living there, partially because it was quiet, partially because it was very, very safe, and also because he knows that. And I know I've heard people say something tonight about density. Well, I was taught as a teacher to be very careful about when you get a lot of people, kids or whoever, very close together, you will have more crime. So that is another thing I'm concerned about. I mean, you could have the development without adding to it. I don't understand why you have to add all of that. You don't know what the traffic's going to be like. Munn Road is very narrow. When we have the people come in there that work on the condos and they have big equipment, it is hard to get around them, to get in there. The traffic has increased so much. I was planning to live in that condo. He died this year, and he wanted me to live in that condo, and I'm not sure the quality of life will be the quality of life that he had there. There will be much more noise. We won't have it doesn't affect my view, but the people on that side of Monroe will be looking straight into that development. And I just don't understand why we want to just keep building and building when we don't fix our infrastructure. I'm a native Nashvilleian. It seems that we should fix the Lebanon Road to be able to handle more traffic before we keep building houses, to make it very difficult on everybody. It'll make it difficult on the people that live there, and it will certainly make it difficult on us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I'm a little slow.
It's okay. Welcome. Appreciate you coming down.
Thank you. To the chairman and to you commissioners, appreciate you all, your service, because I've been tired just being here, listening to this one time, you know. Well, what I want to talk to you about, my name is Gail Key. I do live at 821 Cedarstone Way. I'm a retired teacher, Metro teacher. And what I'm wanting to talk about, I have 2 reasons that this should not be added 30 more units. Because when you have 98 units and land solutions are building on the other side of the church also. But I want to quickly do this because I'll get long-winded. On Stewart's Ferry Road, there are 3 schools right in this area. You have Davidson Middle that has 728 students. You have Hickman Elementary right behind Davidson Middle, and they have 529 students. And then on the left of Stewart's Ferry, you have the Tennessee School for the Blind and Deaf. This is right there at Stewart's Ferry. What is happening, the Solutions Company have their units on the right side of Lebanon Road, and then because they didn't need zoning, you already have 108 units getting ready to have occupancy. But the next reason I think is because of the fire department. What they do, Unit 28, they come down, Susan Rex, and you all listen to the morning. But anyway, they need to turn on Stewart's Ferry. I do thank you for this, and I hope you will really consider your schools and the fire department and not adding 30 more units. Thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition? Seeing none, rebuttal, 2 minutes.
Once again, I'd like to thank these ladies for coming out and sitting here. I do understand their concerns. Lebanon Road is a state road, obviously. It's already a very large road. And we don't own 2830 Region Homes owns that. I understand, but I just want to make that clear. That's not my project. But we are trying to, utilize mass transit where we have it. We don't have very much of it. And so when we do, this does meet the Donaldson UDO, it does meet the intent, it meets what all the people on the councilman worked so hard to approve out there, and we worked very close with the community and the councilman. I'm very sympathetic for anyone that lives all the way at the end of Munn Road, but Munn Road's existed longer than I have, and I'm getting up there nowadays. So I would ask for approval, and thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you. And the councilman commented earlier, so seeing no one wishing to speak, I declare the public hearing closed, and I think, Commissioner Hanley, it's your turn, I believe, to go first.
All right. Thank you, Chair. I had two questions. The first one in seeing the previous SP and then the current SP, is it possible to give us a number of bedrooms that were in the previous SP? I don't think it was broken down that way. I think it was just by unit count. And I was trying to see if I could decipher that from the staff report, but I saw.
If you can give me a few minutes,
okay,
I can figure it out.
Sorry, I know it's late to be making those kind of requests. And then also just it looks like from the plan that there is no improvements required. NDOT didn't address anything as it relates to Munn Road as a product of increased unit count that came into play.
They do have a condition wanting the applicant to work with WEGO on fixing some stop infrastructure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. So, I definitely hear the opposition there, and any impact on public infrastructure that's not already serving you well. It is perceived nuisance and very well could be, especially when you have an intersection like this one. I think it's a good modification to the plan. I think, really taking advantage of that corridor as one that is targeted by WEGO to have, improved bus service. I think the plan itself, it does show getting further away from the creek and less things in that area. I think that's great. And, I personally think that the additional units and creating that amount of ability for people to access units right on a major thoroughfare is really important. I think that's kind of what our overall concept as a city in terms of density and what we're pursuing. So I do think it's a modification that's reacting to the things that I think we put out there as our recommendations. I don't have anything else to ask. I think we can go back to Lisa now.
Thank you. So the plan as proposed was 68 units, 2 bedrooms. Mm-hmm. And so that would be 136 bedrooms in the previously approved plan. And the unit mix has changed to 1 bedroom.
Mm-hmm. So I always think it's important to present that sometimes, just because when you think about the density and the amount of vehicles and different things that a lot of people perceive about the units. That's helpful to me. I think the applicant mentioned this when they were presenting as well. Just overall, the total square footage of the site and the plan has decreased greatly, which I think is also something of note. So those are my comments. I mean, I think it's a good plan. I think it's a site that needs to be developed from where it is along the corridor. I look forward to continuing to have development work well with WeGo in our efforts to add more locations and strategic locations for their bus stops. So I'm inclined to approve or agree with staff recommendation for approval with conditions.
Thank you. Councilman.
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate the folks that came out. I can definitely empathize with folks if you live off of Lebanon Road and you're trying to cross all that traffic, even just on one side of the turn lane, it can be a lot. And I know there was a curve in Lebanon Road right in that area, so I definitely understand the concern with getting in and out, particularly on some of those side roads that may not have a light. I think one of the advantages of this side is that Monroe does have that light there with Smith Springs, or Stewart's Ferry rather. And I actually feel like this plan helps to define that corner. One of the things I like about it is right now it's a very wooded side. I appreciate that there's the landscape buffer kind of along the tree or the creek area. So I think that's a nice way of sort of respecting the natural feature that exists there. But also, one of the things I like about the revision is putting the clubhouse a little bit more on the corner. There's another building on the other corner of Monroe and Lebanon, and I think kind of placing that clubhouse there sort of makes it a place a little bit. So that's one of the features I like about it. We definitely need more housing. This is along a transit line where we need to support that. It is somewhat close to downtown Donaldson. If you like to walk, as I do, you could potentially have a unit there and walk to downtown Donaldson. I also, frankly, think that adding some additional one-bedroom units is very helpful. A lot of product that gets, especially in the single-family home market, that gets built is 3, 4, or 5 bedrooms. And so some of us are single people, maybe with a cat or two, and we just need the one bedroom. And having some more of those smaller units is a little bit more affordable, but also a little bit more practical for people with different family sizes. So I think this is a good revision to the plan, and I support the staff recommendation.
Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to thank ladies and other public sticking with us over 5.5 hours, and which is really that explain how passionate you feel about the neighborhood and community. I really appreciate that. And having said that, this plan is a revision of previously approved SP. So compared to currently approved SP and new revision, I think this revision is better because it's not increasing building envelope, and by consolidating 5 buildings to 2 buildings, and it's further staying away from sensitive area and increased open space. So that's definitely plus to me. And I do understand the concern from traffic and cars because the density putting in here is actually according to the Lebanon UDO, because the council member Syracuse is a big proponent of transit-oriented development. So having this density in this corner and particularly this corridor makes sense. However, what we cannot do is we cannot force the resident, who will be living in here or currently living in there to magically use the public transportation all of a sudden. So therefore, there's always some traffic at certain time. So that's kind of growing pain, and I feel that and sympathetic. But this plan is, to me, it's just a modification. Is already approved plan, and I think it's improved plan, and I do support staff recommendation.
Vice Chair.
I don't think I have much more to add. Infrastructure is most definitely a ongoing concern across the city, especially areas that are developing more quickly than others. And, you know, we definitely keep that front and center. And you know, from this perspective, we are trying to put it in an area where there is a transportation alternative to cars. And, you know, we're not going to start to see any kind of a change until we get more concentration of that. So it's hard. It's a hard transition. Similar to the councilman, I like that there's the buffer. I think that should help a little bit to protect the adjacent community. But it seems to me this makes sense as a place. And as Commissioner Johnson pointed out, this is a modification. It's not a new plan. So I support staff's recommendation.
Commissioner Clifton.
For all the reasons stated, I think I'm for this too. I would like to say that had I been experiencing it the way these folks have been, I would be here opposing it, as with most of us. I have to acknowledge that, but we're making plans for the future. It's not going to be a perfect, easy thing to maximize transit, but this is exactly what we as a city have wanted to do. And I'm sorry it's so painful because we have areas all over town that's very painful like this. And it's just, as you say, it's a hard change to live through and get there. But I would be for this staff recommendation, and I would so move approval.
And that's a proper motion.
Second.
And a second. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. And item 22 is adopted. All right, so we are on to item 25. Well, before we get to item 25, I want to make sure we have opposition in the room. Mm-hmm. Item 25.
They've waited this long.
Yeah. Dustin, you're up again.
Dustin James, staff planner. This is 25, the Century Farms SP amendment. So this is amending the SP to permit 300 additional multifamily units and revised standards. Our recommendation is approve with conditions and disapprove without all conditions. Zoning, it is an SP, as I said. Several policies on the site, some conservation for some sensitive areas, mostly district destination retail, also some suburban neighborhood evolving and some urban community center. So here's the currently approved preliminary SP. The main change you'll notice if you look at the bottom right hand of the screen, kind of that mixed use town center area. When we tab over to the proposed prelim SP, you see that kind of drastic change with the footprint towards a more conventional suburban design. And then also in the left-hand side of the page, there's a roundabout that's proposed now. So the currently approved SP, it's a destination retail center, 1,300 residential units, lots of different building types and uses, organized into 5 sub-districts: residential, retail, neighborhood transition, office, and mixed use. Each sub-district has different standards for height, building location, intensity, uses, et cetera. With the amendment, I've got a hidden slide kind of listing out the 15 or to 20 different things that are changing. But in a nutshell, they're shifting some of the boundaries around. They're removing that pedestrian new urbanist element of the mixed-use sub-district, pulling buildings away from the street. They're adding several different, some more signage and different types of signs, including large roof signs in certain sub-districts and a 60-some foot silo sign with the Century Farms logo. And then also they're going to streamline some of the facade and parkway standards and remove some redundant and confusing language. So we find that changes are, that they're acceptable. The developers found that the non-auto-centric portions are not viable commercially. So it seems that the area is not ready for this type of walkable development. It is basically an interstate interchange, accessed mostly by cars. The original SP was somewhat speculative as far as how the development would unfold, and we've seen it kind of be tweaked over time to just really give us more of the conventional suburban product. The signage, we're judging that those effects will be small. And then some of the other refinements, cleaning up the document, are welcome. So our recommendation is to approve with conditions or disapprove without all conditions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We'll open this item for public hearing. Is the applicant in the room? All right, you have 10 minutes, and you can save 2 of the 10 minutes for rebuttal. Please state your name and address.
All right,
Welcome.
thank you. Hi, I'm Catherine Withers. I'm the planning manager with Barge Design Solutions, 615 3rd Avenue South, Suite 700, Nashville 37210. I am representing the developer Old Acre McDonald in this request to amend an existing SP. So this SP has been in place since 2015, and I think we can all agree that a lot has happened in the world in the last 8 years. So this amendment helps the development team shift to meet the current needs of the community as well as market demand, which is mainly providing 300 additional housing units that are much needed in Nashville, along with open space to support them and the general housekeeping updates that Dustin mentioned that streamline the review process for the projects that are lined up to come in. So first, a few highlights of what this development has provided. The parkway infrastructure is in. There are pedestrian networks of 12-foot wide multi-use paths for bikes and pedestrians, as well as the 4-foot planting strip along those parkways. The interchange has been completed. You'll remember CHS was really the first tenant out there, but 2 multifamily developments have followed that are open. This development also brought new medical services to the southeastern corner of the county in the form of a freestanding emergency room, as well as a 40,000 square foot medical office building. Another medical office building is in the works. Chipotle is now open as of December. Panera and Whataburger are soon to follow. Mainstead will open later this year, which is a mixed-use building with 22,000 square feet of retail on the ground floor and 324 residential units above. The Nashville Soccer Club training facility and Tanger Outlet Mall are nearing completion. So our team attended a community meeting on February 22nd at the request of Councilmember Stiles at the Southeast Community Center. And the biggest questions were about when Tanger's going to open and when Panera and Whataburger are opening. People really want to know when they have to stop traveling outside of the community for these things. So as I mentioned, the bike and pedestrian network that's in place is just waiting for these buildings to come online. The interstate improvements also include a multi-use path that connects back over to the other side of the interstate. So when redevelopment happens around Global Mall, it will bring those pedestrian improvements together. This amendment also adds new designated open space on both the north and south sides of the SP. And there is a trail system planned that will provide additional recreation and pedestrian routes. This was always intended to be a private facility. The amendment just cleans that up. So all told, in this development, there are 3.15 miles of multi-use paths along the parkways, 2.2 miles of pedestrian paths along external roads and the interior private drives, and 1.4 miles of trail, private trail. So 6.7 miles of paths. So even though we've moved away from that Main Street form, there is still an emphasis on bikes and pedestrians and circulation. Council Lady Stiles, I know, mentioned the 4 roundabouts and that there's one additional one planned near the Tanger development. So this amendment really affects, it's within the existing boundaries of the SP. It's not expanding outward. A lot of the end users are less intense than what the SP would have allowed. So we're not increasing development volume with this change. We're really shifting with these 300 units into areas that would have been commercial or office. And you also see that tracks with the traffic memo where the trip generation is still within what was expected for the development. So as of now, 60% of Century Farms is constructed or in construction. So this amendment really applies to the 40% that's left. And these housekeeping amendments are needed to cite the hotels and large retailers that have some site layouts or signage needs that don't quite fit within the existing SP vision, but they are consistent with the district destination retail policy. I know that there was also a letter received from a community member about concern about the removal of the WeGo transit language. And I wanted to clarify that there have not been transit requirements ever placed in the SP. So that language was sort of aspirational. But if WeGo did plan to bring transit to Century Farms, this in no way would preclude it, and the developer would welcome it and accommodate it. And NDOT has also added a condition that they reserve the right to place conditions on future SPs, final SPs. So that could happen. That could still happen. So we appreciate the staff analysis and the recommendation to approve with conditions, and we ask for your support so the development team can continue delivering on this development, providing housing, employment, retail, medical services, and recreational needs for the Antioch community. And we'd like to reserve 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Thank you. And we can do that. 2 minutes for rebuttal. Next, anyone wishing to speak in support? In support? Come on up. Welcome. Please state your name and address. 2 minutes.
Andy Bakhta. My address is 201 Crossings Place in Antioch, Tennessee. I am a member of the community and a former president of CNAP, which is a community organization. And I just wanted to say that Old Acre McDonald, the developer for this development, has been actively engaged in the community for over 8 years now. The first time I met them, we were doing a community cleanup on the side of Bell Road in front of the IHOP over there. And they've been fabulous stewards for the community. They've also hosted numerous listening sessions with community input. They've also attended numerous community meetings through CNAP, and there's several others that they've done in conjunction with Council Eddie Stiles. And I'm in support of this amendment. They've already improved our whole area's infrastructure drastically through the introduction of the diverging diamond interchange. They've already committed so much public community space to this development. And there's already an extra wide pedestrian-friendly sidewalks in place throughout the development. And there's pedestrian access across from I-24 via the new interchange. This SP amendment is very important and much needed in order to bring the big box retailers and restaurants, which our community desperately needs. Nashville Soccer Club has already built their facility. Tanger Outlets is coming, and much needed emphasis on bikes and pedestrian circulation has been implemented, which is very much appreciated. I am in full support of this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak in support? Seeing none, anyone wishing to speak in opposition? Come on up. Welcome.
Good evening, neighbors. Twanachik, 5 minutes, please, for Cane Ridge Community Club, and I did send it in advance. Crossing Nashville Action Partners is on the other side of I-24. What consistently isn't happening is engagement with Cane Ridge community. They did have a meeting a couple of weeks, 3 weeks or so ago. It was on the same date that we already had a meeting scheduled with NDOT and Metro Parks, so Cane Ridge residents were kind of cut out again. We have now requested a meeting that's now going to be next Thursday night, a week from tonight, because we asked for that. It hadn't been scheduled. This past Monday night, we had our monthly community meeting, and Councilmember Stiles sort of minimized the impact of this when we ask about it. The impact is actually quite large. It's going to increase the density of the schools. That hasn't been addressed. It removes the pedestrian-oriented features that we've been asking for, and Metro has told us the only way to improve traffic is to stop driving, which means we need those pedestrian features and the ability to bike and whatnot. It removes the references to transit. This will also set a standard and impact those Century South and the other developments that are coming very close by. The roof signs that they're requesting, 130 feet long and 6 foot tall, each of them individually illuminated. And that doesn't fit in well with our community and our dark skies request. And we've asked them over and over, we've told them we don't want that. It creates more light pollution. The signage in the common area is also more clutter. And then they're asking for a 64-foot tall lighted silo sign with lights every direction. That's more light pollution. They want to replace the greenways that were promised from the get-go as public features along Collins Creek. It was supposed to initially be 100 foot each side of the creek. Now they want to replace that with just trails because it's not really a greenway. It doesn't have the same requirements. They are wanting to raise some of the buildings up to 5 stories, others from 12 up to 15 stories, which means you've got to have more associated hard surface, which is going to run off into Collins Creek. They want to add extra, the last item, extra undefined signage along the interstate, and there's nothing defined about it. And this, again, sets a standard for the other developments. Councilman Stiles said earlier today and just before this meeting that the only thing they really need to open Tanger, and that's their goal, is to open it on time, is the approval for the roundabout. So unless I'm mistaken, that can happen without all this other stuff happening, and I'm asking you to only allow that one item to move forward tonight. She said earlier today that there are a bunch of renderings that aren't reflected in this current plan and that it was only shared between planning and the developer and her. We haven't gotten to see that at all. We haven't had any community on it. She said that everything else will be sorted out before third reading, but I would submit to you that our only option to speak publicly is second reading and tonight. And so our protected right to speak would be lost again. They've logged the trees, they sold the logs, they sold the wood chips from that, they sold the topsoil, they sold the field dirt, they blasted away all of the rock and sold it. They boxed up a stream that was never known by the community. They boxed in a cave in doing that. They removed all of the undisturbed green space with all of its future seeds, all of its future larvae, and they've left behind a sterile mess that they want to light up like a Christmas tree and then have the audacity to call that Century Farm, which is such a special name. They've made numerous promises to us that they haven't met, and even planning staff admits there's too much wiggle room in this. The public walkway that they're talking about that they're now saying is private was supposed to be public. We're counting on you to defer every component of this except the roundabout that's needed in order for Tanger to come in so that we in Cane Ridge get another chance yet again to say no to lights, yes to walkability, no to more density, and yes to a development that we can support. And I'd like to call your attention to the earlier thing about Coley Davis and Morton Mills and the very small number of density they were asking about, and yet there they were going to set aside almost half of that as undisturbed green space from that horse farm, and we're not getting any of that. And even Century South, scoffed at the idea of doing trails, and now this one wants to do only private trails. So I feel like we're getting the raw end of the deal here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Apologize, the eyes are a little weak these days. My name is John Stern, and I'm here representing the Cane Ridge Community Trust, which I had interactions with the staffer about our presence here today. So you can either change it. I've also, Cane Ridge Community Trust is the 6th not-for-profit community benefit corporation that I've started. A couple of the others, Donaldson Hermitage Neighborhood Association, that was working with the other landowners, and Lake Park Homeowners Association, which we had a representative on another deal. Unfortunately, I'm not able to comment very well on this proposal because we did not get noticed about this until Monday evening when we got the email and the agenda was presented for this meeting to the community. I read that Tuesday morning, immediately contacted the staffer, asking, what this was, and immediately said, we can't responsibly comment on this proposal with only 48 hours notice. So our hope here is that you defer it past the first community meeting we're going to have on this, and let us work with the community and the developer. Hopefully they will participate reasonably this time. It is our belief, though, at this time that removing the new urbanist and pedestrian-oriented elements from the mixed-use sub-district is rather at odds with our overall mission here. I, along with Councilman Clifton, were able to see a new planning director brought into place to bring us into the new urbanist age back in 1999, Rick Bernhardt. Some of the things that came out of that, and a basis for all of your actions, and really for all of our actions, is that what we do strives to increase the health, safety, well-being, and prosperity of the citizens of our community. The Nashville Next goals, creating economic prosperity, I take that to mean increasing wealth in all populations, fostering strong neighborhoods, improving education, and championing the environment, none of which I believe, or we believe, that is being asked of you here today. The idea of protecting the rural character and natural resources, this is right out of Nashville Next. This is not promoting that. Are we creating walkable centers? It appears that they're eliminating some of that. Are we expanding walking, biking, and transit? They're removing language. Are we making it affordable to all Nashvillians? We don't have enough data, and we actually don't have enough data to analyze any of that. What we do know is that we're removing references to transit connection. That's kind of a basic. They're permitting roof signs, and we dealt with the first sign ordinance back in 1991. I don't know if Councilman was on there at that time. But that is visual pollution that we don't need in the Antioch, Cambridge community. This wonderful 64-foot tall iconic silo that they used. I did a Google search on iconic silos, and it pulled up the same image that they're including in their SP, which is a dingy old Coca-Cola can with a dingy rural community. Removing mixed-use building types, removing facade classification system. I don't even know what that means. Raising heights of buildings and adding extra signage along the interstate. Thank you, and hope we get to go home soon.
Thank you. Welcome. Hello again, Commissioners. I I know about 6 hours ago, Councilmember Stiles mentioned, do I need to give my address again? 1828 Wild Oaks Court. About 6 hours ago, I know Councilmember Stiles mentioned a community meeting, and I was there. And they mentioned this plan, but I didn't think much of it because it was only explained, oh, we're just adding this roundabout for the Tanger Outlet. And I think everyone was in support of that roundabout. And we quickly moved on to our lengthy agenda of other things happening. And then on Monday morning, I was sitting at the Starbucks on Hickory Hollow Parkway, just south. I'm off this map, reading through the staff report. And I realized, oh, there's a lot more to this than just a roundabout. So I sent an email to Tawana and then hopped on my bike and rode right through the Diverging Diamond and right through the middle of this site to the middle school I teach at, where I bike every day because I live in Antioch without a car. It's really shocking reading the staff report and just the explicit language, not because the staff report did a great job, but the significant changes. And you've heard a lot of that language already, so I won't repeat it. But I want to focus on two pieces. One, the transit line piece. Hickory Hollow Mall is looking to be redeveloped, and a big component of that is a transit center. And through those conversations with WeGo staff, this piece is critical to creating any sort of circular transit route through this area. It has to go through Century Farms to get to the Century South PUD. And then finally, I saw in the staff report this statement, the times have changed. This is now a little bit more oriented towards the interstate traffic. And for the benefit, I know you all know this, but for the benefit of our new deputy director, if you look on this site, what's north but is really west used to not be there just a few years ago. So I would posit the reason this site is so oriented towards the interstate is because we built a 6-lane interstate interchange right in the site. So I'd encourage you to think about not doing that in the future, perhaps on the East Bank. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition? Seeing none, we got a 2-minute rebuttal, and then you, Council Lady, okay? Thank you for coming back.
Thank you. Yes, the council lady invited us to the community meeting next week, which we'll attend. The renderings are further information about the actual development plans that will take place on those footprints. And these SP standards support those developments. I want to clarify that the trails system, they are privately owned, but will be publicly accessible. We view this, this is already an existing SP. As I said, 60% of it is already underway. These housekeeping amendments apply to the remaining 40% of the users who are lined up to come in here. So these changes will support those users that want to be here now. So, thank you.
Thank you. And Council Lady, you want to come up? Welcome back. We're still here. We're going on our third work day.
Is it still Thursday?
Yep,
right?
It's still Thursday.
So, well, nice to see you all again a few hours later. One, I want to thank Tawana, Jeremiah, and John for coming out. They are very passionate about the community. I respect them tremendously for that, and I do value their opinion. As I mentioned a day ago now, we did have a community meeting, and I think the first disconnect was I have a regular meeting every single month, same day, and there was another meeting scheduled that they attended. So they didn't get a chance to hear what we were doing at the community meeting, which is why we're going to have this community meeting next week. Many of the concerns that you've heard tonight are actually conversations that I'm already having with the developers and also with planning staff already. There are renderings that are going to change the lower right quadrant in terms of retail so that half of what you see in terms of that asphalt is going away. And it is going to be more of a mixed use vibe with more green space and the opportunity for walking and biking. So there is a commitment there. I do understand their concerns because in the past, the truth of the matter is there were a lot of handshake deals done in Antioch over the last 10 to 15 years. And because of it, the things that went awry, people didn't do what they said they were going to do. So a lot of this now is people want to see it in writing, and I get that. And to Old Acre McDonald's credit, they did put in, there was 2 acres that I asked for. I came into this conversation after a lot of these listening sessions had started, and they have added that to the plan. So to have that green space, they are open to adding things in writing, and they, before this will go through council, are providing new renderings so that we can see what it's going to look like. I am more than happy to make sure that the community sees those renderings, not trying to push anything through, but we do need to move forward with this right now, because if we don't do it now, it can't come for public hearing until July, and there's no way we would be able to get that roundabout done, and Tanger's opening in September, and that would be a real nightmare if it wasn't done. I think a lot of the things that have come up this evening are things to be discussed that are in process in terms of changes that are taking place with the SP, and I am comfortable moving forward and making sure that we don't vote our final vote at council until the community has seen it in May. So thank you very much. I hope you all get to eat the pizza I saw ordered and get home soon.
It was a couple hours old. Maybe. But we have a microwave back there. So thank you, Council. Seeing no one else wishing to speak, I declare the public hearing closed. And I think, Councilman, you're up to go first.
Well, thank you, Chair. I remember discussions of this during my prior term with some prior council members in this vicinity, and I know the community has been working on this a long time. I know Old Decker McDonald is certainly a progressive and forward-thinking firm that really wants to invest in a community that has called for investment, and I think that's good. And we have a really well-respected design team here who's presenting this. So there are a lot of factors that give me a little bit of comfort, but I will sort of agree with Mr. Wooten that, when I read this staff report, I was very surprised, I'll just say that there was such what appears to be a concession away from walkability and pedestrian and bike design, which is needed and is important to quality of life, even in suburban areas. I do understand the desire of the community to get some of these investments that have been referenced, but I do have real concerns that we need to plan for the future, right? And so there's language in the staff analysis as well. It's not marketable to do a town center development. And I haven't heard a whole lot about why that is true, if that's true or why that's true. Is there a nationwide or a regional trend that says the town center developments are not feasible? I mean, if so, I would like to read more about that, I guess, but I'm not necessarily persuaded that that's true. And I do appreciate that there is a roster of potential tenants that are coming here, and that could be a great thing, at least for the short term. But I would also say that just down the way is the Global Mall, which was the future of that time. And lots of people thought that was the best thing ever, and that was the future. And now we have a very, very large, very empty box that Metro government keeps investing in and trying to fix. And so that is my concern, is that, I remember, the IKEA was announced and then the IKEA was off. I mean, I'm just really hesitant and really uncomfortable with the idea that we're going to take such an important development for this community and not, at least as a planning commission, apply best practices. And so I've been given some comfort by some of the things that I've heard. Even, I guess, from staff, I would like to hear more about why are staff accepting that it's not feasible to market this in a way that is pedestrian-oriented and is not primarily auto-driven and full of signage that we know that certainly the Metro Council is not comfortable with. Are there studies about that? Are there regional studies? What is the evidence that planning, and I'm not saying that y'all are bad people. I'm just saying, I haven't heard anything in the staff report that provides evidence other than that of the developer, who's someone that I respect. But I'm just not hearing analysis from staff as to why this is good. I'm not also, and I could keep reading, but I think even if there was something in the staff report, and maybe it's in there and I'm just tired and haven't seen it, but to say hey, this is the way that we're planning for walkable suburbia, to say that, this particular layout might be okay for now, but that we're going to put conditions in for a better evolution of the project as the market and society evolves, right? I can see that. Sometimes you have a development where you have a parking lot and you say yes, but in the future you can retrofit that parking lot to be XYZ and you can actually put other buildings and housing on it. That's fine, but at least that's analysis that we're getting from the department, which I don't feel like I'm seeing.
Sure, let me address some of that. So I will tell you that staff struggled with the removal of the town center portion of the SP. And when the SP was approved, and dating myself a little bit, I was the original reviewer on that SP when I was a planner too with the department. And so when the plan came in, it definitely was very aspirational in regards to its design, and it included some more traditional suburban type development along with an area of a more town center style development. So we did struggle with the removal of the town center style development, but our analysis is really based on, or our approval is really based on what the policy is for the area. And the policy is not a mixed-use corridor. The policy is a district destination retail, which was actually a policy that was written for this site. And it was adopted as part of the rezoning of this site. And what that policy says is that it's creating districts where there are large footprint, auto-centric retail and complementary uses. It says it's characterized by the presence of large footprint, heavy traffic generating retail uses, large buildings with outbuildings, that supportive uses might be integrated office and high-density residential are also significant supportive uses that can provide transitions in scale. And so to some extent, the inclusion of the town center, which we all really loved, was probably a little bit out of line with what that district destination retail calls for, because it really sort of calls for big box auto-centric. We've held on to that and really were struggling with removing it from the plan. But when you look at the plan and sort of strictly apply the policy, this is in keeping with the policy. Now, what I will say, though, is that this is, while it is a more sort of suburban style development, it is definitely an improvement over some of our older suburban style developments, because there are wide sidewalks along the parkways. There are wide sidewalks on internal roads as well. There is the trail system, which had been private all along, but publicly accessible. So there is trail system throughout. There are wide sidewalks. There are pedestrian connections internal. And so it is suburban in its design, but it's a better suburban than sort of what we had seen in the 80s. And so just for some background, I mean, if we sort of just look straight at a policy argument, also to us too, is that this is transferring some square footage to more residential uses, and having more residential uses is really key in areas like this. And so this is adding additional residential as well. So that was some of our thoughts. We did struggle with it, I'll just be honest. And the team knows that as well.
Well, I appreciate that. And one of the things I did notice is that we are adding more housing, which we definitely need. I mean, I spent most of the 80s running around shopping malls, which were places that you drove to and then walked around, right? But once you were there, getting those connections within and throughout the neighborhood is so important. I know the Cane Ridge community has really advocated for that as well. So I'll still think about it, I guess, but I do have my reservations other than adding the density, which I believe we do need. But I'll listen to what my other commissioners have to say.
Commissioner Henley?
Some of my questions are some would have been or are still, I think, in the process of being addressed some of these questions. The first thing that jumped out to me is just the presentation of the trails looked a lot different than it was beforehand. I understand the need for modifications, especially now that we've had quite a few years pass and there's actual, construction to be responsive to. The other question I had, which maybe just the overall scale of the development, and with the added density, we talked about that there was no traffic, like no change, no additional study, not even like a specialized.
So the way that this SP worked, because of its scale and sort of the nebulous nature of it, when it was first approved, it approved a certain level of entitlement in sub areas or in sub districts. They did sort of a very broad traffic study at the time that the original SWP was approved, and then they've done a series of traffic studies sort of as more pieces have come in. And so there was a traffic memo and analysis done based on sort of transitioning some of the square footage from what would have been like a retail office to residential. And so there was analysis done.
Okay, just the way that they read the report, it made it seem, because I was like, man, we're adding some density and we're adding a roundabout. I'm like, these seem, to me, my brain was looking for new traffic study information. I think I won't repeat anything that the council member said about the removal of the town center piece was interesting, specifically because it didn't really guide me either. I think that's probably a similar comment that I would share. As far as that quadrant, I think, and it sounds like there's information that's not quite there yet. I'm of course going to give courtesy to the councilman, which I think is appropriate. I know how passionate and how hard she works to engage the community. But I see why it's hard when you're trying to discuss something and you haven't seen it yet. I think that was some of the kind of key components of what those who spoke in opposition brought before us. And it sounds like there's a meeting to address that. I think, for me personally, I understand making modifications as you go, especially on developments of this scale. I think it would have been helpful even for us to have some of that to look at beforehand if it was available. That would be my only comment.
Commissioner Clifton.
Thank you. It's a very interesting and multifaceted issue, and I'm very much respect everybody here who's commented, except of course for Mr. Stern, who seems to be implying that I'm as old as he is, but that's not the case at all. However, and I do like what the council member had to say. This is not really in shape enough for me to be able to vote yes on, so I won't be voting for it at this time.
Vice Chair.
Yeah, I have to say that I probably had the same initial reaction that Councilman Withers had, that kind of everything, I'm just thinking back to the last case that we talked about, and we were talking about how transition is hard, but these are the areas where we want to concentrate, transit-oriented development, and it's going to be a transition, but we need to plan for the future. And then I read this, and it's like, we're going back to the past. I know that there's the market forces, but I kind of share some of the same concern that Councilman Withers had about, is this the are we building the next future of ghost boxes, a bunch of big tilt-up boxes? And I know that that's what we are intending to have in this area, but I think I'm really struggling with, these don't feel like minor housekeeping amendments to the specific plan to me. This feels like a very different orientation for this plan overall. I think that if there are new renderings for the right-hand quadrant, I think that we should consider deferral until we see what those new renderings are. I understand, I just think that's fair to the community to allow them to see what we're sending forward. I don't know, if there is a way to take out the roundabout and move that piece forward?
I think that's what I would recommend. I mean, I think we're supportive of the roundabout and understood that there would be additional work on the southeast or this quadrant here in the lower right. I do think if we defer the rest, somehow we've got to deal with this policy because we try not to divorce the zoning from the policy. And what you're telling me is you find this policy really problematic, and the policy's been in place for many years.
I think since 2015.
Right. And so I think, the applicants here, they're able to hear this conversation. I think what we're saying is, you may or may not agree that this meets the current policy, but I think what you're saying is, even if it does, we'd still like some better integration into best sort of practices for suburban centers. That's not what this policy says. And the policy's been in place, and that's what the staff, unfortunately, for better or for worse, that's what we evaluate against. Lisa fought very hard to keep the town center. But when you have a standard in place that sort of everyone, both community and applicant, understand we're going to weigh against, we can't change it in process. Having said that, my advice, just hearing where the commission is, would be to pursue the roundabout and then defer the rest for further discussion. And I think, I'm getting ahead of you, Chairman. I apologize. But that's my sense of where everyone kind of is, and just to be productive about it.
Clarifying question.
Yeah.
So you're saying we don't like the policy.
The destination retail policy.
So was that policy in place before or after the specific plan was adopted?
Came in together.
So when this project came in, that policy was created.
Okay.
For this project.
Okay.
And so it was actually a new district that we created that didn't exist before this project. And so planning created the policy, and then it was applied at the same time that the SP was approved.
But the SP had these characteristics in it, so we were saying that the SP was consistent with that.
Absolutely. And yes, absolutely. I'm not saying this is the cleanest path since the SP was initially proposed or approved. I think when the land development team evaluated the proposed changes against the destination retail policy, they found that while they wanted to argue for keeping the town center, that is our preference, of course. But we looked at the current policy, and it was creating sort of a different criteria. Having said all of that, I think if the commission is comfortable with the roundabout, you can propose to move that forward. And I think that would address the councilwoman's sort of immediate concern. And it sounds like that there's some consensus there. And then we're going to have a tough conversation about how to square up the current changes with the policy. We may have some recommendations about the policy, but I don't want to get ahead of us. But that's just to sort of explain where they were coming from and why they evaluated this in this fashion.
Could you, if we did do that and defer it, could you help us with like what are the policy, what kind of policy requirements do we have or do we allow for with this policy in terms of signage and lighting? And
sure.
I mean, I see, this just is a very different feel. So even if you didn't have the town center, do you need all the lighting? Do you need do you need to take out all references to transit connections and complete streets? Like, can't we keep some parts of it without?
Yes, and I think NDOT would say our intention is to absolutely have those mobility functions. They're just in a mode of they want to be flexible about exactly where they do it. So I don't think those are out the window. But I hear you. I think you want more specificity. We want the renderings, and then we'll.
And Vice Chair, I do, and Director, I do remember this case. Well, maybe I don't. I don't remember what I ate for breakfast yesterday, but I do remember this particular case and drive by it quite a bit on my way to Chattanooga. And I think that at the time, it was the SP and the town center that we liked at the time and the walkability. And I think to me, this type of development is, like you say, it's a destination. Some people will drive there, like me, would drive there from Creve Hall, and then I would park my car, and then hopefully I would walk around to several different stores. But it has to be walkable, and it has to, and then, but for some residents, if they can bike across the interstate to the other side, or there's plenty of bike lanes, and then if people live there and it's a heavy density and maybe it's somebody that works downtown and they need a transit center. So I don't disagree. We have to clean this up. But I remember us voting on this last time and that we liked the SP, and maybe we didn't pay enough attention on the policy side as much as we should have at the time. So I do appreciate this. I just wanted to state that, a little historical.
Thank you. And I will pass it on to Commissioner Johnson.
Yeah, Commissioner Johnson.
Well, thank you so much. I don't feel like this is a minor modification of existing plan. The reading just the few language, remove reference to transit connection and complete street, and permit roof signs, add more multi-tenant, signage. And because we did approve existing SP based on existing district destination policy, so adding these conditions and changing in this way, especially remove mixed use reference and then add mixed use reference. So I am not seeing what they are proposing entirely. So just language. So I really would love to see picture. So this street is changing, this section is changing, this building is changing, something like that. Because this is just not a minor modification to me, so too much. So I would like to ask for they have to move forward for the important tenant. So what would be the best way? We don't want to hold up, those important, development, but at the same time, we cannot move forward with this uncertainty. So we need to make sure what we are understanding as a so-called minor modification, and it could be major modification. And I feel like this is more like a major modification. So, yeah, timing-wise.
So, actually, it was like you were getting a vibe. That's what Lisa and I were just talking about. I think that if it's just the traffic, I think we're hearing the sense of the commission is you're not comfortable moving anything other than the traffic, the circle. And so I think the question is, do you really have to have a modification that goes to council for that? Because that's really more of an NDOT function. And so if that's the only recommendation that we're willing to entertain here, Lisa, do you, in your opinion, do we need to proceed if it's just that traffic piece, or can NDOT and planning handle that through kind of an administrative review?
Yes. So that's what I was trying to figure out. Changing the cross-section there to make it into a traffic circle as opposed to sort of the T intersection it was is an engineering change. Okay. That does not require amending the SP. There are other things that do require amending the SP, but that traffic circle change does not require amending the SP, and it does not require council action or planning commission action for that matter. That is just an internal technical review that could be done by NDOT.
So I think your options are the typical ones, which would be, I guess, defer. Lisa, what would you advise to do with the application based on the conversation that you're hearing?
Sure. I don't think that you all need to make any action on the traffic circle. I think that we can work that out with planning and NDOT and the development team to get that handled just through engineering documents. That's all that is. And construction documents. And then I would suggest, and the council member has mentioned that that she's already got this scheduled to go to a community meeting. I would suggest deferring to allow those conversations with the community. But if there are other items that you want us to look at and consider, to let us know what those are as well, so that we can be having those conversations while that community conversation is happening at the same time.
Well, and I will add this to it. I think based on the conversation is, we're concerned about the town center being gone as part of the SP. I think we want to see the changes. We're also concerned with transit, bikeability, and walkability. And maybe I know it's a destination by auto, but once you get there, I think it's important to consider those. That's my perception of the conversation so far. So I think it's pretty clear that we need to address those particular items. I think.
And then I think it would be helpful like you were saying, at least present to us how these modifications work with the policy. And, again, I think my example is just signage. Is that really? Happy to do that.
And there's, look, I know signage is important. I'm involved in some hotels myself, not in this area. But there are creative ways to reduce light pollution and still have a really large sign. I think potentially the design team needs to look at some of that. And I know that that's, at least that's what I hear from the neighborhood. And if there's ways to compromise on reducing that a little bit, I think potentially that was some suggestions from this body as well. Councilman. We're still in discussion.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Chair. Kind of that end, even at my time in council, I've seen big retail announcements come and go. I've seen hotel plans come and go. We've seen office buildings stop construction. You know what I mean? So I think a lot of my concern for this site is this is a really important site. Right? The council's invested in it. We've worked with the state on it, which we don't often do very well, but we have this time. It's a very important site. And so I understand a need for flexibility maybe when a tenant mix changes or things like that. But I would like to be sure that we're having a discussion that says that I think ultimately we would want to know what the path is to get back to a town center site if big box retail doesn't work out for whatever reason. You know what I mean? At least to have it part of the conversation or just some kind of staff recommendations to say let's say you have a 100,000 square foot big box store that's no longer viable. Are they then going to be wanting Metro to buy it to turn it into a community center? Or is there opportunities to turn that to housing? Or, just what is the back out plan from big box retail?
Thank you. And so we're still on discussion, but I think that we've kind of hammered that out. The intent is that the staff team believes that they can do the roundabout without this. And so the question would become, Lisa, what is the recommendation on the amount of deferral time with the council member to do?
So we're in that time of year, or we're in that time of term, I should say, where any deferral, the next 4 meetings all go to the same public hearing at council, which is always the question that people ask when we're sort of talking about timing. And so I would suggest a 2-meeting deferral, but that still keeps it on the same council schedule as if it was deferred 1 meeting.
So I think we ought to
we need to ask the
councilwoman what her thoughts are.
Is a 2-meeting deferral okay, council lady?
Yeah, July public hearing.
July public hearing. Okay. All right. So the council lady agrees 2-meeting deferral. Thank you, council lady. And so we'll need a motion, potentially.
Tired. I'll make a motion that we defer item 25 for 2 meetings, and I think, for the policy review to get additional renderings and the other items that we have discussed. Thank you.
Vice Chair, does that include closing the public hearing? Yes, because that's normally what we do unless there's.
Yeah, we will close the public hearing.
All right, that's a proper motion. There's a is there a second? Second? Any
Chair.
other discussion?
Yes, one additional question. It's a long day, so I'm not sure. Could you clarify that? Because we should think about, park and ride for the long-term vision. So if we could consult NDOT for that option.
Park and ride is a question from MnDOT. Okay. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all for meeting deferral, say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. Items deferred 2 meetings. We're on to item number 28. Eric is the last standing staff member, almost.
Lucky me.
Or sitting. And if we could, and Council Lady, if we could just have everybody step outside. I'm sorry, we're still, yeah. Thank you. If y'all could just step outside, we appreciate it. We're going to finish this up.
Yep. Okay, Eric McTravers presenting item 28 on the agenda. This is a request to rezone from single-family residential, RS5, to 1 and 2 family residential alternative, R6A, for a roughly 7,400 square foot lot located at 2229 Foster Avenue, west of Rose Street. It has a staff recommendation to approve. Surrounding parcels to the north, south, east, and west are all zoned RS5 and occupied mostly by single-family homes and limited duplexes. Existing zoning would permit a maximum of 1 unit. The proposed R6A zone would permit a maximum of 2 units. Metro Codes makes the final determination for duplex eligibility. Policy is urban neighborhood maintenance, which is intended to maintain the general character of existing urban residential neighborhoods. And there is precedence for this zone in the local policy context. 2 duplexes are located across the street on the east side of Foster Avenue. There are also duplexes present along Rose Street to the immediate west. This request aligns with the existing pattern of limited 2-family houses in the neighborhood maintenance policy area. Therefore, staff recommends Planning Commission approve the request for R6A.
Thank you, and we'll open this item for public hearing. Is the applicant in the room? All right. We usually have the applicant. Applicant's not here. Is anyone wishing to speak in support? Seeing none. Anyone wishing to speak in opposition? Come on up.
Good evening. My name is David Wood. I live at 113 Rose Street, so about 100 yards from this place. I'm a third-generation Nashvilleian, and the fact that I'm here right now shows how much I care about this neighborhood. The problem that I see with this is that the policy is neighborhood maintenance, and what I'm worried about is kind of a death by 1,000 cuts. I mean, is there a number of how many duplexes are allowed in the neighborhood? Because if there's no, overall plan, I'm very worried about a piecemeal handing out of duplex here, duplex here, duplex here. Okay, who gets those? And I know that this is by duplexes, but those duplexes aren't zoned R6. They're zoned RS5. So I don't think there's a good precedent here. I think I would love to have more density in the neighborhood, but I think that should be done in kind of a dadu overlay, potentially, because everyone would have the chance then to build their dadu. It wouldn't be just spontaneous and kind of selective handing out, oh, you get a duplex, you get a duplex. Because these are all little cottages that were built World War II for Radnor Yards. So if everyone's allowed to have a duplex, the neighborhood character is destroyed. They're all small single-family houses. So I do not want, and there hasn't been any public meetings like I've heard for the other proposals. And the developer didn't care enough to show up and stay long enough. I did. And I know that the other members of my neighborhood feel the same way. It's a working class neighborhood. They don't all have the time to come here, stay till 11 o'clock. But I think it is important to keep the character of the neighborhood. I don't think that there should be handing out little duplexes here and there. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. And the applicant's not here, the council member's not here, and so seeing no one else wishing to speak, I declare the public hearing closed. And we're going to start over so Vice Chair.
I have very fond memories of this neighborhood because I served on the board of the Woodbine Community Organization for years, which is right down Oriole. It's always been, very much a devoted and I know it's changed, devoted neighborhood. I know it's changed a lot, but I had fun times going to the Flat Rock Old Timers Dinner and things like that. I don't know what the proper precedent is here right now, but I feel like this gentleman stayed with us until 11 o'clock at night, and we don't have an applicant here, and we don't have a council person here. I don't necessarily see any reason why this property needs to have a change in zoning. It's not consistent with the rest of the area. So I am inclined to disapprove it, but I would also be okay with a deferral, but I'm not okay with an approval.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And generally, though, as much as I would like to disapprove it too, because the applicant's not here and the council member's not here, but I always feel like we should be fair and offer them the ability to come and represent their side of the story. They're not here. And so we'll keep the discussion going unless anybody else has something really different. Somebody can make a motion. We'll keep going. All right, Commissioner Johnson.
It's kind of strange, at least applicants should be here. So applicant not being here, approval is out of question. I totally agree with the Vice Chair. But I would like to hear from the staff because, T4 neighborhood maintenance area, and there's some spread, duplex. And some area when we discuss T4 neighborhood evolving area, we kind of kept, percentage, if this area reached up to this much duplex, we will consider. So do we have those kind of larger aerial policy? So I think we should think about that before we kind of piecemeal one by one.
I don't have the calculations for this area. What former council member is referring to is that if a new subdivision is platted and it's in an area that permits duplexes, per the zoning code, the new subdivision would be limited to 25% of lots being eligible for duplexes. So because we have that number, that is a number that we as staff have used, particularly in some neighborhoods in District 2, in Councilmember Toombs's district, where we have had some existing duplexes in the area, and we have supported some rezonings, but basically have said we're not going to support more than 25%. That feels like the right number for an appropriate mix. There are some existing duplexes in this neighborhood, although I don't have the exact number. I know that there's a couple sort of immediately across the street, just up a little bit. And so I don't have the exact number of how many were in this neighborhood.
Thank you. That is helpful.
And I did want to mention, too, because the data overlay was brought up, and that sometimes does get brought up, this is within the urban zoning overlay, so it is an area that could be eligible because you have to be within a certain area to be eligible for a data overlay.
Yeah, thank you. So with that information, I think it's fair to hear from the applicant and the council lady. So I am inclining to deferral.
Well, I know Councilmember Welsh is concerned about adding housing and has supported a few efforts to add some general density in some places. I don't have any communication from Councilmember Welsh on file for this one in particular. I think at our last meeting, we had a pair of properties, but they were also on a corner. In that case, there were two of them that were together. At that time, there was some concern about, height and things like that. And one of the things I think about duplexes in particular is Commissioner Clifton may recall, but we had very lengthy public hearings several years ago to try to get the duplex bill passed that provides. Everyone was talking about tall and skinny, and we were all trying to find a way to define it. So we defined a height-width ratio for duplexes, and that a lot of times has helped. I think this could be a good location maybe for that. It does have alley access, which is good. But I do agree with the gentleman who's speaking here today that sort of if you go with the route of having a constant series of one-off rezonings, at some level, we kind of are picking winners and losers because it depends on who has the resources to file an application for a rezoning. It may depend on, this is a community that has a high concentration of folks who aren't English speakers. I think that's a good point as well. I'm not as familiar with how active those particular neighborhood associations are these days. I think the suggestion about Dadu's is a good one. Prior Councilmember Freeman, when he was the District 16 council member, had asked me a lot about that because we have a lot of them in District 6. And I think that is an appropriate discussion to have. Commissioner Johnson also raised the issue in District 2 where you sort of say, like, here's a general number of duplexes that we think are appropriate for a geographic area based on some criteria. But kind of in the absence of having, it's not a corner lot, it's or having any sort of a general policy objective, and also not having communication from the council member expressing support for it, which is important. It's not everything, but it's important. I'm okay with the disapproval, frankly, but because even with a disapproved bill, if the council member chooses to bring it forward, we still have a public hearing. It's just you have to get 27 votes, right? So I'm comfortable with the disapproval this time because I think there's not a strong policy statement that we would have either way. Probably it would really be a council decision in terms of to approve it or not, and that's still achievable if the district council member and the community keep talking about it. So I'm okay with the disapproval, but if other folks want a deferral, I can support that too.
Well, Councilman, I always hate to disagree. I agree with you on a lot of instances, but generally, a lot of times the council member will call me and say, why did y'all do that? And then, so I just try to err on the side of getting those calls, and I really do try to, I think a deferral would have the same effect and or end effect. And so I didn't mean to go back and forth argument, but Commissioner Henley, do you have any comments or maybe a motion to defer or disapprove? I mean, we can vote on that too.
Chair, I'm in favor of deferral.
Okay. One meeting?
There's one meeting.
And I do want to say that if you all choose to defer this, that we will put it at the start of the agenda.
We'll put it at the start of the agenda.
Yeah,
we'll put it at the start of the agenda.
I'll put it at the start.
All right, so there's a motion to defer and a second, one meeting. Any other discussion?
Can I just ask?
Sir, unfortunately, we still are abiding by the rules. If one of the,
I just heard that you had a deferral earlier.
yes, so I think that we're missing some information, which would be comments from the council member, which we usually rely on, and we're also missing information.
Well,
on the policy analysis.
Percent in the neighborhood.
And this is an area that hasn't fully gone down the path of all of those homes getting redeveloped. And once this is one lot getting rezoned to R6A. I mean,
So that's why we're deferring it.
okay. I don't like the precedent. I don't like the precedent. I think it should be looked at holistically I feel like we could disapprove, but okay.
Well, we have a proper, this is the situation procedurally. We have a motion to defer. We have a proper second. Vice Chair, if you don't like that, then vote against that.
I will do that.
Okay. So it's a proper motion and a proper second. Any other discussion on the motion to defer one meeting? All in favor to defer one meeting, say aye. Aye. Those opposed?
No. One opposition.
One opposition, one no vote, so the deferral for one meeting is approved.
And it's put at the beginning of the agenda.
And put it at the beginning of the agenda.
I'm sorry. I think you may need to include in the motion if the public hearing is.
It's closed.
It's closed? Okay.
Yes.
No, I don't think so. We're going to hear from the applicant. Oh, right. We haven't heard from the applicant or the council member.
Correct, sorry. So the motion, we're to defer and just keep the public hearing open. We got it. So that's a proper motion. Really, we should rescind our previous vote, but it was a motion to defer with keeping the public hearing open. We did not designate whether it was closed.
I'd like to amend my motion that we defer and keep the public hearing open.
That's what we did. That's Commissioner.
Okay.
I was clarifying that.
Okay.
So no need to amend it. Sorry, it's getting really late. We apologize for us butchering the parliamentary procedure. All right. So it's deferred. Public meeting is going to be open. All right. So now that concludes the public hearing items, but we do have a couple of important things to talk about, and I apologize for this. So, we had already passed item 38, which was the adoption of the amended rules and procedures. I really appreciate you all doing that. We talked about that last meeting. Historic, Commissioner Johnson.
I'm sorry to say there's nothing to report.
Oh, nothing to report. Thank you, Commissioner. And Jeff is not here on Parks and Rec, Executive Committee report. So this is kind of, the director and I are going to talk about this together. I don't know if many of you probably already know this. I'm going to restate it, and then the director is going to give us an update. But in accordance with state law, House Bill 48, Senate Bill 87 passed and was signed today by the governor. And so I've talked to the director, and she's going to give an update on that. And go ahead.
So the new law would give the Planning Commission 30 days to approve new district boundaries not to exceed 20. And if at any time we get notice from court that we should not proceed, we will cease immediately. But at this point, we've been working with our legal department, and we will begin the process to set forth maps in accordance with the state law. And what we're going to do is consistent with the principles and criteria that we employed last year, including population balance, Voting Rights Act standards, compactness, and the like, and public engagement. But the public engagement will be far narrower than what we did last year. Next week, we're going to have in-office hours with incumbent council members, as well as folks who have declared their candidacy by filing for a treasurer. And so that allows us to work immediately and gain input. We're not going to be preparing maps next week. We're not going to be showing maps next week. We're going to be listening. And so that's how we handled the previous process getting started. And we'll be working very closely with you and with our council to proceed in a manner that we think meets the law but is appropriate for Metro. And we will do the very, very best that we can by our mission.
And I've talked to just a brief explanation from my perspective, and I've talked to the director quite a bit about this. Our intention is to do the same great work that we've always done. The good thing I think that we have on our side is we're not in between a census, which is, we're not 5 years after. It's pretty good information, accurate information. We just did this about a year ago. And so the team is very familiar with the boundaries, the neighborhoods, the feel of the council members. They're going to embark on very serious conversations with all of the council members and some of the other candidates, neighborhoods. There'll be a lot of public input, like always, a lot of transparency. But we have every intent to move quickly and meet the law. So, Vice Chair.
I just had a clarifying question, and you can give me more details later, but you're going with the assumption that it's 20. Who decides if there's at large? Like, how do we?
No, I said not to exceed 20. So it could be a mix. And so we are going to be working with our legal counsel and Metro Council to determine how we can both inform that decision, but also receive that input from council. And so ultimately, council will need to, it's my understanding that council will need to make the final determination on that point. And we'll just move slowly through the process and give them, and not slowly, we're going to move methodically, and give input as to the districts and that balance with respect to meeting the criteria that were required by federal, state law and our practice. So there may be points within those criteria that we want to give that feedback on. But my understanding from legal is that ultimately it's a council decision, and we'll follow those recommendations and bring those recommendations forth.
Thank you, Director. Commissioner Clifton, did you have a comment, question?
The actual adoption of new map would be a recommendation from us to the council, as always.
Yes.
And what we normally do is redistrict 35 districts over a several-month period, trying to take into account geographical boundaries, interstates, things like that. So it's, in my mind, unbelievably, it's not possible to do this.
Well, thank you for that comment.
And I thought the legislation had specifically accounted for a fallback position, which is.
It
did. I mean, I'm not saying we shouldn't try, but, the reason we've never been successfully challenged in redistricting is because we've taken our time and haven't tried to play favorites and actually used real boundaries, something that the other legislative bodies have never thought of.
I don't know if this will give you comfort or not, and I suspect it won't based on some of your earlier feedback. And Commissioner, I hear you. I mean, I'm hearing from a lot of folks. I know there's a lot of hurt, frustration, but also some other views about it. We're hearing it all across the board. What I'll say is every other 10 years, we have a much narrower time frame to complete districts. So in 2010, I don't know if it gives you comfort or not, we completed the new districts in about 4 weeks. In 2021, and it all has to do with how the census falls with respect to elections. So every other cycle, we have very narrow time frame. And so I don't say that to allay your concerns, because I hear you and I know that there are concerns about the process and how it happened. I would just say that that's how it's been done previously.
You know, I think I'd forgotten that. I mean, I don't think it's our prerogative to try to slow walk anything. Right. I just don't see how you can expect the staff to get this done, but I could be, you know, I mean, nothing you can do but try, so.
Thank you, Commissioner. I really appreciate those comments, but I do believe that I believe in our staff can do this, and they're professional, transparent, and so we've been discussing this as watching the legislation, and I think the director it's going to be all hands on deck for the team, and they're going to be very much focused on the redistricting.
Just out of curiosity, does the council have to pass it on 3 readings?
No,
It's a resolution. By resolution.
Okay.
I also wanted to make you aware, I'm not going to spend much time on it, but I urge you to look at Senate Bill number 513. It's the Tennessee Landowner Bill of Rights. In particular, Section 5 essentially directs that the Planning Commission in the review of subdivisions may only look at the subregs and the zoning ordinance, and that we may not rely on the general plan. And I believe that's in direct response to the court cases and other things that have been shaping some of our work in the last year or two, and we'll give some feedback on this, but I wanted to make you aware of it. Let me know if you have questions. That is not passed. That's still going in a process. Excuse me, Senate Bill 513.
Okay. Thank you. And if you have questions, obviously the director will be around. We appreciate it. But we have every intention of meeting the law.
I think we want to voice our support for them too, and, let us know. I know this is a significant undertaking. We just deferred a giant project 2 meetings. We have another giant project on the agenda in the next meeting. So just, you have our support however we can help.
Thank you.
Councilman, anything from you?
We've talked about council stuff enough, but did want to thank staff for a very productive and encouraging work session that we had. To appreciate staff for working with some of my Metro Council colleagues who wanted a little fine tuning of some of the community character designations for specific areas. And I know that takes a lot of time, but it's very important to those communities. And I think the staff report that was given at the work session, number one, as a review of progress on Nashville Next, was very encouraging. But I'm also excited to see after we fine-tune some of the community character manuals, I'm really interested to see what comes out of some of the other things that you have on the agenda, and look forward to staff doing a little bit more creative policy work other than community character manual updates all the time. But I think you have some really neat things on the horizon. Look forward to seeing those.
Thank you. And so after 7 hours and 3 minutes, is there a motion to adjourn? Or is it?
This has been a service of the Metro Nashville Network. If you would like to see this presentation again, or for more information on this and other programs, visit nashville.gov.